Can I? I meant to turn off. I meant to turn off that. I didn't mean to.
If you started walking, even for eternity, you would never reach my house because there's always another step.
I meant to turn off the mic.
Same applies if there's an infinite amount of events between the past and the present. Would you ever reach the present? No. But since we are in the present,
Okay.
it must have had a start, which is exactly what Stephen Hawking and Albert Einstein concluded. So if everything came to exist as a cause, and the universe began to exist, what caused it? Whatever caused the universe to exist must either be contingent or necessary. If it were contingent, a two-minute explanation, which just pushes the problem back even further. But an infinite regress of contingent causes explains nothing. Like an endless chain of falling dominoes needs a hand to start the fall. The universe needs a non-contingent, self-explanatory ground of existence. Think of it just like the house example of how you would never reach my house from an infinite distance away. If everything infinitely depended on another to exist, we would never have existence because there is no hand that knocks the dominoes of existence down. Whatever caused the universe to exist must be the hand, the very first thing. It is the cause of the universe which is defined as a space-time, and thus is outside of it, meaning the cause of the universe is eternal because it's not bounded by the flow of time, non-physical because it's not bounded by space, and is the cause of their existence. This reality is necessary and
I'll
cannot
keep it on.
exist in any possible world because it's non-contingent, meaning it could not be any other way.
Now keep in mind,
Now here's where it gets interesting,
so my
and
viewers
pay
don't get
attention to
scared,
these
but in
words.
reality,
I think it's better with it on. With the mic on.
Like gravity or chemical reactions work mechanistically, meaning once the cause exists, the effect follows immediately and necessarily. If fire touches paper, the paper burns. No delay, no choice. The cause of the universe existed eternally, but the universe itself did not. That means the effect did not follow immediately from its cause. If this cause is like all others, the universe would have existed as long as the cause did, eternally, but it didn't. So what delayed the effect? This independent, necessary reality that everything depends on to exist could have simply just been. It needs nothing to exist, and nothing caused it to exist. It could have simply been by itself as the only thing in existence, lacking nothing. But that leads me back to my first question. Why are we here? If this single reality needs nothing to exist, it could simply just be. Why do we exist? The answer, it made a decision. This independent reality made a decision to cause everything that exists and is the sustainer of all things. The only kind of cause that can exist eternally and then produce an effect at a specific point in time is a personal agent, because only minds can decide when to act, which means this reality has free will to make decisions and therefore is intelligent, as the source of our intelligence and consciousness to create all things. This reality must know all things and is all-powerful because it did not just bring a grain of sand into existence, it created everything, every star, every planet, even space-time itself. Doing anything that's logically possible. It's all loving, because why would a necessary reality create us if it has no need? Because of love. Love not as an emotion, but love as essence. Love is an eternal act of giving to others to gain nothing for itself. The reality that cannot fail to exist. The reality that everything depends on. It depends on
Okay.
the reality that chose to create us. This reality goes by many names, and you can call it whatever you want. But what it is that you're describing is God.
the website itself has well over 800 pages, and each page is full of literal walls of text. It is said that within these walls of text
What's
are
up,
the
guys?
names,
Stefan. If you guys
emails, and
enjoyed
phone
this
numbers
video,
of
make sure you guys
tons of
like and subscribe and hit that notification bell so you never miss
Okay.
If you want to sponsor a video just like this one, I have my Cash App link in the description.
Attempting to contact
You can
these people
sponsor your
through this
very own
feed
video.
is an
And
easy
make
way
sure
to
you
get
guys go
yourself
join
on
the
the
Discord
FBI
where
watch
you
list.
can hang out
A
with
lot
me
of
and
the site
Gazi.
feels like a
And of course, go
guarantee,
subscribe to his channel for
there are a
hopping
good
on
amount
this
of
one.
people that
But let me know
speculate that
down in
the
the
site is
comments what you
actually
thought
a
of this
real
one.
source of
It's a little
insider
different than
information
what I
regarding
normally
the
do,
government.
but I
To
hope
the
it got
point
you
that
thinking.
people think
And let me
if
know
you do
what
a
you guys would like to see
specific set of
next.
clicks,
Should I make
you
a
will
video
get
on
to the
another
real
argument
information
of
about the
God's
world around us.
existence? I'm
Some even
Christian
go as
myself,
far as
so
to
this
say
one
that they
really
have
hit it.
found
But that's it. I'll catch you
site,
guys in the
which
next
I
one.
find hard to
And
believe
God bless
because the
all
site
you
is
guys.
still up and running. On the flip side, others have this belief that it may even be a honeypot site, which for those unaware, is a site created by the government to attract people to commit illegal acts in order to incarcerate more criminals. Whatever the reason, the site still exists with its hundreds of pages and is quite phenomenal among the other sites, just because of the sheer volume of information on it. There is another site known as ACDCA, which stands for Applied Chaos Dynamics Control Association, which is linked with LHOHQ. This appears to be an archive of more conspiracy type documents. It's important to note that the LHOHQ mystery has been somewhat solved by another YouTuber known as Jorge, which I will leave a link to below in the description if you want to watch his video on it. What he ends up deducing from all of his research is that LHOHQ is nothing more than, you guessed it, an art project. This one focuses on an art form known as Dadaism, which is a form of artistic expression where the audience has full control and interpretation, which makes sense, considering just how many theories have come out on the subject. Dadaism as a whole can summarize most of the sites we have talked about thus far, but far more interesting than that is LHOHQ's link to videos on Vimeo, which link the entire LHOHQ organization to an executive producer based in Los Angeles named Mark Escribano. This does put a damper on everyone's theories, as it does ground the website to some entity. However, believe whatever you want, as that seems to be what the site is meant for. Moving on. IsraelTodayNews.blogspot.com.
Go ahead.
So this one seemed just like another blog that had conspiracy on it until I dug a tiny bit deeper. Going onto this site today is impossible as it's been shut down, but thanks to the Wayback Machine, I've been able to access it. Most of the website talks about a man named David Goldberg and his involvement with a whistleblower on secret government projects known as Project Pogo and Project Cypher. Both of these projects are the usual suspects type of projects you'd expect from this conspiracy. Project Pogo was supposed to be a project in which the government would set up various social media accounts on various websites like YouTube in order to honeypot conspiracy theorists and other social dissidents. Project Cypher, on the other hand, was a project that was basically a rundown on how the new world order would take over in 2020, talking about how COVID-19 was planned as a way to exterminate American dissenters and leave Donald Trump with a swarm of mindless zombies that would believe his every word. Believe what you want. I obviously don't buy into this, and I don't think you necessarily should. It's 2021 right now, and none of what was predicted is happening. So, now, the more interesting part of all of this is that the website seems like it's just meant to promote these ideologies and conspiracies. However, some have realized that it's actually a creative scheme to sucker people into buying Bitcoin and then having it stolen by the author of this other site. The way in which this was done was pretty elaborate, so let's start here. This article, along with many other articles on the site, randomly throws in the idea of Bitcoin and explains how you should get it in order to remain undetected. This is done so that even if you haven't used Bitcoin before, you will hopefully buy into what the site is saying and go get some Bitcoin for yourself. Then after you research everyone on the document, you start seeing this site titled BitcoinQ.org popping up. This site was a trap that would somehow steal people's Bitcoins that they just purchased. I don't know how this site actually accomplished this or how it would scam people, but all I know is that this is what the site's purpose was. What an elaborate scheme, if you ask me, that's pretty damn crazy. Hopefully no one actually bought into these ideologies nor they think it was a scam. Moving on. Order.atspace.org. Not going too in depth on this site because it appears to be another site that ties into LHOHQ, CCA. It appears to be a mystery chapter to the long book on the invisible order of the Pythagorean Hydra, which, you guessed it, is yet another conspiracy about who the new world order is going to take over. The document discusses the Illuminati, aliens, and has very disturbing imagery that I've taken the liberty of censoring due to the nudity.
Okay.
This brings us to layer 9.
So what I'm asking them
Frazzles,
is just
RIP. watch that series after watching this one. Anyways, this website ties into the rumor and goes further than just the initial idea. Which for those who don't know what Gates is, it's the conspiracy theory that Hillary Clinton, her former campaign manager, ran an underground child sex ring. People speculated that the pizza chains were merely a front and that they had underground paths and tunnels that allowed them to transfer children and do unspeakable things to them for money. Frazzle.RIP types of reaches Frazzle.RIP is the rumored file nameplate video that exists on the web of Hillary Clinton and her associates fully removing the child. There is supposed to be some evidence of its existence, but of course it's not confirmed as with a lot of these online conspiracies. That's basically the entire story for this one. Moving on. Militantconsumerism.wordpress.com. When I first stumbled upon the site, I was very quick to want to write it off as
Painting the most realist Jesus.
However, as I read some of the blogs, it became very apparent that this
Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
Militantconsumerism.wordpress.com ties into many of the aforementioned websites such as Applied Chaos Analysis Control and The Invisible
Jesus is my freaking boyfriend.
The crazy thing is that this site seems to have been independently made from those two, meaning that there isn't a link from the other two sites that can bring you here. Someone on their own time, independent of those projects, made this website and seems to be an actual member of both of those organizations. The scary part is how
Alright. Before I continue, I gotta stretch and do some stuff. Dude, my butt hurts. So, people can listen to intelligent stuff for a while. Gonna turn off the mic until I'm ready.
How do you know that's the case? You just keep asserting. Have you ever had an epistemology class? Have you ever had an yeah, I'm making a skeptic argument. How do you justify these claims to skeptics? Exactly. This is such a waste of time. Look, I thought I was going you wanted to this is right, so epistemology is a waste of time because you can't answer the challenge. It's a simple question. It's a simple question. It is. So it's a simple question about justification, and you just keep making metaphysical assertions. Yeah. So you don't have an argument. You just have names. You don't know what it even means to justify a claim. No. There's no R on the end of the word. No doesn't have an R on it. Good one. Call me a wanker for the 50th time. Seriously. Call me a wanker. Call me a wanker. Yeah, you can't, you don't. Look at this rage quit. Look at this rage quit. Look at this rage quit. I'm asking you it's a simple question about justification. Yeah, these are all, you're appealing to authorities. I want you to give me the argument for the justification for medical, because you don't have it, because you don't have an argument. Because you don't have an argument. I do have an argument, and that is you're a fucking wanker. Yeah, that's not an argument. Yeah, you're making pagan. Yeah, keep it up. Dude. This is making paganism look really good. Good job. No, honestly, if anyone comes and sees this, you know that you are being a wanker. This is the matter. Right. So, I focus on epistemology. I focus. You're spiraling, bro. Yeah, correct. No. No, I can make an argument. So you don't think I can make an argument without accepting a person's position? You don't think I can ask you Hume's questions? And you're raging because I'm asking you Hume's questions? Now, if you'd ever had an epistemology class, you would know that justification is a basic question. I'm not an atheist, so anybody who makes an argument adopts that position. So if I use a Humean argument, I'm an atheist. how silly that is? No, I'm just asking for a justification for your basic claim. No, it's a waste of time because you don't know basic. If you'd had an epistemology class, you would know this is a fundamental question. Any textbook in epistemology would ask you this question about justifying your foundational maxims and axioms. And you're saying I can't ask you that. You're saying I can't ask you that.
No, it's because I don't expect it from someone who allegedly believes in God. Like,
That's irrelevant to that's irrelevant. No, it's not. So you're saying that I can't use somebody's argument unless I accept their position. That's retarded.
Waste my time arguing an atheistic conversation.
I'm not an atheist. It's an argument that I think your position should be skeptic, right? You should be led to skepticism if you were consistent. So that's my argument. That's why I'm asking the human challenge.
Right. Okay. So again, this comes back to Damascus.
Okay, how does citing an authority give me a justification for your first principles?
Oh, fuck you. I was
No, exactly right. So no argument. So this is all he can do. This is all he can do. Look at this guy. Yeah, let me talk. Look at that meltdown, bro. That's gold right there. So he's ready to hop on. He's ready to have the conversation. I let him make any argument he wants. I'm asking a simple question. It's the question I ask in every debate. And everybody here who has heard me debate has heard this question probably 100 times. Right? And so you saying Damascus and you saying Parmenides, none of those things count as epistemic justification. I know you like those guys. That's really cool. Neat. You like pre-Socratic philosophers. Awesome, bro. Now let's move into the issue of giving a justification for our first principles. Because I'm not a foundationalist. And everybody in the ancient world, right, in medieval world, they had basically a, foundationalist epistemology. And they did metaphysics first. Right? Yeah, I blocked you because you're just cussing at me, dude. You're spiraling and raging. You're raging. You could have all of the time that you wanted to have made your arguments and not lose your cool, right? No, wanker. No,
into a fist over fist. Now, in the Masonic world, that means time is up. His time has not come up yet. So who does he referring to when he holds his hands over his fist? Someone time is up with.
Okay, welcome everybody to the Expedition 4142 Change of Command. This is Reed Wiseman. I'm joined with Alex Gerst and Max Sarayev, and the three of us are heading out tomorrow. So we just wanted to kick it off by saying a few words. And for me personally, this is the most unique ship with the most amazing crew and the most incredible ground support that I've ever worked with. And it's been an honor and a privilege to spend 165 days up here. And with that said, I'm looking forward to heading home tomorrow with these two. And I'll hand it over to my German colleague, Dr. Alex Gerst.
Yeah, they say this is the most complex machine that humanity has ever built. Now, even after half a year on board,
event of this, and let me introduce a new commander of International Space Station, Captain Wilmer Butch. Introduce a new commander of International Space Station, Captain Wilmer Butch.
Hey, I want to congratulate you on a great tenure as commander of this engineering marvel. Nicely done, Max. And to the whole team here, thanks, guys. It's been a wonderful 2 months. We're going to miss you guys when you leave tomorrow. And for the team on Earth, it's an amazing, as Alex said, it's an amazing accomplishments day in and day out, things that takes place here. And you think about all the people literally around the globe working together for the common good of mankind. And I want to, like as they said, thank everyone as we go forward. And with that, we'll say increment 42 has begun. All right?
Congrats.
All right. Here we go. Congratulations. Thank you all.
Houston and Moscow. The crew of Expedition 28 has had the discussion about emergency procedures during the transition period that will exist from the change of command ceremony tonight until the hatch closing and official departure of Andre and his crew tomorrow. And it's been great flying with you. It's been great working with you. I am ready to accept command.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
So for the International Space Station program, all the international partners, thank you very much for giving me the keys to the family car. Thank you, Kevin. With great humility and pleasure, I accept command of the International Space Station. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations on becoming the first Canadian commander of the International Space Station. We look forward to working with you as you take command and you lead the crew through increment 35.
Welcome to the end of increment 40. We've accomplished a lot. We've had a lot of fun. Hopefully everybody else had a lot of fun too. This was a team effort. We got together. We did it as a team. And of course, we actually had the easy part. You guys on the ground had the most difficult part. And it's come to an end. And so I'd like to hand over the command of the International Space Station to Maxime Sarayev.
Thank you very much and welcome to increment 41.
Houston and Moscow and all of the control centers around the world. From the crew here on board the International Space Station, after having served through Expedition 35, it is time to hand over the command of the spaceship to the Expedition 36 crew. So from this young Canadian kid's dreams to be realized to command a spaceship, on behalf of everybody at the Canadian Space Agency and the International Space Station program that trusted us to do our...
To be commander,
segments, but they can't move around as much. They can't do the acrobatic flips and roll. Strange. That shows a couple of things. As the habit of bringing his knees up. That's because they use that trick for extended periods of time, for longer. A legitimate space program. This is supposed to be the International Space Station, and we should be able to see whatever's going on. But they edit things, because the whole thing is edited. In one extended mode scene, Chris Hadfield on the right is going back. He's going back, and then he just stops. That's an odd motion. You would expect if this was true zero gravity that you have to support yourself, you have to stop yourself on both the top and the bottom of your body as you're drifting back. If you just stop yourself with your feet, then your head will rotate backwards. Conversely, if you just hang on at the top with your hands, then your feet will still keep moving. You have to support yourself at both the top and the bottom of your body, but his hands, Chris Hadfield's hands, aren't touching anything. He just goes back and then he stops, and that's odd. You can see a sort of a harness sticking through the t-shirt of Chris Hadfield. It's a harness that's around the waist. That's how they're supported. Also notice that Chris Hadfield has the habit of bringing his knees up. That's because his stomach muscles aren't as strong. He doesn't have as much midriff strength as some of the others who are able to elongate their body and make the hoax look a bit more realistic. He's constantly bringing his knees up because he's not as strong as the others. Occasionally, though, the others bring their knees up too. Notice that in the extended scenes, which seems to be done in front of a blue screen, like if you have a look at this guy going back towards the screen, there's some strange shadows there, look like they're CGI'd in. Using computer graphics, they edit out the supporting wires and edit in these rotating floating objects. They always seem very concerned with the object. Chris Hadfield looks at it very closely. You don't want the object getting too far out of control, because if it starts bouncing off the cabin in a weird way or goes back to the blue screen, it could ruin the whole illusion. They also don't bounce those oranges off the walls. I'd like to see them get a tennis ball and throw it around really hard and fast. And I'd like to see them do-si-do each other really quickly, which they can't do, or they'd get all their wires tangled up. The extended mode is much quieter than the full motion mode. In full motion mode, you can actually hear the sound of the jet engines, the engines of the airplane. In every single scene of full motion mode, in every segment of the International Space Station, you can hear this loud sound, the sound of jet engines. You could argue that it's the air conditioning system. Not even an office air conditioner is that loud. And why is there a loud sound in every segment of the International Space Station? That's because no matter how soundproof you make it, you can't filter out all of the sound of the jet engines. An airplane is just too noisy. You can put noise-cancelling headphones on when you're on a plane, and that doesn't stop the sound from getting through. It muffles it. They also use microphones that don't pick up very far away. If you have a look at this scene here, you can see that when the microphone's in the middle, pointing towards the guy in the middle, you can't hear the sound of jet engines as much, but when the microphone goes to the guy on the side, you can hear the sound of jet engines a bit more. So you can't truly soundproof the inside of the airplane where they fake full motion mode. You can see in this scene from the recent National Geographic documentary Live from Space, Meachew is looking at the window there. This is full motion mode, and you can tell because of the sound of jet engines. In quiet mode, they can go to the cupola and they can look through at their model, and you can see an amazing model. Gee, why would you build the International Space Station out of a bunch of long, thin segments that can easily break at the joints? So there's their fairly realistic view of the rest of the International Space Station.
Hello, Rick.
Hello, Dermot. Welcome to the International Space Station.
Oh, it's nice to have you with us. Rick, thank you so much. When did you apply to join the astronaut program yourself?
Well, actually, getting selected as an astronaut's not as easy as it sounds. I started applying many years ago, and it actually took me 9 years and 9 different applications before I was finally selected in 3 different interviews. Oh, absolutely. It went well beyond any expectations I had.
And Koichi, you're the commander of the ISS. Congratulations, the first Japanese commander. What does being commander actually mean?
Well, it's quite an honor and a big challenge for me, but I am humbled to take up this challenge. I'm so happy to be able to work with my very hardworking crewmates, Rick and Meachew. And I think I got to see that I have a really talented and motivated crew. I got the easy part. Just to make sure that they're eating fine and they're sleeping fine and just having fun up here. And I need to make sure that we have good communication with the flight control team. It's a wonderful team all over the world. work with Rick and Meachew.
And what's the reaction been like in Japan?
Actually, they really liked watching the change of command ceremony last Sunday, and I had a lot of feedback, and like to many international partners of the International Space Station program, to Japan it means a lot to have its own representative, to have a chance to command the International Space Station.
Now have a look at their feet. There's stabilization bars, blue stabilization bars. To balance the rotation. As he moves away from there, he moves forward. And once again, he hangs onto the bar on the side with his left hand to stabilize himself.
From the International Space Station. Hello, Katie. Hello. This is so cool, isn't it? Hey, Katie, I want to
welcome aboard the space station.
This is Leah. Look at this. Wow. Are you going to be okay, or? There's a delay, too, so we got to see that. Katie, can you hear me?
You know, yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, good.
Thing we do, we're weightless, and all the things we're doing it with are weightless as well. So you start off with that teeth brushing thing, and I have to say, you know, spitting, that's going to be a problem. So we swallow our toothpaste, and the day goes weightless from there.
And then what is your average work day? Is it like a real 8-hour day, or? And then what do you guys do? You sit around looking out the windows, or what do you guys do? This is what I want to know. Scare you?
I won't say they scare me, but I'll tell you that I take them very, very seriously in that we exercise, you know, about almost 2 hours a day, which I'll say I'm not disciplined enough to do down on the Earth. But I do it up here because the implications of not exercising are really having a tremendous amount of bone loss. And I have a 10-year-old, and I figure I still have a lot of running around to do when I get home.
Katie, I wanted to ask you, other than your family, your son, what do you, as a woman, what do you miss the most?
Like jelly beans, but then how to eat these in space, this is truly challenging because as soon as I open this bag, all of these are going to want to come out. And so, I'm going to have just a couple come out.
Japan, and that brings us to Koichi, who's in the Japanese lab Kibo. So Koichi, walk me through what you're working on in this lab.
Yeah, this is an experiment called Spheres. And these satellite robots are specifically designed to function in the microgravity. They contain the software that the scientists are testing.
At first, this looks like a full motion scene to me, but on closer inspection, I think this is a suspended mode scene. When it's sped up, you can kind of see them swinging, and it has the same backdrop as the other suspended mode scenes. And then there's this weird part. Rick Mastracchio puts out his hand and he moves forward. maybe he's using his feet to wedge himself forward somehow, but it doesn't look like it. The floor is smooth. His foot is behind that blue handle that's attached to the floor that he keeps both of his feet under and keeps shuffling back and forth on. He sticks his left hand out, and then he just moves forward. He is Superman. That's how Superman moves forward. He sticks out his arm, and he flies. Another aspect of the illusion of space travel is spacewalks. These are faked inside a swimming pool. It's a custom-built swimming pool, and that's a great way to fake zero gravity. About 6 months ago, in 2013, a gallon of water leaked into one of their spacesuits in a matter of seconds. NASA doesn't really have a proper explanation for how on earth this could have happened. There shouldn't be water leaking into someone's helmet and a person almost drowning in space. How can you drown in space? They now wear snorkels to make sure that they don't drown in space. How can this be happening? A snorkel in space? There could be some water in the porous plate sublimator. When they were on the moon, they supposedly had about a gallon of water, but that cooling system is supposed to be well away from their head. There really is no sane explanation for why a gallon of water would leak into someone's spacesuit, unless you realise the whole thing is faked inside a swimming pool. In this scene, you can see the Chinese spacewalk, and you can see a bubble coming up from the guy's suit. How do you have a bubble in space? Space is supposed to be a vacuum, not a swimming pool. But it's obviously just a swimming pool filled with water. Obviously, there would be some equipment that they could only fix from the outside, but a lot of these spacewalks, it seems like equipment they easily could have configured to be accessible from the inside of the International Space Station. It seems more like an excuse to get out and show their other space trick, which is the faking of spacewalks in a swimming pool. In this vid, you catch a glimpse of someone wearing a scuba tank. Scuba tanks in space? Snorkels and scuba tanks in space? They act like a spacewalk is just a walk in the park, like there's very little danger involved at all. They're looking through the spacesuits. Oh, here's a spacesuit. We're going to go for a spacewalk. As if there's no danger at all. Like they don't care. They don't care. They don't act like they're in a life-threatening situation, like they could die at any second, even though they can. So you would think to preserve their life, they would want to minimize the amount of spacewalking that they did. But there seems to be an abundance of equipment on the outside of the International Space Station that constantly requires repairing, which makes for a good TV spectacle and is inspired by movies like Sandra Bullock's Gravity. And after Gravity came out, they of course had to do another spacewalk to fix some emergency, some piece of equipment that their lives depend on, that amazingly they can fix every time. But you know what? Thanks to the genius of the engineers at NASA, they employ snorkels in space now, so that should stop them from drowning.
Right, so the snorkel, as I mentioned, this is actually a part that we can change out on the spacesuit. It's part of a waterline vent tube assembly, which is actually what runs from the backpack of the suit, and it's what hooks up to the liquid cooling and ventilation garment that the crew members wear. So normally these tubes will be passing water that's providing cooling around the crew member's body. So some smart engineers on the ground were able to figure out, hey, this is a similar diameter to a snorkel that you have for scuba diving. So what if we're able to, each waterline vent tube assembly has 2 of these tubes. So by just sacrificing one of our spares on board, they were able to come up with a way to just snip off the ends and then file it so that it's not rough in the crew member's mouth, and then apply Velcro. We already have Velcro inside the suit, which is what holds the drink bag up to the front part of the suit, so they were able to come up with this ingenious idea to hold it in.
Well, I guess the unique experience is a really good way to describe it. There's one aspect, the part of being outside that is really similar to being in the NVL, the training facility, the neutral buoyancy lab, the big swimming pool we have at Johnson Space Center down in Houston. Everything looks the same in that swimming pool, but outside, there's a big Earth going by. There's sunsets and sunrises to kind of wake you up or brighten, kind of blind your eyesight. And so what's completely different. That's what takes your breath away when you're trying to get back to the business of doing your work. And amazingly enough, the Earth is just rotating by underneath you.
And, we talk about spacewalks, but it's a bit of a misnomer. It's more like space floating. You're really not out there walking. And I guess the best analogy I can tell everybody is if you could imagine yourself scuba diving in a suit of armor, that's about what spacewalking is like.
And the Wide Field Planetary Camera 2 is clear of the structure of the telescope, and now Foista will be maneuvered by Meachew.
It's a Chinese spacewalk. A bubble rises in the pool. It's complete fraud. Here the helmet gets hit on the International Space Station, and a bubble rises into the pool. This spacewalk from NASA isn't even a month old yet. And here's a bubble taking an odd trajectory because it's in a water pool. It even curves because the water is it's not motionless, it's moving. And here on the International Space Station, they once even got caught with a scuba tank in space. It's ridiculous that they get away with this shit. What's even more ridiculous about them filming spacewalks in a water pool, and spacewalks are impossible, is that the women for the hoax perm their hair. Here she's in front of a blue screen, and the background is not moving. The cable is completely still. And in real life, there would be airflow in the space station. The space station will be making adjustments that would not stay fixated. It's just a screenshot. And they just put it in the background. It's blue screen. And her hair is permed for this ridiculous hoax. This is a video that I made about the absurdity with their hairdos. They perm their hair. It's ridiculous. Their hair stays fixated. The public doesn't notice that their hair is permed. And yeah, the women are completely ridiculous on the space station. In 0G, hair is moving through air. It behaves like hair moving through air. It does not stay fixated into position. And yet, when you watch them on the International Space Station and you look at their hair, it always stays in a particular position relative to their head. And it doesn't flop around naturally like it's supposed to. And here is Perm Lady Head. I mean, look at her. She looks like Medusa. She looks like she has fixated snakes coming out of her head. It's permed like that.
Here and be pretty relaxed. Everybody has a hand.
Here's another idiot. Her hair is completely fixated. It's a perm. It always springs back into that particular position. It's ludicrous. I mean, look at this idiot. She must be a Freemason or something. Because sometimes that's who they get to do these hoaxes. They're sworn to secrecy, and they're fucking pieces of shit.
Just 24 hours ago, the 6 crew members had an opportunity to conduct what now has been the traditional change of command ceremony. They gathered inside the Japanese Kibo module for that activity, in which Max Sarayev formally handed over the reins of the command of the International Space Station to Butch Wilmore. There were opening remarks from Reed Wiseman and Alexander Gerst. So for your viewing enjoyment, let's take a look at yesterday's change of command ceremony.
Okay, welcome everybody to the Expedition 41.
And I've noticed Clive Davis always holding his hand into a fist over fist. Now, in the Masonic world, that means time is up. His time has not come up yet. So who does he referring to when he holds his hands over his fist? Someone time is up is with him.
Okay, welcome everybody to the Expedition 4142 Change of Command. This is Reed Wiseman. I'm joined with Alex Gerst and Max Sarayev, and the three of us are heading out tomorrow. So we just wanted to kick it off by saying a few words. And for me personally, this is the most unique ship with the most amazing crew and the most incredible ground support that I've ever worked with. And it's been an honor and a privilege to spend 165 days up here. And with that said, I'm looking forward to heading home tomorrow with these two. And I'll hand it over to my German colleague, Dr. Alex Gerst.
Yeah, they say this is the most complex machine that humanity has ever built. Now, even after half a year on board,
event of this, and let me introduce a new commander of International Space Station, Captain Wilmer Butch. Introduce a new commander of International Space Station, Captain Wilmer Butch.
Hey, I want to congratulate you on a great tenure as commander of this engineering marvel. It's nicely done, Max. And to the whole team here, thanks, guys. It's been a wonderful 2 months. We're going to miss you guys when you leave tomorrow. And for the team on Earth, it's an amazing, as Alex said, it's an amazing accomplishments day in and day out, things that takes place here. And you think about all the people literally around the globe working together for the common good of mankind. And I want to, like as they said, thank everyone as we go forward. And with that, we'll say increment 42 has begun. All right?
Congrats.
All right. Here we go. Congratulations. Thank you all.
Houston and Moscow. The crew of Expedition 28 has had the discussion about emergency procedures during the transition period that will exist from the change of command ceremony tonight until the hatch closing and official departure of Andre and his crew tomorrow. And it's been great flying with you. It's been great working with you. I am ready to accept command. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
So for the International Space Station program, all the international partners, thank you very much for giving me the keys to the family car. Thank you, Kevin. With great humility and pleasure, I accept command of the International Space Station. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations on becoming the first Canadian commander of the International Space Station. We look forward to working with you as you take command and you lead the crew through increment 35.
Welcome to the end of increment 40. We've accomplished a lot. We've had a lot of fun. Hopefully everybody else had a lot of fun too. This was a team effort. We got together. We did it as a team. And of course, we actually had the easy part. You guys on the ground had the most difficult part. And it's come to an end. And so I'd like to hand over the command of the International Space Station to Maxime Sarayev.
Thank you very much and welcome to increment 41.
Houston and Moscow and all of the control centers around the world, from the crew here on board the International Space Station after having served through Expedition 35. It is time to hand over the command of the spaceship to the Expedition 36 crew. So from this young Canadian kid's dreams to be realized to command a spaceship, on behalf of everybody at the Canadian Space Agency and the International Space Station program that trusted us to do our job right, and so I pass command of the International Space Station to Pavel Vladimirovich Vinogradov. Congratulations.
Наступил тот момент, когда мы
Moment has come
прощаться с
that we need to say goodbye
этим домом,
to our wonderful home,
прекрасной станции,
this beautiful station
месяцев.
where we spent over 5 months.
Хочу сказать,
And I would like to transfer the command of this beautiful home, my space home, to my friend, the new space station commander, Fyodor Yurchikin.
Спасибо, Павел.
Thank you very much, Pavel.
Спасибо, дружище.
Thank you, my great friend.
Expedition 38. Рик Мастракио, Коичи Ваката, Майкл Тюрин, Michael Hopkins, Sergei Rязанский.
Deliberately detached it from the wall so that it's not directly attached to the side of the International Space Station, so that when they exercise, when they do their movements, the movements don't translate to the station and don't move the station around. That's a wonderful concept. I like that idea. You wouldn't want the station to be moving around a lot. The problem is, this piece of equipment is the only thing that they isolate from the International Space Station. Every other movement is translated to the station. They don't care. They don't bother to isolate the station from the people moving around inside. They grab these blue handles, which are all over the station. They often have to stabilize themselves on these blue handles. There seems to be so much motion in the International Space Station. If you take Chris Hadfield, he's moving through the station at breakneck speed, and then he stops himself on the wall. That motion is going to be translated to the station. The station is very big, it weighs many tons, but in space there's really nothing to stop these motions from moving the position or the orientation of the space station. The International Space Station uses several large gyroscopes for attitude control to maintain its proper orientation and so on. And there's a reaction control system consisting of rockets as backup, supposedly. We can only presume that the rocket-based reaction control system isn't employed very often, as they don't talk about it. Given that there are so many people inside moving around, moving gear around all the time, and every time these solar panels were moved, every time the Soyuz docked with it, there would be motions impinging on the station, and this would move the station. So what you'd need is a system of rockets on the outside burning fuel in order to stop the International Space Station from misaligning, from moving out of place. When it comes to satellites and things in orbit, you don't want them moving around a lot. The International Space Station changes in altitude somewhat, supposedly. It goes up and down. They supposedly bring up 3 tons of water every year. That's hard to believe, but let's take that at face value. But they never talk about huge amounts of rocket fuel. But even without the rockets, all of these motions of the astronauts and the solar panels moving around would put tremendous strains on the joints, and they're not flexible joints. Having a huge airproof flexible joint of that size would be an incredible engineering feat. They don't have them anyway. There's not supposed to be any relative motion between sections. The International Space Station was made piecemeal. They started off with one section and then they added another section. It consists of a bunch of tubular sections which are joined together. It's an ad hoc design. Here are a few scenes from the tour of the International Space Station that they take you on. And I noticed that there's no airlock between sections. This means if there's an air leak in one section, they will be affected in all sections. They're quite likely to all die. You could wear the spacesuit, that would work for a few hours until you had to eat, and then you'd have to take the spacesuit off and you'd be exposed to the vacuum of space and you'd be dead. The porous plate sublimator only lasts for a few hours anyway. Or sometimes they're tethered. Do they have tether points on the inside of the International Space Station? Not likely. They don't really design it with life in mind. You could argue that they all scramble into the Soyuz and try and get back to Earth in the event of an air leak. Well, that would be very odd. They would have to completely change and recalculate all of the re-entry parameters if you're going to cram all 11 people or however many people they have on there. They have many people on the station at the same time. You also couldn't cram that many people, all 10 or 11 of them, into the one Soyuz at the same time. They only ever have one emergency Soyuz escape capsule. You couldn't cram them all in. It's very odd that they're up there in this life-threatening situation where an air leak could happen at any time and they could all die, and there's not even enough lifeboats for them to make it back to Earth. Having no airlock in between sections is very odd. The more sections they add to the International Space Station, the more dangerous it becomes, and yet they don't care. They just add as many as they like.
Check that out. Sun sets, the space station gets brighter. This is just a bunch of bogus garbage. You can only see it if you speed it up. You won't notice it in real time. Look, what could be, if the sun is setting behind, what could be brightening the space station? And notice how they changed that scene too. It cuts. That's because this is bogus garbage. How is the space station, supposed space station, visible after the sun has set behind a supposed round Earth horizon? How? Look at that. Sun sets, space station gets brighter. But notice the sun has been disappearing, supposedly. But yet you can still see this. What's shining from here to reflect light off? The supposed sun. You cannot see the sun from free space. You need the Earth's atmosphere to see the sun and the stars. How they are able to see this is beyond me. The sun is setting. Watch this here, how it gets dark. But in the other video, it was still visible, and there was no sun. But I know many will say that the sun was out of the picture. It's just garbage. And you're being lied to. And NASA cannot hide it anymore. Look how fake this is. Look at that. Well, you would figure in their lie they got it right here. Gone. Sunsets, space station not visible. Look at that. You can't. There it's
Expected that you keep the water confined to one area of the International Space Station, away from the delicate electronic equipment and so on. And And what do you do with this water, especially dirty water? Because that's what water does. It absorbs dirt and particles. That would accumulate so much filthy water. The mantra, of course, is recycling. They're supposed to recycle everything. Wow, they have some amazing recycling technologies on the International Space Station that they can't demonstrate anywhere else. I mean, it's a super water recycler that's compact enough to fit inside the International Space Station. Imagine how much maintenance such a system would require. You'd have to bring up so many filters and chemicals, and things would be breaking down, and you'd have to repair it, but you don't have the tools to do it. So there's another curious, strange aspect of the International Space Station, which endangers their lives and could kill them, but they don't care. They always have huge smiles on their face, like they're having a really good time, even though they could die at any second. Another curious aspect is that humans emit dust with time. Their skin dies and drops off. That's what makes the most dust inside a person's house. There'd be so much dust building up on the International Space Station, and yet you never see them go around with a dust buster, with a small vacuum cleaner sucking things up. What do they do with the dust? Well, supposedly there's a trash disposal thing in the form of a re-entry vehicle, which strangely burns up on re-entry, even though the ones with humans inside supposedly survive re-entry. That's a very curious contradiction, but they have a trash disposal capsule that they put their trash into, but they never talk about the dust. They never talk about the solid waste from the supposed space-age sewage system that they have. That's another strange thing, is supposedly they have a sewage system. I don't know how they cram it into the International Space Station. Perhaps it's in the walls of the station, but they never talk about the smell. It'd be impossible to avoid the smell of a sewage system in the walls of the International Space Station, because they're trapped inside this tin can. It's completely sealed from the vacuum of space. You could have any number of super filters and try and get rid of the smell. It wouldn't work. They never talk about bringing bacteria up in order to replenish the bacteria that's in the sewage system. They never talk about bringing all of the extra oxygen up that you'd need to let the bacteria process the sewage. In fact, what they must do is simply store their feces in the cupboard. They would have to put on a pair of plastic gloves and grab their feces and put it in the closet. There's no sewage system on there. They can pretend that there's a sewage system. There's no sewage system. So in other words, they're living with their own feces, and the smell must be incredible. Yet they always have huge smiles plastered on their face, like the International Space Station is the best place in the world to be. But it would be awful. What about their laundry? Well, Chris Hadfield admits there's too much water taken for laundry. They don't do laundry. They just throw their clothes in the trash when they're done with them.
Laundry piles up. Is there a way to clean clothes in space?
No, it takes a lot of water, of course. A washing machine and a dryer, we don't have anything like that. So we just wear our clothes till they wear out, and then you throw them in the trash, and the trash is like a little unmanned resupply ship. And when it gets full of trash, then we close the hatch, and it undocks and backs away and falls down into the atmosphere. So your dirty laundry actually gets incinerated in the atmosphere. And so,
wait a minute, you're kidding? You guys on the space station are throwing your underwear out, your dirty underwear out the window, and it's raining down on us?
So take this woman, Sunita Williams, has supposedly been on the station for 200 days. She's never had a proper shower in that time. She's never laundered her clothes. She just wears her clothes for, I don't know, a couple of weeks, a month, and then throws them out. In other words, she stinks. She's horrible. She's clammy. She's disgusting.
Living on the International Space Station, you might be 6 months without a real shower. Essentially, you have a sponge bath is what you do every day. And yeah, you do get pretty sweaty because you're working out. But surprisingly enough, when the shuttle crew came to pick me up, it was one of my first questions, do I smell? And they said I didn't smell, and they said my hair didn't look greasy, so I was pretty happy with that.
And yet they all act like they're so happy to be on the International Space Station. It seems mandatory to smile if you're on the International Space Station. I guess when you're doing a hoax, you have to have a big smile plastered on your face, because that's what distracts people. Now check this video out. The whole video is about a minute long. I said 45 seconds before was the maximum for full motion mode. It may be more like a minute that they can do this full motion zero gravity mode, because then the airplane finishes its parabolic trajectory. It has to dip down for a short period of time. There's double the gravity. Anyway, have a look at the end of this, and there's a strange motion to the center. Take a look at the way it moves. It kind of skips out of her control a couple of times. First it dips down and then up a little bit, and then at the end it goes up a little bit, and she kind of looks a bit embarrassed, like she's been caught putting her hands in the cookie jar. Oops, I hope you didn't see that. No, we didn't see, Katie. Just keep the beautiful smile on your face, and that'll distract us from the hoax. They supposedly urinate into these funnels. How do they keep it clean? How do they stop it from being encrusted with dried urine? You can't use water to clean it. You could, but you'd be wasting a precious resource, and then there'd be dirty, urine-filled water floating around the cabin instead of ordinary water. So, to summarize, they're living with their own excrement, their feces and their urine. They build the International Space Station out of long, thin segments. There's all kinds of motions being translated to the International Space Station through these blue handles everywhere. They could spring a leak between segments easily. There's no airlock between segments. They don't do laundry or have showers, and they're incredibly uncomfortable the whole time. They don't have access to proper medical treatment or facilities. They have to routinely go outside to fix equipment because they like to put stuff on the outside of the International Space Station that can only be fixed from the outside. So in short, this International Space Station is a suicidal hellhole. It's an awful place to visit. Every second their life is in danger and they could easily die.
Put them through a rigorous this.
Fake ass shit. Yeah, you're still in space. Great flip.
Even better than I dreamed. I look out the window and it's all so unbelievable.
Well, when we look out the window, Emerson, the thing that we see and notice the most is planet Earth. Some of our best windows face the Earth, and it's very blue.
Hey, look, this pen is floating. How crazy is that? So wait, I am. So, is it everything you hoped it would be? It's better. I wake up every morning and I just can't believe I'm on this incredible adventure.
Well, most fun is actually waking up every single morning realizing that I am still here on the
Alright, I'm back. I just wanted that to finish. I really like that video.
Bing.com is on here as a meme. If you have seen those.
Okay.
How would you respond if someone said that these prophecies, like the 70 weeks prophecy, inspired Jesus to start his movement, right? Like, he read it and he thought this is the time to, the Messiah is here, and there were a bunch of movements like that. Like the life of Brian. People expecting the Messiah at the time?
Well, I mean, I think there's all kinds of
I wonder if
things that
should change the playback speed.
so many prophecies throughout the Old Testament that it's more than just, hey, could we find a dude born in this town who could act this way? I mean, there's a lot more than
They do go kind of fast.
genetic lineage that has to happen. I mean, there's certain. Let me give you another example. I mean, there's the prophecy not just about Jesus, but that the world would honor his mother. So did they trick everybody into honoring Mary? I mean, Mary prophesies everybody will call me blessed.
Alright, this is better. I think.
No, I'm saying the prophecy specifically says that the nations will call her that. Did they trick everybody into that too? When Jesus says that when I'm lifted up, I'm going to call all nations to myself. Do you not understand that's a prophecy? So that it's not just a question of can we find a guy like in Life of Brian who's born in this village and can act this way. There's all these other
I really
amazing
like the
elements that also
aesthetics and music that plays with it.
prophecies that talk about the nations worshiping the God of Israel. How would all the Gentile nations worship the God of Israel? And if that does occur, it's said to be one of the key signs that the Messiah has come.
These are very cool looking games. You know, it's cool. I sometimes sleep to my own voice. It's actually pretty. My voice is kind of relaxing.
Okay,
to
so
sleep to.
now you're just asserting all this stuff. What's your actual evidence for that? You're saying they would say, some people would say, who? What are you talking about?
The genealogy is not contradictory, opposed explanations, but there's an apparent contradiction in between Matthew and Luke.
Well, I mean, so now it's a question of do you accept the arguments for the reconciliation.
I like
so
doing
what's,
reaction
so you have a
videos.
worldview, I guess, of what? What's your position?
Agnostic?
On everything, or just on the end?
I guess I lean towards a kind of, academic skepticism where there's just probabilities.
Like everything is probabilities?
Like Cicero. I mean, we can't really be completely 100% sure about anything, but we can have reasons to believe certain things are more likely than their opposite.
Okay, what about that? Can we be sure of that?
No, but it's more likely than not. We can't be 100% sure, it's just more probable than not.
Okay, so we can't.
What about that?
What about that phrase itself? Can you be sure of that?
No, it's just more likely than not. That's the point.
Okay, so you see you're caught in. Now you're caught in a regress.
You're in an infinite regress.
Silent Hill.
Making 100% absolute statements by throwing another one out there and another one, in which case the whole thing crumbles.
Dude, it's almost 2 o'clock where I live.
You're saying. Is that right? I mean, it's not practical to be a Pyrrhonist, right? It's not practical not to believe in anything. That's the problem.
Well, but the point
You just don't have any good reasons.
the point is that you don't have any good reasons to believe in anything at all, much less agnosticism.
How do you not believe in agnosticism? If you don't believe in anything at all,
I'm saying you don't have a good reason to tell us that agnosticism is what we ought to believe. You just refuted our own basis for agnosticism.
Okay.
isn't it? So what is someone supposed to believe as a default, so to speak? I mean,
But we're just showing the absurdity of the non-theistic worldview, which is what you appear to hold. That it makes knowledge impossible. It's a defeater for knowledge.
maybe you can't justify all the knowledge you have. You can know exactly why you
No,
have
you
it.
can't justify any knowledge is the point. Any claim you make, given. So why would I listen to you about your?
Oh, that's
why would I
pretty.
listen to your arguments about your account of history and the Hebrews and Jewish Messiah and all this revelation and whatnot when I don't have any kind of coherent argument from you about how knowledge is even possible?
I wonder though,
I don't think you have an explanation.
if after should I
Well, I
react
don't from the
to
outset propose things that I don't from the outset propose things that make knowledge impossible, and you do. So that's in a much better.
there was an iceberg somewhere.
Someone could argue that your beliefs also seem kind of absurd in
No,
many ways.
it's the dream core iceberg.
This is all stuff that I didn't come up with, but the world seems very unjust, for example, right? Like the wicked prosper and the good people.
I don't know if I should though, but
You've got a god.
And what is your standard for justice?
maybe I will.
That's an internal critique of your view. I'm not taking
An internal.
Dude, these are cool looking they're cool looking games.
You're not in a position to critique my worldview when you don't have a basis for knowledge at all.
That's awesome. That's cool.
Because you're using things that are unjustified on your worldview, like logic. What's your account of logic?
I don't even need that. If it's an internal critique, it's like you can tell.
No, you do need that. So you can't even do you can't do an internal critique without relying on something like a principle of logic.
Kinda glad I put it on 80% speed.
Sola Scriptura is not found in Scripture. You need to be able to believe in Scripture to see that.
Now, that's a false analogy.
It still sounds kinda normal, but it doesn't go too fast.
I just need to use your logic. I don't even need to
There's no such thing as my logic. That's not even my
Is
logic.
the other ones going
No,
on?
logic is not my system. Logic is a universal category that's used for all argumentation. So you're absolutely wrong. You understand that to make a critique, even if it's an internal critique, you're still assuming logic.
Okay.
be arguing against logic by saying that logic has, by making an argument that logic has no foundation, for example.
think I might have to get
points out that that's self-refuting. But that's not a justification.
after. I kind of want.
I'm not saying I'm justifying logic. I'm saying even if I can't explain certain
I kind
So
of
you can't
want
explain that. You're not even
quest
missing
board.
You're not getting. You can't make sentences. You're not in a position to justify the usage and making of sentences. It's even more radical than that. So why should I listen to anything that proceeds from your mouth when your worldview has no account for logic, sentences, meaning at all?
I mean, most people would say that.
This is so awesome.
I mean, what do you say?
I feel right at home.
What do you say?
I wonder if I should like react to Queso. He's pretty fun.
I mean, that's the transcendental argument. That's the argument that we make. So I'm not trying to reframe it into something other than.
Actually, I think after I should maybe watch El Presador. He's pretty funny. He's funny.
But why? Why can someone believe in a kind of God that would allow you to have knowledge without being Christian?
Because not any kind of quote God does the actual work of grounding and justification.
Yeah, but we can get more specific.
Oh, I know what I can watch after.
Well,
that's all right.
No, at that point, it would just be a facsimile, a copy and paste of our position.
But it wouldn't involve belief in the fullness of
The word of God has.
Yeah, but the argument is for the whole paradigm.
But if you think that you can prove metaphysically that we need a triune God and the essence energy distinction and all that stuff, someone could be convinced of that using your
I
logic.
should react to that.
Convinced by the historic truth of Christianity.
Again, we've addressed all this
Adventure of Vermis as
The
well.
position is an argument for the entire worldview, including the historical account of Christianity, the incarnation. It's an entire worldview argument. It's not just an
Dogma.
argument.
I think I also want to
Gnostic informant.
react to.
I can barely hear you. Barely.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, I can hear you, just sound muffled.
Maybe I should react to AVGN.
You on the potty? Trying to argue on the potty? Just joking.
Should I react to
It sounds like it's
AVGN?
coming through internal mic, or do you have a real, like a mic?
I thought I was going to.
I don't either. Anyway, I'll turn you up.
And yeah, the.
Go ahead.
And yeah, the genius reacts. I don't know, maybe I should react to AVGN later. Or at least Earthbound. He's kind of funny. The Odyssey. Oh, these are very cool. Oh yeah. I think Shin Megami Tensei. I wanted to.
No, I'm just going to argue that you're making a word concept
By
fallacy, equivalence fallacy by thinking that Plato's triad has anything to do with the Christian triad.
There's another one. Despera experience. I'll react to Shin Megami Tensei.
I mean, the doctrine of Trinity is not equivalent to math, so I don't buy this argument.
And AVGN. Tensei 2.
A dyad? A dyad? Okay, but I'm aware of what Pythagoras says. I know what Plotinus says. Right? So
I wonder if someone already asked me the Tumars.
That sometimes overlaps, but terminology does not mean that the reference is the same. Okay, so what you said something about the Trinity. Oh, right. So for one, the Trinity comes from the Old Testament.
My
Throughout
Marsh.
the Old Testament, have entire lectures on the Trinity in the Old Testament. Interesting. I'd love to check that out. Yeah, I mean, you can look at Genesis alone. The Trinity is presented probably 20 to 30 times in the book of Genesis. So you have Genesis 1, the presentation of the Logos and the angel of God walking with Adam and Eve in the garden. We know that because we're told that the Father has no form. So no one sees God at any time, according to John 5. So who was it that was walking in the garden?
Okay.
Can only be the one who is the form of God, the Son of God. So that's just one example. I'm not done. So you can go to Genesis 12, 15, 17, all the interactions with Abraham. You'll find that there's this second person that's present
What
there
is Shin Megami Tensei about a twisted version of the Bible?
When you get to the chapter where Jacob wrestles, who's he wrestling with? He's wrestling with the Son of God. All the way up to, I mean, there's many more examples.
Shin Megami
And
Tensei.
the Spirit is mentioned distinctly in Genesis as well.
So what's it
that's
about?
a triadic doctrine for us. But I have about a 3-hour lecture going through the whole of the Old Testament, all the way up to the
Shin
book of
Megami
Judges.
Tensei 5.
There's a triad.
I don't know if I'm going to play it because, well, if I would, it's not going to be played until a long time.
In the Psalms of David, it's in the first 3 chapters.
See, maybe I should just react to my own videos.
On and on. The triad's present in
Maybe I should do that.
Isaiah. I mean, I can keep going, but it's all throughout the Old Testament. All right. So what I was going to say, the first one is, why wouldn't
I react to Resident Evil 4.
Again, it'll say Ezekiel 1 through 10. Ezekiel talks about the Son of Man, one like the Son of God, who is the image of the glory of God, riding on the chariot, and the presence of the Spirit is there with him. So all 3 persons, just the example of Ezekiel 1 through 10. And I use that example because that was specifically identified. Hold on. It specifically identifies the second person, or the angel has one like the Son of Man, one like the Son of God. So we know that angel is identified as.
I don't understand. So Shin Megami Tensei, what's it about anyway?
The word logos comes from Greek, but when John uses logos, it's from the Hebrew wisdom literature of.
I don't understand. Is it like, it's probably God's bad or something. Like we haven't seen that before. Shin Megami Tensei 5. Is it action RPG or?
Well, I think that there was exchange between probably Jews and Hellenic culture. We know that
Tensei 5.
an example of that, but the principle of what's in, for example, Proverbs or Ecclesiastes or Sirach, I mean that's prior to Philo.
Shin Megami Tensei 5 doesn't.
The pre-Socratics.
It doesn't seem very. Shin Megami Tensei doesn't seem very, at least the fifth one doesn't seem very demanding to run. Okay, so it's turn-based. That's fine. I actually don't mind turn-based games all that much. Shining resonance refrain. Shining resonance refrain. Maybe I will. Shining resonance refrain. Dragon Age. Inquisition. They weren't bad. Well, I like Shining resonance refrain better. Just because there isn't that much. Because there isn't that much. There isn't that much people who played it fully, and so I thought it was fun. I died only like once or twice. One of them was because I did it on purpose. The other one was because I was way under leveled. And I didn't know I had to play a character that I was forced into. Yeah, I think well, oh yeah, Alice Madness Returns.
Because God progressed and revealed himself over time. And so, for example, even in the Old Testament, Isaiah would have known lots more than Abraham, right? But it wouldn't conclude
Shadow
that
of
because
the
Abraham didn't know
Colossus.
everything that Isaiah knew, that Abraham didn't know anything, right? So likewise,
We're only at 15 minutes.
the Old Testament doesn't use all the terminology that's used in
Alright.
Christian, theological determination period of Nicaea or something like that. It doesn't follow from that they didn't.
Let's go to normal.
That's why when you go to the New Testament, almost all of the argumentation of the New Testament writers for the Trinity, or for what they're teaching, the proto-Trinity, is from the Old Testament. And when you read the Church Fathers, they're making all these arguments that I make. They make the argument that the Old Testament teaches the Trinity. I didn't get this. I didn't make this up. I got it from them.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying there. Yeah, that would be my intention with saying you want to keep it topic, so I'm not going to do it.
Alright. Okay.
Well, I mean, you can talk about whatever you want. I mean, why should I believe Gnosticism?
Wait, where's the... Do they not have the full soundtrack? They don't have the soundtrack to full, do they? And if they do, I can't find it.
Well, I mean, do you think their view is true? Yes. Okay. I mean, presumably, if you believe it, you think it's true, right? Wow.
Maybe they don't have it. Do they just not have it?
But you believe that, like, the view I have is not true. So, like, on what basis would
They
you
don't
say
have it, do they?
that
No.
I should believe Gnosticism, or do you not think that people should be? Maybe you think that you shouldn't convert people. I don't know.
Like, should I react to Kikoskia? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I'm reacting to too many other YouTubers. Instead of reacting to just my own, like, footage. Cycling. The great abyss.
Okay, well, hold on. So, do you think the Old Testament has any of those messianic prophecies where this angel of the Lord is present, being called the face of Yahweh, being called the messenger of the covenant? I mean, does that exist or not?
Yes, and you also have in Job, you got the sons of God all arraying themselves in front of Yahweh.
Okay, are the sons of God called Yahweh?
They're called the sons of Beni Elohim.
Are they called Yahweh?
No.
Okay, but the angel of the Lord is called Yahweh.
Which text are you talking about?
The text where Yahweh
Wow, I really like these aesthetics.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
They're good.
according to traditional Judaism,
They're really good.
Okay, nobody sees Yahweh at any time in traditional Judaism.
It used to be that way.
Yahweh has no form, so what do you mean?
Like, I don't know.
After they started getting influenced by the pre-Socratics. Before that, Yahweh had a form and he also had idols of him. He also had images of him. He looked like Zeus.
No, I mean, Moses says that you saw no form.
Moses didn't see his face. He saw his back.
Yeah, that's the angel of the Lord. Jesus says that it
Oh.
was him talking to Moses. But I'm just trying to say that you're wrong about what the Old Testament
Okay.
says. It doesn't teach that one time Yahweh had idols. Where are you getting that?
No, I would disagree with that.
Where are you getting it?
I would say the Old Testament. I'm talking about when I look at the evidence.
Hmm.
Early Israelite
Mm-hmm.
worship of Yahweh in the Sinai region and in Jerusalem.
Okay, well, but I'm talking about the text, what they teach, right? So, in...
Yeah, and those things, I mean, when he comes in those forms, it's an angel. Doesn't necessarily mean it's Jesus.
Okay, who is the angel of the Lord throughout this passage? You don't think he's identified as the Son of God? What? What does that have to do with whether our teaching is true or not?
Should I know maybe what else I should do?
Jew today doesn't believe that. That's your source.
I should. Actually, I should just do a full list of my YouTube channel, all the playlists. That way, if anything goes away, I can have proof of it. Say, hey, look at what all I've played and completed.
Can be called Yahweh, that would be idolatry.
Well, if it's a messenger of Yahweh, it would be called that.
Shadow of the Colossus.
God says in Exodus 3 and in 23.
Man, some parts I got really stuck on it.
Went before them into Palestine.
Right.
God's name cannot be shared with creatures. He's not a creator being.
Okay, so why could it be shared with Jesus then?
Oh wow, I forgot about Shadow Warrior.
Second person of God.
That's what I mean. That's my problem. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying.
Meachew, yeah. Okay.
So you're like, you didn't even know that we argue the Trinity from the Old Testament first, so you weren't aware of that. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that the Trinity is already there in the Old. It's throughout all of these passages. Jesus is.
Okay, let's do this.
I'm explaining from those texts what this is the fix. Well, I mean, in Zechariah 1, 2, and 3, you have the Father, you have the angel of the Lord standing there ministering at the altar, and then you have the presence of the Holy Spirit.
Shadow of the Colossus.
That's one example of many. How would you exegete that?
Do they have like the full soundtrack on here? I don't know if they do. Oh wait, they do.
Do you know what he's called?
Nice.
Yeshua. Is that Jesus? That's not Jesus. You know what a type is?
But they don't have shiny resonance refrain though.
No, it is.
these games don't look familiar. Well, some of them do and some of them don't. But the atmosphere goes hard.
Okay, how many chapters are there where it talks about the messenger of Yahweh and the Holy Spirit? Are there any? So you're not even aware of these texts. But you know that you're not even aware of these texts, but you're an expert on these texts.
They don't have the shining resonance refrain like full soundtrack on here. Well, they have the full soundtrack, but they don't have it like
So is this mentioned
all at once. And that's unfortunate because I actually liked the game. And how I base games is I either like the game or I don't. I either have fun or I don't. I either like the aesthetics or I don't. I either like the game, the controls and gameplay that fit with the aesthetics or I don't. I don't know. I feel like aesthetics matter, but the gameplay has to not only fit the aesthetics, but like the time of it. So for example, if we're going to say that
it's not about the people of Israel, it's about both the people of Israel. Are you just shut up and listen?
they don't have,
I know that it's about the collective people, it's also about the Messiah. So everything you argue,
I don't think they have the full soundtrack, do they?
it's like either this or that. You understand that typology can be both and. It can be both and.
Maybe I'm going to have to do it since nobody else will.
You understand that? I'm not talking about Isaiah 53, I'm talking about Isaiah 42, which is a messianic prophecy. Sorry, we're done.
Since nobody else will.
So the point was that Jews believe in messianic prophecies in terms
Yeah, I'm going to do this just a little bit.
That's all post hoc. Okay, so let's look at what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I forgot to put AVGN. Alright, let's do AVGN.
So you notice that it's always based on these word concept fallacies, right? New Testament uses the word logo. That must be pre-Socratic, esoteric.
Let's see, what should I play after? Because
what does Isaiah 42 say?
why this can finish,
My elect one in whom my soul delights.
and I do want to watch it all the way through. I don't need to watch the other ones really.
Messianic prophecy. I wonder who the elect one of Israel is. His servant that has the Holy Spirit upon him. When he comes, the Gentiles will convert. That's exactly
But I do kind of want to.
Do you think that's the only text?
Actually, you know what I can do after?
I have all the triadic texts.
Is I can go through all my videos, the playlist, very quickly.
Let's look at Isaiah 44. And I asked him a simple question, and he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
There was one iceberg that
Isaiah 44. Hear now,
I forgot, but
Israel, whom I've chosen. Now, is that the nation of Israel?
the disturbing media iceberg. What's this?
Represented in the servant upon whom is his spirit and who is the Messiah. The archetype of him is Jesus. Thus says the Lord who formed you in the womb of my Jacob, my servant, Jeshurun, I'm chosen. I will pour water. I will pour my spirit on your descendants and upon your blessing.
I do like iceberg media content.
Thus says the Lord the Redeemer. I am the first and the last. What's that? Alpha and
DVD Theorist he's pretty good. So is Wendigan. So is a lot of other people.
Isaiah 48. They're saying this is just a sample. This guy's like, there's the Trinity in the Old Testament. That doesn't exist. This is a sample. Isaiah 48:15.
So, some of them talk about, kind of snuff films. I'm not gonna go into it. Basically, children plus necrophilia. Yeah. R-word. Take that of what you will. And I've actually seen some of like this stuff. I've like listened to it. Maybe, well, just a little bit, but I'm not going to like say it more because other people have deserved the credit, and it's just not much worth it to me, I feel.
You don't just take one passage, you take the whole totality of the passage to understand the prediction of the Messiah. Let's look at Genesis. Yep.
What was... I don't know. Okay, so we're about halfway there. Shin Megami Tensei SNES drunk. SNES drunk. Shin Megami. Shin Megami 1, Shin Megami 2, Shin Megami 3. Shin Megami. So when it gets to that, maybe I will. Mylan's Secret Castle.
When the Meachew of my mother, he made mention of my name. He has made my mouth like a sharp sword, as Revelation says about Christ. In the shadow of his hand he hid me, like a polished shaft. In his quiver he hid me. He said, "You are my servant, O Israel." Christ is the ultimate servant, Israel, because he is Israel, in whom he will be glorified. How do I know that this is talking about Jesus? The Lord informed me in his womb to be a servant, to bring back Jacob, to make sure Israel is gathered to him, to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore. I will, this is the Father.
Oh, I thought that was my cursor.
Here as a light to the Gentiles, that you should be salvation to the ends of the earth. Thus says the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel, the Holy One.
Okay, there's one iceberg. There's the one iceberg video that I forgot what it's called, but it's here somewhere. Or maybe I just forgot.
And these are just a few examples. I can keep going throughout the rest of the chapters of Isaiah. I don't just need Isaiah 53.
What's it called?
Isaiah 61.
Dang it.
In a second, when I'm done with some messianic prophecy.
I might not actually remember.
The Spirit of the Lord is upon me.
It's unfortunate because I liked it.
I wonder if that's about Jesus. Maybe.
Maybe I don't remember.
The Spirit of God is upon me. Jesus speaking. The Spirit of the Father is upon me. That's a triad. In countless passages of the Old Testament. This is cited in Luke 4 of Jesus fulfilling this passage. And do you understand? Again, Jews.
Well, I don't know what. I don't know.
Numbers also has priestly blessing
Maybe I should. Should I put AVGN in the background as well? Maybe I should.
Holy, holy, holy.
Kinda want to do that. Just put it in the back. Okay, you know what? I got it.
Look at this.
Alright, you're gonna get paused just for a little bit.
So he became their savior. Who did? He was afflicted. The angel of his presence.
Hey, where's AVGN when you need him?
That's Jesus.
AVGN. AVGN. AVGN.
His Holy Spirit.
Every Halloween episode.
I mean, you can't read the book of Isaiah unless you just.
Could I put like every? Okay, you know what? For.
Go ahead. So we had another person that wants to chat. What's up, man?
AVGN full. Alright, let's just do it now. I'll put it on.
Probably the most controversial, misunderstood, and hard to research concepts of power scaling. We often use this when attempting to grasp the true scale of certain fictional characters. They can either destroy time-space continuums, or better yet, exist in higher realms even beyond our own comprehension. And by the end of this video,
Alright.
dimensional tyranny is actually
Maybe I should put AVGN in the background. I just put it on.
straight into it. So, some of you may be asking, what is dimensional tiering? Well, dimensional tiering is the type of scaling that doesn't ignore the differences between dimensional quantities. Or in other words, to dimensionally tier something is to take into account how many dimensions the thing occupies. So, for example, if a character destroyed a tesseract, also known as a hypercube, this would be a fourth-dimensional being, since tesseracts or hypercubes are defined by being
Put it.
So, why does this difference matter? Well, let me give you an example to show you how important this difference is. Let's take a square.
This is hard to do. Wait, what am I doing? I wanted to watch that still.
And if we compare it to a cube with at least one in length, width, and height, how many squares can we fit into the cube? Why is it necessary? Why is the game? The square has no height or zero height, so even an infinite amount of squares stacked on top of each other.
Why do you have to die when you fall in the water? It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. This guy should go all over fighting
to ignore just how many squares the cube
There we go.
It's the same how many zeros are needed to be added together to reach one. To go in reverse of how many squares this cube level person can destroy, we have to talk about ways to measure energy, which would be in joules. A joule is what a force of 1 unit, which is when an object of 1 kilogram has an acceleration of 1 meter per second, acts on that object in the direction of the force of motion through a distance of 1 meter. So joules are in part defined by a weight. Obviously,
Yeah.
something like a 1 by 1 by 1 meter cube.
I think playing it in the background is better.
It doesn't even really make sense to apply a weight to something that is similar to the number of zeros needed to reach 1. Oh wait, like a kilogram is exclusively a 3-dimensional measurement, which means that normal joule values cannot be applied to a higher or lower dimension object without producing ridiculous results like going infinite joules, which isn't very useful.
Alright, I'll turn it down a little.
It's a 0-dimensional object. A line is a 1-dimensional object. Something like a square is 2D, and something like a cube is 3D. But how do we deal with objects with more than 3 dimensions? And what even is a 4th-dimensional object? Well, to start talking about objects with more than 3 dimensions, we can look back at our
Yeah, I'll put this.
Oh well, I might as well kill some zombies in the meantime. Stock up on
Right there.
Oh shit! Now I gotta start all over again. One of the worst things in the game are pitfalls, which are areas where there's like stones or blocks that look like you could walk on them, but instead you just
I gotta stop messing with it. Wake up, yeah, okay. So I think having AVGN also is good. It seems a little bit obsessive, but I like when there's multiple people talking in the background. I think having AVGN is good. I think that it's just better with it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's like listening to multiple things at once. Hey, I can handle it. Also, I could just close the other tabs and make it run better. Maybe I should put it, press it around the background. That'd be funny. Wait, hold on. I know this is gonna sound be weird, but like I'm gonna put El Presidor in the background as well. Maybe I should put golf though.
Why can't I do that when it changes from day to night? That would actually be helpful. So what the game designers figured is this.
That girl Riley got banned for cheating? I think that's possible on PC.
How about vanquish this horrible game? The only sure way to get through this awful game.
I don't know. Should I play? I don't know what I should listen to. Word at War, Call of Duty Ghost. Don't I have my own? Maybe. I wonder if I got rid of it. It should be here somewhere. Oh, you know what?
That's also a fallacy that you claim that you're not aware of anything else around it doesn't mean it is around it.
First of all,
how do you know that?
There's no enemies in Dracula.
Right there.
All the way through, and the only obstacles are like going up and down steps. What the hell is this point?
How do you know the system is that? You're just telling me all these different things. Like what's the steps of an analyzer? Have you ever read numbers to perception? Where your perception is something?
Wait, hold on. It's kind of hard for me to balance this stuff. Yeah, I'll put it in the background. Wait, what am I doing? So the president needs to go down a little. Yeah, I'll put it at the very, like, the almost muted.
How do you know that if he's stating some metaphysical claim and you don't tell me how you know that that's the case? Any of your assertions that you've made in the last 5 minutes, you just keep asserting things, and I'm asking you, how do we know that that's the case? What's the justification for that? You said is this reality? Is that what you're saying? No, I've been asking you. Where's the answer to the question? You're going to ask me a question. I've asked you for what reason.
Oh, I think I know why. I think the reason why having multiple things playing in the background is good is because I like sleeping to multiple voices and multiple things at once. And so having multiple tabs open, playing different media helps it to where I don't need multiple phones to listen to multiple things. And I think that's a cool thing to have.
You don't understand that's a circle? Your very diagram, your EFP is a circle. I'm calling that into question. How do you know that that's the case? So your argument is there's no way to question it. That's so dumb. That doesn't mean that it's justified, so what?
The president is funny.
So maybe we can't make statements. No, I just don't think that there's self-evident axioms. So what's the answer to the criterion problem? Do you know what the criterion problem is? Do you know what the criterion problem is? In epistemology, it's one of the most famous problems in epistemology. You know what it is? I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but if you want to... I'm asking you variations on the criterion problem. So I'm asking you if you even know what the problem is. Okay, so you consider yapping. You don't even know the basic question I'm asking, which shows that you know the basic problem. Yeah, right. I made it up, right? So it's epistemology 101. I made it up. I can't know what you mean if I haven't experienced before. So if I go to Japan and guys talk about green, no, it just shows me that you don't know the discipline in the arena that you're trying to speak to. So
What is that?
if modern secular epistemologists haven't solved this, you just now learning it are not going to solve it. Wait a minute, you said you didn't know what it was. Now you do.
Should I put queso on?
Dude, this is so stupid.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, huh? This isn't the same. Queso and others. Spooky time. Spooky. I can barely hear him. Like, see, President doesn't fit with his vibe, I think. Convenience store. First to fathom.
Connected to it, and it should work. This has worked in the past. Some servers may not work with it, but do keep this in mind if you only have plutonium World at War. To my knowledge, World at War is the only game that you can do this on for plutonium. I would highly recommend checking out World at War if you've been wanting to play it again. For the original Modern Warfare 2, Steam is playable, but as I mentioned, I wouldn't entirely recommend playing it there for security reasons.
Queso, please. Please.
There was an update to the game with the new .exe that did fix the warp exploit at the time, but the game itself still isn't.
Let's put first to fathom.
All you need to do again is just drop the Ultiware.exe into your Modern Warfare 2 directory and run it. Feel free to join into the Ultiware Discord to get info.
The prisoner just doesn't fit in, I think.
It does have a couple of issues to my knowledge. I've been told that there are some back-end issues with the game where ranks will randomly reset. More recently, you're not able to save custom classes if you try to change them. I did test this, and it does seem to be the case on Steam. I tried changing this AK to a commando, and it didn't load in game. If you get stuck in this downloading game settings loop, you can hit escape to get out of it. On the Steam version, you'll mostly find EU Team Deathmatch servers. There are some NA Nuketown servers, but recently I've seen and heard of an influx of cheaters on the Nuketown servers, so beware of that. Plutonium Black Ops 1 is a viable option, especially for zombies as well. Covering both the original Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops 2 in this section, the Steam versions of these games are still the two that I've advised the most against playing due to the security of these games. These two games are where I've heard the most horror stories with security and exploits. I would just genuinely not bother with the Steam version of these games. If you do want to play these games though, I would definitely recommend playing them on Plutonium as they're usually the most populated Plutonium clients, especially Black Ops 2. As I mentioned at the start of the video, you can use the MW3 dedicated server tool from Steam as your installation for Plutonium. For Call of Duty Ghosts and Advanced Warfare, these two are some of the lesser populated COD games on both Steam and the Ultiware client versions. According to the Steam charts, there's roughly some 100 players on each of the games. You might be able to play Team Deathmatch games on Steam on weekends and maybe VPNing to either NA or EU depending on the time of day to find lobbies. I wasn't able to find a TDM on Advanced Warfare on a Saturday afternoon with 84 players on the game, so take that as you will. Despite the Steam versions of these games being on P2P connections, I can't imagine the cheating situation or security issues are so far out of hand, but again, given the population, I'd be surprised if there were any active cheaters. Your biggest issue with playing Call of Duty Ghosts is just dealing with campers and IEDs, so if you like randomly exploding, then hey, go crazy and go check out Call of Duty Ghosts. If you do want to play Ghosts, I would highly recommend installing it on an internal SSD, as that'll fix the render scope issue. Otherwise, if you really do want to play these games, then double check the Steam charts and get active within the Ultiware Discord to get the client population. As it goes with every year, there's always something with Black Ops 3 on PC. Most recently, the Boy client source code went public, and with that came a new update to the client with the new T7X EXE. Use this for the most up-to-date version of the client. Now, the new T7X EXE is not the T7 patch. The T7 patch is for Steam, the T7X EXE is for the Boy client. I would not recommend playing Steam Black.
Okay, let's do this.
That's not like I do this, but it sends you straight. Yes, sir.
Dude, Gnostics just get beaten down by Jay Dyer. It do be sad. Mm-hmm.
No, we don't believe that there's heads of the church. We're not papists. So you're saying what the head of the church does is bad. No, there is no head of the church. The role of the Pope and the doctrine that we hold. The papacy became lustful for worldly power and over many centuries conceded more and more to grasping at worldly power, and by eventually
Dude, rubber latex cat suit looks so cool.
proclaimed themselves to be god emperors. We look at something like Sultanas Papae in 1274. So that's, I think, the root of it is pride and grasping for Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about the Spanish Inquisition, which burned a couple thousand people in the late Middle Ages.
I love how people try to say that, like, God is evil for flooding the earth and destroying Sodom and Gomorrah, despite being an arbitrary, finite, relativistic human who probably in their mind doesn't really matter, is determined, predetermined, and ultimately can't even know if they have free will. So that what the arguing is made, or they try to say God's evil based on some arbitrary standard, which basically just means that they just don't prefer it, they just don't like it, which is not an argument because there's no justification to what evil is, what good is, why order is better than chaos, why every human's dying is a bad thing. You can't say all humans dying is objectively bad, and to say that human existence is good is nonsensical from that worldview, because that worldview can't even justify why something is good other than, well, it just is. There is no why, so it just is. But the issue is then you get to is that David Hume, you can't get an out from an is, so using something or something being the case, something being logical, doesn't really mean anything. Just saying, well, everything it's all bad just based on my preference or consensus, those are fallacies. They don't actually mean anything other than they just don't prefer it. And then it doesn't work because it's just a matter of preferences. What if every action is essentially equal, worthless, and nihilistic, or an illusion where it doesn't matter, then ultimately what people like and don't like doesn't really matter, because everybody goes to the same place, which is dead, down in the ground, down in the dumps. There is no worldview that is better than any other.
Between my position and your position, how do we judge?
Like how can there be any worldview that is essentially better than any other worldview other than the person, other than they just don't prefer it over one over the other one. The other problem because you can't have knowledge because everything is circular due to presuppositions. So you need something that's coherent, and we constantly use, even if they don't believe in it. For example, atheists will appeal to metaphysical things that aren't always proven physically, or they're not proven in a science type of way that can be necessarily tested. It just doesn't work because epistemology and metaphysics, you need sort of a grounding justification that's consistent, even if people don't believe it. They argue from incredulity, they argue with fallacies. Um, they argue with burden of joinder or burden of rejoinder, meaning they keep failing to understand the premise. They keep failing to understand what they're arguing against and how to argue against it and why. Basically, if we don't have a why to do something, then there is no better or worse because it just is. And saying that it just is, and I think in some cases might be valid, but then you run into the problem if everything is determined, if it's deterministic universe that can't really ground anything, and if you can have morals without God, at least if you appeal to objective morals without God, and that a universe or reality it just is, it just is a cause and effect from evolution or samsara, the cycle, or the cycle in Buddhism or Hinduism, the cycle of reincarnation. Basically, any belief that requires an external something that you had no choice in, which is almost all of them. I've checked, I think, except the ODS Mormon view, I think is different. Then you have to ultimately bite the bullet. You have to say there simply is no way to delineate the true and the false, the good and the bad. There's no way to know about free will or knowledge or meaning in a deterministic universe. For example, 2 plus 2 always being 4 doesn't tell you why you shouldn't murder someone. And that's kind of the point. Logic can tell you how it is, but logic alone can't give a justification on morals because you need both the pragmatic and the morality. You need both. God is both the pragmatic and the why. Even if you say that reality doesn't need God to function, reality and logic and math, which I think are just aspects of God anyway in some ways, you have to say that God is a little bit greater because God can use logic, God can use the laws of logic in a way to make things bend to Him. But logic can't do the same thing because logic is limited by its inability to give a justification. Because not only can logic not really talk to you, but it's not personal. It just is. Well, you want to know what else is logical? All humans dying. Because if all humans die, there's no reason to say why all humans dying is a bad thing. Again, what makes something better than something else other than the person? And here's the other thing too. The person who says that reality doesn't need a God to function could just be determined or predetermined to believe that, and thus it might not even be them saying it. Like, yeah, they are saying it, but they're not using their own free will because you wouldn't be able to tell. If you had no free will, you wouldn't be able to tell you don't have free will, and thus you are trapped somewhere in a cycle that is basically never ending, and ultimately nothing matters.
If what you said in the first premise there is the case,
like why care about anything?
Other things that necessarily follow from that. So
it doesn't work.
That would then mean that what he says in the Gospel of John, say chapters 5 to 9, is also true, that his Father is the Yahweh of the Old Testament. By extension, it would mean that all those appearances in the Old Testament of the angel of the Lord as Yahweh are also Christ. So the whole thing, it was kind of like a package deal. The rest of
How can people say that? Also, the other thing too I want to talk about is the David Hume one. No, actually, no, I just got kind of done talking about that. Is that people say, well, God can't do the logically impossible. He can't make good truth into a lie. He can't do 2 plus 2 equals 5. But then you have to wonder, how do you know? If you don't have all knowledge and you don't have all power, how do you know for certain what God can or can't do? Would you even think about stuff the same way if you knew God couldn't do something? It's like, how do you know what God can and cannot do if you're a finite human being? Oh, God can't tell a lie. Are you sure that he can, or can he, or just he won't? Because we humans make our definitions that we not only don't even agree on, but we can't even know for certain if it's actual or not.
that Jesus is who he says he is. And the totality of divine revelation, the whole package deal, is all true.
So it's very hard to say which one is more important. It's hard to say. Well, it's not hard to say which one's more important. But it is hard to say how one justifies how they would know it. Also, Jesus Christ is a married bachelor. Jesus Christ didn't get married the human traditional way. He was single, but he was married to the church. So he's a single human, but he's married to the church. Therefore, he is a married bachelor. Also, when people say, "Oh, God can't do something," it's like, as I said before, you can't actually know. If you had all knowledge and all power, you'd probably be thinking a lot different, because reality is a monumental place. It's a big place with probably alternate realities, invisible realities, transcendent realities, realities you can't even imagine, realities that are irrelevant to any sort of scale at all, and that includes the scale of like math, but you can't even measure it because it's just so dang high. So how are you going to know what kind of math, what God can and can't do, if you can't actually know what God can or can't or will or can do? And it's like, well, you really can't. You can't know what God can and can't do. They're just saying, well, we know what God can and can't do, so therefore he can't. Well, how do you know what he can and can't do? You're just saying that, and you're not actually proving it. Oh, well, because we've all agreed to a consensus, or we know 2 plus 2 has to equal 4, because that's what works, even though what works is arbitrary and to the person, because they're a finite human being. You can't actually say or know what God can or can't do. What if God could and can logically contradict himself? you can't say that I'm wrong for believing that because you can't actually prove anything for certain. You wouldn't be able to prove even your own self to yourself. So I think it's just kind of ridiculous when people would say, well, I knew better. You knew better. It's like, really, you know better? I don't think you do know better. Birds, flesh birds. It's playing audio. But yeah, it's kind of hard to power scaling. It just comes down to universal, irrelevant characters, universal characters. Well, no, not universal, but boundless characters versus irrelevant characters. And boundless, you kind of just have to make up your own theoretical statements because you can't even comprehend what that could mean because that could mean different things to different people. So if it means different things to different people, then I would say that yeah. Okay, let's just do this now. But yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that there we go. Dreamland.
Mouths can be used in Dreamcore images, and this mouth right here is the one that is most commonly used. This gives me really creepy vibes, like old TV shows I watched when I was a kid or something.
Yeah, it gives you creepy
vibes.
vibes.
Bed where she will lie down and fall asleep. Then the dreaming begins. Madosuke's next dream transports her to a black nothingness filled with hate. Clouds are a staple of dreams in general, and they're used in Dreamcore to give the images a much more stairs, and as I walked through the carpeted floors and white doors, it never ended. It was just staircases after hallways, after staircases, through doors, and so it was a really influential dream for me. Anyways, these shadow people in Dreamcore images really say and expected this message is, when done right, is perfect. I mean, it is dream doing.
Let's go to layer 2.
It's kind of childish and fun. You should check it out. A lot of Dreamcore images have an overlay that looks like it came out of an old RPG game like Undertale. I think it really adds to the vibe of it, and even adds some nostalgia, since I know a lot of people grew up with these RPG games like Zelda and such. Enough Dreamcore memorabilia on there. This game has a lot of images. The other reason I can think of furniture next to it, in fact, as if this place was crafted. Gosh, the first thing that comes to mind when I see this is movie theaters. I remember they used to look so big, so...
Yeah.
Hey! Death.
Alright.
This is the game that I played in high school. Not sure what this website is, but well, this looks like that famous painting, but like from the outside, you know what I mean? I'm here to watch over you. I worry a lot about you. I hope you'll be better. I'll take care of you during this time.
Alright. What's
At this point, I want to change tack from the atmosphere and feel and aesthetic design of the game to talk about the combat. This is really all that keeps you going for a long time in this game. Stringing prose at the beginning about mankind having a destiny, and this young woman talking about the prophecies of the time. So you're really left with not understanding what to do or where to go. In the opening area of the game, it plays a little bit of a story. It's extremely confusing, and the fact that you have to do this in the very first area before you unlock it at one of the most important merchants in the game, that's really tough. Wizardry 7 has the best system of character creation and development I've ever seen in an RPG game. It's really satisfying to create a party with so many disparate races and classes. You get the standard fantasy races of elves, dwarves, gnomes, etc. But you also get strange, monstrous creatures, my favorites. There's lizard men, cat people, dog people, some sort of weird yeti creature. It really gives you a rich feel to role play. You also get a wide variety of classes, and this is where the game really shines. Choosing exactly what mixture of classes are necessary for your party, and how you're going to change the classes of the characters you have is really interesting, and it's just full of all sorts of possibilities. There's lords, which are sort of like paladins. There's Valkyries, which are female-only characters that have the ability to cheat death and avoid a fatal attack. One of my favorite classes is the Psionicist, who has a sort of mixture of divine healing spells like Cure Paralysis.
Psionicist, huh? Anyway, as I was saying before,
like psionic fires, and most especially things like psionic blast and mind flay, which not only does damage to an enemy, but it has a chance of turning them insane, which means they may miss their turn or attack other enemies. This can be a game-changing thing in fight, and I just like the idea of a powerful master of the mind. It's something that's kind of left out, unfortunately, in a lot of RPG systems and video games. Weird mind powers, like in the Complete Psionics Handbook, and I love that it's included here. There's also Samurai, which can do critical strikes that instantly kill an enemy, or ninjas that can do the same thing, but also hide in shadows and fight just with their bare hands and feet. The game not only includes multi-classing, but it really encourages it. The more advanced classes, like the Lord or the Samurai, have the ability to cast spells and do melee attacks.
I don't like it, but
there's no benefit to staying with a class that just does melee attacks or just casts spells.
Well,
it's
actually,
best
I
to
think
do
I
both so your characters have a diverse set of skills to attack any particular
Wizards and
situation.
Warriors
The only problem is that when you level up, you do randomly level up your stats, which is really annoying because you may have a really beefy fighter who upgrades
Wizardry
his
isn't bad,
intelligence,
but
which
it's
he
kind
doesn't
of
really need.
feels
But
like
if you're one of those
blends
mixed
of
classes,
Lord
it's
and
probably
Magic.
best to have a mixture of
I'd
different
rather
stats,
play
so I guess it works out in the end. This can lead to some
the two
weird
other
situations.
games.
For instance,
Like
my Psionicist has a
Wizards
strength
and
of
Warriors of Lord
18.
of Aiden
18
Thunder's
strength.
Game.
So, I mean, he's a
Also,
spellcaster,
Aiden
so he's walking
Chronicles, the
around
first mage.
presumably carrying
I'd
a
rather
magic
play that.
stick and wearing
To be
wizard
honest,
robes. And yet
even
he's
though
also
that
just
game's
completely
tough.
shredded and has like a six-pack
Yeah, you can
and
get
just like
like
these
stuck
brilliant
if you're not
guns. So, I
prepared.
mean, it helps with carrying capacity, but it's kind of strange. When you create your characters at the beginning of the game, it can be a little bit irritating because you see, this is an old school game, and when you roll your character, it randomly assigns how many points you can level up in your stats. That is your strength, intelligence, piety, vitality, etc. You
Come
start
back.
off with a base number of stats depending on the race that you pick, but the number of bonus points you get then is randomized. So you may have a number of bonus points only to get a limited number of classes, a very simplistic class like warrior or mage. If you want to start out with one of the fancier, more complex classes, that means an endless amount of re-rolling, and you can spend hours doing this just to get it perfectly right. I think that Wizardry 8 really handled this better and just allowed you to do it from the beginning. It's kind of annoying. You get a variety of skills that you get to level up over time, and it's best just to level up your fighting skill as much as possible if you're a melee character, and get as many points immediately into your magic casting ability if you're a spellcaster. I do enjoy how some of the skills have weird names that you kind of have to figure out. It's another aspect of of the games to get you to really care about the game and pay attention to the world. It doesn't just say arcane magic or divine magic. It says things like theology for divine magic and theosophy for psionics. It also says kirajutsu, the art of killing, instead of critical strike, or ninjutsu instead of hiding in shadows. You really have to pay attention to the manual or you may not know what the heck they're talking about. There are a variety of other skills that you're going to have to get while playing the game, and making your characters and your party and leveling them up is always one of the most satisfying processes of playing an RPG game. I think this game has the depth and complexity and extraordinary variety to play the game in such an amazing number of ways that you can do it over and over again, and setting it just the way you want it in that particular playthrough is extremely satisfying. I really, really love it in this game, and I can do it over and over again. Combat in Wizardry 7 can be very, very challenging, especially compared to modern games. The Wizardry series does have a reputation of great difficulty, and even though this is probably the easiest of the Wizardry games up till that time, it was still very, very complicated, and you can get killed very easily if you do not pay attention to what's going on at all times. Combat is done through a first-person perspective, just like the rest of the game, and is turn-based, and the sheer variety of things that you can do while fighting can be very confusing, but it's also, like character creation, very interesting. The first three characters in your party are considered to be in the front row, and they can use melee attacks. The final three characters are considered to be in the back row, and they can use only extended reach weapons like spears or polearms, bows and arrows or crossbows, and spells. So typically you're going to have your frontline melee fighters up front and your squishy spellcasters in the back. It's so much better having this way than it is in the Might and Magic games where everyone is just out in front and your spellcasters can get demolished really quickly. It's just kind of ridiculous seeing that happen in those games. It makes so much more sense here. You can choose from a variety of different attack types, such as swinging or thrusting, bashing, and each of those things does something a little bit different. It may change the amount of damage that you do, change your two-hit roll, or change your ability to penetrate an enemy's armor. It's especially important for melee characters to find weapons that have the melee option, because the melee option, even though it severely hurts your chance to hit and chance to penetrate armor, it actually has a chance of doing double damage, which is almost always better. The fact that you lose that to hit and to penetrate often really doesn't matter at all. Just the ability to do that much damage is vastly more important. So finding weapons like two-handed swords, the Zweihander, the Flambers, the Nodachi that can do that is really, really important. It's something you should look for very quickly. Spells come in a variety of forms. There's the standard support spells that would haste you, which increases your initiative, slows the enemy, which decreases their initiative, heal wounds, which is all important, cure paralysis, cure poison, sane mind, etc., and also the offensive spells. These offensive spells come in three types. There's ones that damage just a single enemy, ones that damage enemies in one stack, and ones that damage all the enemies on screen in all of the stacks. In the combat screen, you'll see that the enemies are listed below in the middle. They can come in a variety of different stacks, that is, groups of enemies to fight. Sometimes you'll just face one enemy, sometimes you'll face a couple of dozen, because there are tons of them in a variety of stacks. Typically, you can only target one stack per round, but much later on in the game, you're going to get those spells where you can target everyone on screen, like nuclear blast, or asphyxiation, or mind flay, and you can just watch as dozens of enemies instantly die to this hugely powerful spell you've just cast, and that's really cool. Unfortunately, in Wizardry 6 and 8, I think that for some reason or another, those spells didn't really work as well. You were kind of already towards the end of the game at that point by the time you got such powerful spells. Either that or the enemies had such stunning magic resistance at the time that the enemies really couldn't be damaged by magic, and you just had to rely on melee. But in Wizardry 7, you can get tons of damage with these area effect, weapon of mass destruction type spells, and they are amazing. It's key to get a mage or a bishop in the party. Bishops are mixtures of the mage and priest class and can get spells from both of them, however they level up much more slowly. Psionicists and alchemists can also do damage with arcane spells, but they have their own unique little spell list, and it's not as impressive as the mage or bishops. This is going to be your bread and butter attack against groups of enemies. Mages are useful for fighting groups of mediocre to weak enemies, whereas you're really going to need to rely on melee fighters in order to destroy single, large, powerful enemies that are are almost certainly immune to most magic. There's such a huge variety of options to go through on the combat screen, it's hard to know where to begin. If you're a monk, a bard, a ninja, or a rogue, you get the Hide in Shadows ability, which allows you to attempt to hide from enemies during combat, which means that you can get sneak attack damage from them if you choose to attack them, and you can't be targeted by melee attacks, although you can still be targeted by spells, so if somebody throws a fireball at you, you're gonna die. Probably the biggest predicament that you'll have while playing the game is choosing when to rest and for how long. You see, after battle, when your guys are wounded, they're not going to regenerate health by resting. You only can regenerate health by using healing magic or special artifacts, and those artifacts are rare and you're not likely to have them most of the time, and certainly not for all characters. Hiding in shadows is unfortunately not necessarily the best skill in the game because it takes a little time in order to build up the ability, and quite a few enemies have the ability to just see through it and you fail hiding in shadows, especially if they're really tough enemies, although if you get it up to a very high level it can be useful. I just found it kind of unnecessary, just sort of a waste of a turn, but you can get a ton of extra backstab damage and it does allow you to attack even if you're in the back row. It makes thieves and bards and ninjas a lot more versatile. There are a bunch of other things you can do based on your class. For instance, if you are a bard, you can get musical instruments and get an unlimited number of casts of certain spells based on playing those instruments. And there are just such a huge variety of spells to use. I especially love asphyxiation, which makes all creatures on screen make a saving throw versus death, and if they fail, they instantly suffocate. And of course, Mind Flay, which badly damages all of the enemies, but also has a chance of turning them insane if they survive. So even if they live, they'll be insane and much more vulnerable. There's a Word of Death that the priest can get. The priests don't really have much in the way of offensive spells, but the ones they do get, like Word of Death, that's really, really useful. And I got it earlier than I got any other area of effect spell, like Mind Flay or Nuclear Blast, so the fact that I got that so much earlier was really cool and very useful. There are also some amazing spells like Conjuration and Create Life, which allows you to summon creatures, and unfortunately some of the summoned creatures that you get are not that great. They're like demons or sphinxes that cast spells, but they cast spells against enemies whether you want them to or not. Against enemies that have such a high magic resistance, they're essentially useless. So really the Conjuration spell, depending on what you get, and it's random depending on what power level you use, they can be really useful, or they can be useful for damaging enemies, but more likely they'll be useful as a meat shield to take hits instead of your party, and that can be absolutely game-changing when you get that, and multiple classes can get the Conjuration ability. Eventually your characters that are sort of dual fighter spellcasters, like the Lord, Valkyrie, or Samurai, can build up their spellcasting ability and be really, really versatile in combat and do tons and tons of damage themselves, which is very useful if you're confronted by huge numbers of enemies. It's better to use a fireball, even if your melee attack is better, it's only going to hit a small number of people, compared to something that targets an entire stack of enemies. Eventually, towards the end of the game, I kind of found that the spellcasters were less useful than the fighter or warrior-type characters like the Samurai and the Valkyrie, because they can deal out a guaranteed huge amount of damage. We're talking about 30, 40, or 50 per attack, and they get multiple attacks per round. So they can dish out a ton of punishment, whereas it was much dicier to use the spellcasters because it was more likely for their spells just to fail against an enemy and not penetrate their spell resistance. There are a few spells that you can get that are meant to do a huge, overwhelming amount of damage against one enemy rather than target a mass of enemies, and these can actually be pretty impressive. Like Deep Freeze can generally get 100 points of damage against an enemy, which is pretty good. Of course, you can get a variety of protection spells. Some of them, like Armor Plate, Enchanted Blade, and Magic Screen, you can cast before battle, and it's essential when you're wandering around dangerous areas to always keep those things up. If they're not up, you're going to be in serious danger when you get into the battle, because you're not going to have time to cast them. Something about this game's combat combat is that they really encourage you to visit an overwhelming amount of stunning, sudden force, a kind of blitzkrieg at the very beginning that just demolishes enemies, because the more time you spend in combat, the greater the danger to your party. It's really encouraged to destroy your enemies as swiftly as possible. It's not really meant to be a grind fest. You're not really supposed to spend a long time gruelingly fighting enemies, or else you'll take so much damage and have so many status effects put on you, you're not going to be able to win. Some of the protection spells, like Fire Shield and Anti-Magic, are things that you have to cast during battle, and sometimes it's much better to work on these first to sort of get your party strong enough to survive, especially if you're fighting enemies later in the game who have lasers. Yeah, you fight against robots in this game who have devastating laser attacks that Fire Shield can prevent against. So, when you choose to cast a spell, you have to choose its power level from 1 to 7, and depending on the spell, this changes the effects. Usually it just means doing more damage, but it could also mean for the defensive spells, keeping those spells cast over your characters for a longer duration. The higher the power level of the spell, the harder it is to cast it without the spell fizzling. Occasionally you can try to cast something and it'll say that the spell fizzled, which means you lost all of the spell points and nothing happened, which can be really frustrating. Although that can happen to enemies as well, so it's a two-way street. Choosing the exact right power level for your spell is an essential part of the game and adds a lot of variety and just makes you question what you're doing. Should I hang on to these spell points and save them for later, or do I have to go all out and use the most powerful spell blast I could get? A really annoying thing about combat is that you have to be very careful if you're going to cast a spell, because once you set it to be cast, it's going to be cast no matter what you do, even if all of the enemies on screen are dead. That's right, it follows Final Fantasy I style rules. So if you order a character to cast that fireball spell, it doesn't matter if everything is already dead, he's going to cast it. It just doesn't make sense. Is he just casting it into the ether? Why? What is the point? You just waste spell points. It just forces you to be unnecessarily careful about what you're going to do. I mean, wouldn't he stop if everyone was already a corpse? Wouldn't he just not cast it? Why are they doing it if they're already freaking dead? And like with all of the Wizardry games, status effects make a major impact on combat, and there are a ton of them, from blindness to irritation to insanity, and these are probably the most serious things that you have to worry about while playing. I mean it, more even than the damage the enemies do or the health they have. You need to worry about whether you're being inflicted with all of these horrible status effects like poison, and I need to strongly emphasize here, get the Cure Poison spell as soon as possible. In this game, poison is crazy. It is absolutely nutty. You can get poisoned by a variety of enemies, and you're poisoned often for dozens and sometimes hundreds of rounds. You can get poisoned over and over again. You can get poisoned for over 200 rounds. I don't even know if there's a limit on how long you can be poisoned for, and doing that essentially means death. There is really nothing you can do about it, because even your Cure Poison spell that your character can cast, even if they cast it at max level, it's not going to take off more than a few dozen rounds of that poison. So, you were poisoned for 150 rounds instead of 200 rounds. The poison will gradually eat away at your health and kill you unless you have a Cure Poison potion, and even then you may need multiple Cure Poison potions to fully get rid of the poison. A lot of the time when you play this game, if you get poisoned, you simply have to reload. It's like dying. You simply have to save before every battle and then reload afterwards, because if you're poisoned, your character is essentially dead. And it gets even worse than that, because if you try to resurrect a character when they're poisoned after they have died, they're resurrected and they're alive once again, ready to fight. But get ready for this, they're still poisoned. Your priest has the ability to call forth the heavens, the power of the gods themselves, to rewrite history and bring your character back from the land of Thanatos. But you're still poisoned somehow. The poison still remains in your carcass during the resurrection process, and you can die once again from poison. It's absolutely crazy. I hate poison in this game, and I can understand how in some games, like Neverwinter Nights, for instance, poison is kind of meaningless, because it really doesn't do very much to the character. It doesn't eat away at your health, it just destroys your strength. And there are so many antidote potions to the poison you can buy right from the beginning of the game, and they're very cheap. So I can see both sides. Poison shouldn't be meaningless, but it shouldn't be this grindingly, brutally terrible. Among the other status effects, the enemies that can paralyze you and turn you insane are the most dangerous. When you're paralyzed, you are much easier to hit, and enemies can just demolish you if that happens. It's also, like with the other Wizardry games, very difficult to cure someone on the fly in the middle of a battle, and your characters are going to get these afflictions from enemies usually en masse. So it's not like one character is typically going to be paralyzed, but 2, 3, 4, maybe even the entire party are going to be paralyzed at once. And even if you're lucky enough to have the character with the Cure Paralysis spell not paralyzed, and that almost never happens, ironically that guy is almost the first to get paralyzed, it seems, you're still not going to be able to do it effectively, because each round he can only de-paralyze one person, and that's if he has enough spell points to do that. These status effects are absolutely savage, and sometimes you're just going to have to quit and reload the game if you get affected by one of them. And that's not even the bad status effects. I mean, poison is bad, but the real bad ones are stone, which converts your character into a statue. I guess you just duct tape him to the back of your backpack and carry him around with you forever afterwards. How does a cure stone potion work exactly? Now, I mean, you can't ingest it, obviously. Do they just, drizzle it over the statue? Is that what they do? I guess, right? And disease. Both of these things have their own particular cure spell or potion that you need to get in order to cure them. And they're not exactly cheap, and they're not exactly common. And if someone gets stoned in the middle of a dungeon and the only way to get unstoned is by finding a potion that's miles and miles away and would take forever to get to, again, you're basically going to have to reload the game. Be especially careful around disease. I happen to be diseased early on in the game because this is Wizardry 7, you can get the most fearsome status effect that it is virtually impossible to cure very early in the game, in the first area, within a few hours of booting up the game. And my character, I saved the game stupidly because I didn't realize how serious disease was, and my character was essentially dead from that point on. Disease does not get better. There is no waiting it out. You have to cure it. It actually gets worse over time, unlike even poison, and eventually your character is going to be stoned and dead because of the disease. I think there might be a way to go to the healer in town, and if you give him literally all of your gold, you might be able to cure, I hope, but if you can't, that's just an unacceptable part of this game. I mean, disease really shouldn't exist, at least at this level of the game. You shouldn't be able to stumble across it in the first town like I did. This game and its combat is pretty darn brutal. And if things don't go your way, you can choose to execute an intelligent and well-planned tactical withdrawal in order to regroup. Weirdly enough, when you run during combat, the game actually physically moves your party several squares away from the fight. It's kind of odd to see. The number and type of monsters that you fight is extremely varied, and probably far more varied than even in Wizardry 8. There are these horrible ratkin creatures that can cause poison, of course. Some of these ratkin, by the way, are ninjas or Ronin ratkin, and they can get critical hits, which means that the character they attack, no matter their health, is instantly killed. So that's a lot of fun. You can also fight a variety of different dragons and giants, sea monsters, horrible sharks and fish. All of the different races that are in the game, like the Trang and the Impani, can be fought. The Helizoids, these women that are racing around in these weird hover cars. A variety of different wildlife, such as birds. There are a lot of birds to fight. There are tons of undead. There are demons, all of which have their own particular attacks and ways that you have to deal with them. And they look absolutely amazing. The pixel art is definitely superior to the crummy, primitive 3D graphics in Wizardry 8. This it still holds up 30 years later. It looks fantastic. Even though they don't have only a very limited little animation there, I still think they look great. The toughest enemies in the game, I would probably say, are the Savant's Guards. The high-level versions of these guys can cause the dreaded paralysis and also insanity effects, which are absolutely deadly to to you and your party, because they can cause party members to attack each other. You know, if your ultra-powerful samurai is suddenly able to swing a sword at your weak fairy mage, then she's going to go down pretty darn quickly, because she only has 20 or 30 hit points. Combat can be very, very trying and extremely difficult, especially early on, especially if you haven't imported a game from Wizardry 6. Your party is very weak. For maybe the first 10 hours of the game, your party is frighteningly weak, and you need to save before every single fight. Every time you walk through a door, there could be a fight in a dungeon or in a town, and you have to save the game just in case. Because there really is no way to plausibly resurrect characters with any frequency. You do get, early on in the game, in the starter dungeon, a amulet that allows you to resurrect people a few times. It only has a small number of charges, I think 5 or 6. So, you know, if your entire party goes down, except for one person, you really just, again, you have to save before a fight and reload. You can get a resurrection spell as well, much, much later on in the game, but it doesn't really feel practical unless there's an extremely, brutally difficult fight that you just barely squeak your way through and have a couple of your characters die. You may want to just eat the resurrection there rather than reload, because you're frightened if you do reload, you're going to lose the fight if you try it again. This also has extremely brutal rules surrounding resurrection. If you're resurrected, you actually permanently lose 1 point of vitality, and that's pretty darn serious, and you don't want to do that. So in general, resurrection is there as a last ditch, maybe if you absolutely have to, but for the most part, you can't really resurrect your character. Overall, the combat in Wizardry 7 is amazing, and my favorite of any RPG system of the time. It's exciting, engaging, and sometimes difficult to choose exactly what you need in the moment, and there's so much complexity and depth to it. You can spend a long time trying to figure out how to get really, really good at this system. And of course, it should go without saying at this point, it's very, very challenging. At the beginning of the game, you can have an entire party get wiped out pretty darn fast, so you have to learn quick how to best manage your combat skills and abilities. It always keeps you on your toes. Really, even up until the very end of the game, you never really get relaxed into your combat. It's always something that you have to think about, always something that challenges you, and always something that's really fun and engaging. It's one of the best combat systems I've ever played, and it really just helps you pull yourself into this world and care about the world around you and just draw you farther and farther into it. Combat is something you're going to be doing again and again and again. It's always exciting and always challenges you. Your inventory screen is way more sophisticated than it was in Wizardry 6, and it's a lot more mouse-friendly, although it's a little confusing knowing exactly where to click if you don't read the manual. For instance, you have to click on the shield to figure out what your stats are. It sounds more like something you should click on a book for, but never mind. The lower right-hand corner is to cast a spell. The bag in the background is in order to open your swag bag, which are the items that are not equipped right on you to use in battle, but you have to pull out of the bag. And you just drag and drop items over the armor if you want to equip them. It is still irritating that each individual character has their own individual inventory. I mean, it just seems so pointless to have to dig through each separate character's inventory. I can't stand doing that. There's no point to it. There was never a point to it. It's not just Wizardry 7 that did this. A lot of games did. It's just irritating. You only get a fairly small amount of stuff to carry around in the game, which is going to be a big problem after a while because it'll be stuffed full of things and you don't know what to do with them. And it's not like it's weapons or armor. It's important objects that you don't necessarily know where you need to use them. And if you leave it way back in town, throughout the game, you're going to get a ton, and I mean a ton, of these weird items with question marks next to them. Some of them are fairly clear as to what they are, but others have vague descriptions, and all of them have mysterious uses. You see, Wizardry 7 has a very heavy point-and-click adventure game kind of feel, where you have to find random items and try them out in all sorts of weird circumstances to figure out what you're supposed to do with them. And unfortunately, unlike in a lot of point-and-click adventure games, you're not going to get them immediately prior to when you're going to use them. You see, you could potentially get them 50 or 60 hours before you need to use them, and you'll just have to either carry them around with you or leave them behind in the hub area and collect them later when you need them. The problem with that is you don't necessarily know when you're going to need them and can work your way all the way into the depths quests of a dungeon and realize at the last minute that you need them, have to exit the dungeon, go all the way back out through tons of random encounters, get the item you think you need, go all the way back in the dungeon, and see if you have to use it there. It can be really, really frustrating, and that's when you know you may need an item and you just perhaps forgot it. The limited inventory space seems like a legacy of this game's dungeon crawler roots from early games, and you can't really just easily leave the items on the ground. There's no chest in this game. It would be great if you had, like in Diablo 2, just an inventory chest where you can dump this stuff in case you need it later. You have to just drop this stuff on the ground, and when you go back to pick it up, you have to pick up everything else that you left there first before you get to that. So if there are 10 or 15 or 20 items there, you have to rummage through all of them, and that's if you have enough space to even keep them until you get to the item you need. It's very frustrating, it adds very little to the game, and it probably shouldn't be there. But just know that if you go into this game, you're probably going to have to go through some nonsense with the inventory. There is a weight limit that each of your characters has, but that comes up very, very rarely. Your carrying capacity is really more the spaces you're limited to, not the weight that you can carry. Only in extreme circumstances here and there is your weight going to be too high. Occasionally in the game, you will get some text that pops up, some dialogue that fills in a little bit about the story, about how your character should feel, and to build atmosphere. One of the best moments here is when you stare out across the ocean in New City and feel the darkness, the oppressiveness, and also the longing and the wonder calling out to you to engage in this adventure. The great sea of sorrows spans before you like a vast and dense space, flattened unto the sky, spreading into the far distant horizon as a desolate plain of shimmering ether. Its deep waters chant 1,000 silent tales, and its unseen borders but hint of far distant lands. How universal such a compelling motion, as if behind every veil of boundless unknown lay cloaked an invisible beacon endlessly calling. Such solace these sights bring, as if a reminder that though the trappings of mortal man be forever enshrouded in a sea of passing discords, he has but to open his eyes that he may bear witness to some greater existence, of which he is only a momentary traveler. It's a beautiful moment, and this really helps the game get a Dungeons & Dragons kind of feel. More so than any game I've ever seen that's based on Dungeons & Dragons, even the later Baldur's Gate style games, or the Gold Box games, all of which are set in official Dungeons & Dragons universes. These little text boxes that come up in Wizardry 7 perfectly encapsulate the flavor text that a dungeon master will give you while you're playing the game. And when they pop up, it really feels exactly like you're in the middle of adventure, around a table with your friends, and the DM is telling you something. It's explaining the world. It's giving you this tiny little tidbit of information, of storytelling that you can expand upon. And the prose there really makes you feel something. It's very evocative. This is the pinnacle in some ways of RPG gaming back then. Just that little hint of what's happening around you that your mind can play on for later. And Wizardry 7 does that beautifully at multiple occasions. Eventually, if you survive enough in New City, you may find your way to Professor Wonderland, a Ratkin scholar who explains something to you about the world. You learn that New City was once a hub area for all of the races in the land. All of them lived together here and built this beautiful place so that they could survive and work together in peace. However, quarrels broke out, violence ensued, and the town was eventually abandoned after it was destroyed, giving the player a sense of mystery and overall of sadness. This is a very sad city and a very depressing game at times. If you can get Professor Wonderland to talk to you, he'll explain that there's a special area underneath the city where you potentially could find a map. And that's where you learn about the ultimate goal that you're going to be getting into when you play this game. You see, the quest that you have to go on is to find a series of maps. Each one of these maps is going to give you a hint about how to play the game, about where to go, what to do, how to get through a magic door, and where eventually you can find something called the Astral Domine. You can also find a prison in New City, and inside that prison is your ticket to get into the next area, the Gorn Castle. After you free someone inside of the prison who's being held captive by Dark Savant's minions, he will give you a special letter and instruct you to go to the Gorn Castle and meet one of the lords there. And that's
I think our viewers will find this more pleasant to look at.
you truly end up
Sorry about the resolution beforehand, but you have to understand that this is a handheld game.
And it's much nicer that you viewers see the whole game without our big heads blocking the view.
First, we'll have to choose our characters. The Gorn are these
remember that we have to work together this whole game, so no fighting.
What do you mean? We don't fight. Yeah, sometimes the opportunity for a joke just presents itself too deliciously.
Everything is delicious to you. See
what I mean?
Yeah, let's begin. And you really get to hear the despairing message of the Gorn King and the dreadful fate he sees foredoomed on his own people. Once you leave there, you can go to the
Donald, you absolute racist piece of shit.
Another area with a very East Asian style to it. The monks are a group of religious men who fight with a martial arts style. They also wax philosophical about ridiculous things that may make absolutely no sense whatsoever, or may be the key to ultimate
I don't mind.
As you
I'm gonna
explore
keep you
the
guys
land of the
alive.
monks, you have to go through a bizarre sort of initiation.
Okay, I'll pick them up because we already have two mages.
It's a really fun part of the game where you're told not to go into the Black Abyss door. But in order to join the monks, you have to go in there. You have to go into the place they explicitly forbade you from going. And you have to bring a special item in there, namely a pipe and pastel, and, well, do drugs. And that helps you escape this psychedelic mystical experience. So the game is teaching you kids, just do drugs and you'll be okay. After leaving the land of the monk, you can explore the cities of the Trang and the Umpani. The Trang are portrayed almost like xenomorphs, spreading their seed in their colonies in the Zerg Creek, destroying the environments on any planets they colonize. They're also creepy and disgusting, but they're quite intelligent and willing for you to join them to help the Trang achieve their goals. They live in this desolate, ruined city called Niktalink, and there's an evil graveyard filled with ghosts inside of it. When you go to the Umpani, they have actually reconstructed one of the ruined cities there. But the Umpani, this militaristic race of rhino men, have actually managed to somehow restore the buildings in this area and are living in them. And you go through their strange militaristic culture. And you can join their side too, or sort of play both sides against the middle, or just attack both of them immediately and not bother with any of it. Eventually, you also make your way to the Tower of the Dane. Neither of these sides, by the way, is good or evil. That doesn't really exist here. The Dark Savant is sort of menacing and sinister, but everyone else isn't really good or bad. They're just sort of all part of the grand scheme of trying to find a way to get their own side to victory as quick as they possibly can, and they're willing to kill anyone who gets in their way. The Dane look a heck of a lot like the Arcane from the Spelljammer setting of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and are also sort of a mystical race of wizards, kind of like the Arcane were. And you go through their strange, evil wizard tower and explore and learn, and they're trying to summon a demon, and you have to help them. And you get to go into the grand palatial room of the Magna Dane, the leader of their order, and see this dissolute lifestyle they're living in there. Eventually, you actually get to cross the ocean. You have to figure out a way, through a very confusing set of events, by the way, to enter into a room in New City, the hub area. And once you get into this special room there, you can find a boat, and you have to figure out how to power the boat, but once you do, you're on your way across the ocean. And you actually have to cross it in a boat and fight sea monsters along the way. You really get a sense in this game of the great length and breadth of travel that you go on, kind of like some of the Ultima series where you get to go across the entire land of Britannia, or Might and Magic where you get to go to all the different areas of the continent you're on. Once you cross this area, you can find the Dragon Caves, and then later on, the city of the Helazon, this amazingly advanced race of women who are involved in trying to find the Astral Domine, along with the Hagardi, who show up in Wizardry 8. Unfortunately, it's at this part of the game where some of the more complicated and confusing puzzle elements come into play, and you have to really pay attention. If you didn't go to a secret area earlier in the game near the city of the Umpani and figure out a secret way of getting to see a sphinx who gives you a magic object, you're never going to be able to go to another secret area over here. If you just totally missed that, and it's pretty easy to miss it, by the way, you're completely going to be in the dark, and it's very confusing about what you're supposed to do. But if you can figure it out, you're going to go on an amazing adventure across oceans and forests and dungeons and all kinds of places, and it really is an amazing quest that you end up on. Navigating the world is done from a first-person blobber, as they call it, perspective, and this is really one of the biggest, most challenging, and most complicated games I've ever played. But I would not not blame anyone if they consulted a walkthrough frequently, if not constantly, while playing it for the first time. It is so confusing and so difficult to figure out what you're doing that unless you set aside weeks or months of your time, or you're the smartest person who's ever lived, you're never going to be able to do it. In other words, there's going to be a lot of trial and error, and that error means total party death, start over from your saved game. There's death from poison, death from stoning, death from disease, death from terrible magical traps that go off when you open a chest, death from horrible insectoid creatures from outer space, death from dragons, death from giants, death from lizards, death from birds, death from beetles, death from hideous tree monster things with weird noses, death from drowning, death from falling while climbing.
Disappears after a while.
In other words, it's really easy to die, and you have to be very, very careful, very patient, and very much willing to reload quite often while playing this game. You need to save your game after every single fight.
Oh,
and
I'm recording.
after doing almost anything. Now, admittedly, most of the fights in the game are actually not random. They are set encounters that you're going to find at specific points. So once you take care of them, you really just have
Alright,
the
these
random
bastards got
encounters
perfect
to worry
tracking.
about and can navigate the area much more freely, but that really doesn't matter too much because those random encounters are pretty darn high anyway. In the town of New City, you quickly learn a number of things, and you start to figure out what you're supposed to do in the game. Well, kinda figure that out. You learn that there are some sort of strange creatures called the Kui Sakai, or the Savant's Guards.
I was told that I
and
have
you
a
learn
weapon.
they work for some sort of strange creature called the Dark
Please, a
Savant.
weapon
These
or something.
creatures are
Please,
evil,
somebody.
weird, and they're found throughout the game, holed up in different cities, and they're obviously up to something sinister and unpleasant. So figuring out where you exactly need to go can be very, very complicated. This game not only does not hold your hand, it actually throws you out into traffic and tells you not to get hit. Probably the worst area of the game is known as the Fun House, and the Ratkin Ruins are on top of it. And this is really the first part of the game after the first couple of areas where it actually gets difficult. And I know that may sound crazy because the other stuff sound really difficult, but this is where it just gets unfair, I would say. In order to get into the Ratkin Ruins, you have to kill a series of these strange tree men creatures, and they are extremely difficult with some very high-level monsters that can easily wipe out your entire party. You really just have to get lucky or hope that you've been leveling a lot up till this point. After you do this, and as long as you brought a secret item from the Gorn City and know what to do exactly in that place with that secret item, there's a lot of ifs here. If you manage to do that, you can gain access through the trees to the Ratkin Ruins. The Ratkin arrive in swarms. I mean, huge numbers of Ratkin are here, and it's not that individually they're particularly hard, it's just that there are so darn many of them. And this is before you get your weapon of mass destruction spells. You have to just laboriously take out huge numbers of them. Some of the Ratkin called the Ratkin Ronin, by the way, are essentially ninjas who have the critical strike ability. They can instantly kill a character no matter what their health is. You know, so that's a lot of fun. But once you actually get through it and get into the fun house, that's where the party really begins. Because inside the fun house, you find this massively heavy weight, and it weighs like a huge amount, so much so that it's going to overburden virtually any party member you have, and you have to carry that around with you. You also, in this area, find another gigantic weight, not quite as heavy, called the lodestone. And this is where you realize that the people that designed this game were not just tough, they were evil. Because this lodestone is a literal lodestone. Yeah, it has no function. It looks just like one of the other dozens of those weird items that have no
What's the general,
until you find out, 20 hours later that maybe it's actually needed. It seems just like that, but no.
So basically, this is not like explicit in what level of the story we're going to see in the stream, but basically around like in the setting around like 2020, and somewhere between 2020 and 2004, I don't remember what it was at the timeline. Humans or some sort of research group came in contact with God, like on Earth, and tried to make contact with them, and that led to cataclysmic events that created this it's like very distorted world.
And this is where the game really becomes a point-and-click adventure game.
He's like grotesque, figures that populated the and I believe the Archangel was originally part of the group that made contact with God, but whereas the group like wanted to basically merge with God to like better know its will or something. The Archangel wanted to basically just extract God's power to create a new world, and the protagonist is involved with that process to some extent, but I don't recall. That's pretty much the general synopsis. The nerve power.
It really is a nightmare. And this is the point in the game where it's similar to kind of quitting, but the rest of the game is really worth it. I highly recommend it, with the exception of the Funhouse area, which I think it's safe to say that that's an ironic Funhouse. You really just feel like you're exploring the entire landscape of this world. It really gives you a sense of the grandeur and scope. Unfortunately, Wizardry 7 does have some serious issues around traversing the world. They added in some new dungeoneering elements, I guess you could say, that weren't in Wizardry 6 in order to...
You know what? I don't need friends, guys.
And this can be a really complicated, boring, tedious aspect to the game. What should have been a fun, exciting addition of new exploration elements actually ends up just being the worst part of the game imaginable. You see, they added swimming and climbing in Wizardry 7. Swimming is one of the more irritating things in Wizardry 7. There are some squares on the maps that are water squares, and if you have no swimming ability at all in your skills, you're instantly just going to be drowned. There's nothing you can do about it. You just die immediately. Your entire party can get wiped off. So what you have to do in order to train your party to swim is gradually bump up their skill points when you level up, which means that you have to avoid leveling up other things, which is really annoying, things that may be more useful for combat, and you have to level them up maybe to about 20 out of 100, which will take a few levels early on. And once you get up to that point, you can gradually begin going on water squares without instantly dying, and moving on, resting, moving on, and gradually leveling up your swimming ability. And there's a special area in one of the dungeons where you can do this with a little bit more safety. And this is just agonizingly boring, because you just need to sit there, sometimes literally for hours, practicing swimming. But you have to spend all of this boring, dull, dreary time doing this nonsense. It's so irritating. It's boring. And I do literally mean hours if you want to level up the safe way without risking your party dying. And remember, every time you go on a water square, it eats up stamina. So you can't just go on and off and on and on. You have to go on, hope that you live, go off, then rest on your stamina up. And remember, if you rest, that means you could get into a random encounter, which is a ton of fun. So this all adds up to so much time and effort just to be able to swim. It's ridiculous. In Wizardry 6, you did have to go across water squares, but it's because you went on a quest to find a magic item that allowed you to do it. You didn't have to go through this tedious process of learning how to swim. The same thing has to be done with climbing.
To attach to themselves. And Godhusk is one of the best sci-fi settings that I've ever read. Yet, despite
I'm back now.
It doesn't exist in the way it is written to be. Now, what does this mean?
It's been a long
Godhusk
time.
is a lore and rulebook for a game that doesn't exist. Said game belongs in the Metroidvania genre, which has many games belonging to it, especially from the 80s and 90s. Yet Godhusk is its own thing, entirely in both presentation and artistry. It was written by Plastico, who also created the world
Okay.
that is a dark world.
I really like the aesthetics of this one also. Well, the reason why
Soon after this, the vessel reaches its proto-vessel form.
I turned off the music thing is because the music I like. It's because it was kind of an accident. I turned it off because I accidentally clicked to show more like baroque calm streams, I guess, because I was looking through the Meachew channel and I wanted to record all the videos I uploaded on the channel called Meachew. And
this appendage is used
yeah.
for basic interactions.
So
the vessel has grown past the stage of explorer, they become fully
that's why.
a living machine. This is where vessels can do what
I just don't want to bother to change it back.
specific functions, but due to the states of the world, their original purposes have been
But I think this is better anyway.
Many of them have developed their own behaviors and freely modified their bodies. Inside every vessel is a life system and a mind cell.
And I just don't think we can get it right now.
Which is a mind that has lived through several bodies and memories. Each fully developed vessel has 4 key components. The torso cannot be removed but can be modified. The head can be removed but will expose the life system, causing the vessel to become very vulnerable. So vulnerable, in fact, that a single hit could be fatal. A vessel's weapon is varied but indispensable, used for both defense and destruction. The limbs grow naturally and in different ways depending on the assignment of the vessel. If a limb is lost, it can easily be replaced due to the vessel's adaptive biomechanism. Going back to the hand. Again, the hand is the protagonist of this not-so game, and only awakens after its tank is shook enough. Once awakened and fully developed,
Alright, I'm going to turn off the mic for a while.
And lists the life system with 3 blood bulbs that are drained when the hand takes damage. Blood bulbs are also weak points on other vessels and can be destroyed with ease. Each vessel has a life system, with the more complex life system existing on more powerful vessels. Life systems can even be upgraded with additional blood bulbs. The hand starts its journey with 3 of them. Venturing outside its nest into the pitch-black hidden room that can only be accessed if the hand uses a specific weapon, the hand will come across living coal, a harmless creature that plays dead when the hand is nearby. When it isn't playing dead, it will simply crawl around. This isn't the only time it can be encountered though, as the hand may encounter it multiple times across its journey, almost like it is following it. This of course doesn't apply if the hand decides to kill it. If the hand waits outside the hidden room for long enough, then the living coal will eventually crawl out of it. The hand may place one item into the living coal that can be retrieved at a later time. But if it tries to put more than one item in there, the living coal will shriek out in pain. Moving out of the nest will cause the entrance of it to be buried in debris, making it inaccessible from that point forward. Ahead, though, the hand will find the magnetic garden, an area that allows the hand to experiment with its functions without much worry of danger. This garden is filled with bile, scraps, and limbs. Here, though, is another vessel, a merchant vessel named Nia 7. Initially, Nia 7 hides in her storage box, but if the hand is patient and quiet enough, she will eventually emerge. Nia 7 may offer the hand new limbs, weapons, and headpieces in exchange for bile, being the substance found in vessels and organisms. Nia 7 cannot speak, with its largest expression happening if the hand purchases all of its stock. A little dance. Going back to bile, there are many types. Again, every living organism and vessel has bile inside it. There are 2 classes of bile, red and white. Red is present in all cytine life forms, or chitin, it's not quite clear how it's pronounced, and is a fluid compatible with the hand's bile valve and can be consumed or used to trade. White bile, however, is only present in vessels and other types of biomachinery, and is necessary for the hand's motion system. In Godhusk exist vessels and biomechanisms both hostile and neutral, an example of the latter being the aforementioned Nia 7. Child of Waste is an example of a hostile vessel that feeds on the waste of the world, becoming more aggressive as it matures. If the hand is attacked by the child, it may lay eggs in its storage. These eggs are similar to the birthing tanks, such as the one the hand was birthed from. If these eggs remain in the storage for too long, it will eventually hatch into larvae and start to slowly devour the inventory of the hand. Rust feeders are non-hostile biomechanisms that wander around the magnetic garden, consuming waste and corrosion like a vacuum. They are large enough to be ridden if the hand jumps on its back. Scups bury their bodies into the floor with their acidic tentacles, leaving only a horrifying false face glaring upward. Stepping on a scup is fatal, as is attacking its peaking blood bulb. Doing either will cause the blood bulb to detract and cause the scup to attack the hand. Scups, instead of hiding, may show their true face instead, causing their blood bulb to remain permanently present. These scups, though, are more aggressive. Peace balls float around in search of particles in the air to consume. When it detects a foreign chemical or impurity, it will open its membrane and release a harmful agent. Scavengers move in packs, hunting for things to attach to themselves. If it has weapons or certain limbs attached to it, it may prove a threat. If it has found a headpiece, it may also emit vocal sounds. If the scavenger is killed, it will drop whatever is attached to it, but the pieces are always going to be low quality or broken. Else new are vessels that act as security devices for restricted areas. Pretty simple. If it detects an intruder, it will pursue them and explode in a sneeze. As for what this sneeze is composed of, it isn't quite clear, but it is very dangerous. Worm breeders are hollowed vessels that can be used by large worms. Inside the worm breeder are biomechanisms that the worms may feed on. Of course, the hand is too big to fit inside, but getting too close will cause whatever worm is inside to burst out and attack, protecting its sustenance. The brain borer is immobile but very big, being around 3 times as tall as the hand and many times its length. It is located in an area known as the scavenger nest, which lies at the border of the magnetic garden. It is able to mentally command pseudo-vessels to feed him more biomass and also attack potential threats. It has grown beyond its limits thanks to the excess biomass it has consumed. Should the hand encounter brain borer before being fully developed, that being before it is fully developed over time since emerging from its nest, then the brain borer will simply take control of it, resulting in a game over. The brain borer acts as the first boss. That is, it has multiple phases and can open anything that carries forbidden data. It will alert the hand of its presence via a loud shriek, shortly after which it will begin to chase. Should it make contact, it will destroy the hand violently. Sabbath Gok is very tall, and because of this, cannot fit through many doors. Besides using this as a means to escape, the hand can also drop a piece it may be interested in, to distract it for a few seconds. Wetslung are aquatic vessels that stalk from a distance. Should the hand turn its back on it, it will slowly approach to attack. Tulp are common vessels that are actually quite friendly to other non-hostile vessels. This includes the hand. Should the hand enter combat whilst it is occupied by a tulp, the tulp will protect the hand. They can also be pet. Tulp cannot follow the hand through water and elevated areas. Instead of returning the favour by abandoning the hand, tulp will simply lie down and wait for the hand to come back. If they ever do, that is. A useful tool in the hand's journey from here is the bile irritant. It fires spikes made from irradiated bile that destroy exoskeletons quite easily. Another useful tool is the M-manipulator, which can grab light objects from afar and transport noxious materials. It can also be used as a weapon by detaching protected plates from other vessels. Some of these stolen pieces can even be equipped on the hand, such as faces and limbs. But those that are corrupted or non-compatible may even corrupt the whole of the hand's body if they are equipped. Speaking of pieces, the Devourer is a vessel that consumes and regurgitates them in the form of projectiles. Getting too close to the Devourer will cause it to tear off one of the hand's pieces and devour it, most likely firing projectiles shortly after. Should it run out of blood bulbs, the Devourer will explode in a violent, powerful blast. After the Devourer is defeated, anything it ate can be retrieved from it. New Billy are rare vessels that creep around or inside the main pipes of the flooded repair center. Whilst inside a pipe, they can move twice as fast and stretch their head to the hand as they grip on each side of the pipe. If they are outside of the pipe, they do not gain these advantages, but flee inside a nearby pipe should they lose half their life. In the depths of the flooded repair center is a water-based proto-sessile known as Gene. They can be found in 4 different states of growth, from smallest to largest: jewel, newborn, infant, and prince. The infant is hostile, as is the prince. A jewel is essentially the egg, and if they are destroyed, a newborn will hatch from it and begin developing rapidly. Gene is what gives birth to the jewels and can be found in the palace. Being the aforementioned depths of the flooded repair center, she exists to mass produce these eggs, causing much of the palace to be populated with her spawn. Gene is yet another boss and is aggroed upon trespassing into the palace. Like the brain borer, she has 3 distinctive phases. In her first phase, she plunges her tongue and throws jewels, aka her eggs, at the hand. As well as this, her tongue can cause pieces to snap off the hand and cause heavy damage to them. The hand can also be heavily damaged, should it be dragged into her mouth. Phase 2 begins with an infant peeking from her cavity, attacking the hand if it gets too close. As well as this, Jean's princes also swarm if Jean herself cries out. Phase 3 is the final phase and begins when Jean expels the infant from her cavity, causing it to become aggro. By this point, Jean collapses and dies, meaning the only thing left to kill is the infant. It is around this point in Godhusk that we get some insight into lore. Essentially, we get a bit of exposition after the fight with Jean, including the reason why the vessels in this world have gone rogue. At least maybe. It isn't fully known at this time. A figure known as Obek or Zero Beck exists, and by moving around a bit of wordplay, it seems that it was once essential to the stability of vessel pods, and the information given to them via amniotic fluid, which eventually gives them a form suited for the spawn and are much larger. The spawn means these vessels era, the subtitle the mother vessel, and hostile vessel that getting too close to the descent to the bottom of hideouts, the hand its body will attack the hand with everything in this video for, well, immersion purposes. One small belief protagonist was a sword, also known as the Innocent, providing him a body to tend to his wounds whilst also building a vessel-like angel as a sort of backup. Maybe they wanted to somehow extract Apostate's divine energy and put it into their own angel, so they have more power over Obek. But this is less likely, considering they go out of their way to help the Apostate heal from his wounds. And the Apostate probably has the power, even in his injured state, to escape from them. Martyr. The Martyr ending is almost the same as Husk, except this time the hand drinks the Red Communion beforehand. Martyr means someone who has died or been killed due to their beliefs, typically religious. This makes me think that the Red Communion's power over the hand, as well as the angel parts it has equipped, makes Obek come back to life, a guarantee of a continued cycle or age. The name of this ending alone also confirms that the hand dies during this feat, taking its life for Obek's sake. This means that the belief, in this case, is the belief of Obek, of its power, influence, and the good of this age that only exists thanks to it. This is perhaps the most pro-Obek ending. Purity. The primordial vessel is, like many things, a vague item. Its lore, though, can be assumed by its name alone. Primordial means something that existed from the beginning of time, and vessel, of course, being the machinery that exists within Godhusk, that have their purposes defined thanks to mem units, but these purposes have largely gone thanks to the absence of Obek. The primordial vessel is, therefore, the first vessel by name. Of course, we know that purity happens when Cassiel is fed to Ark, being the combination of around a dozen vessels found in Bema. Doing so will cause Cassiel Reborn to be, well, born. So, what is Cassiel? Well, the depiction of them and the power they threaten to wield suggests that they are an angel. Their reborn form has 2 fleshy wings and even a glowing background the latter being something many depictions.
Alright, back again for the Goonies.
They state that humanity has an illness.
AVGN.
Through their speech, it is obvious that the illness they speak of are vessels.
I do like the other ones too.
They describe flesh as holy, that vessels defile the gift of life. Now that humanity is gone, their illness, being the vessels, is the only
I know this seems a bit excessive,
that
but
their impurity was inherited. Perhaps
I don't
talking
mind
of
it
either
too
their
much.
nature as a vessel, or maybe for some reason
As long as my
the
internet
protagonist
doesn't mind
inside
anyway.
the hand belongs to. Perhaps instead of being an explorer, the protagonist's will was to carry this shot.
The enemies are no more inspired.
Cassiel seems to blame the vessels entirely on
Why does every game have to have bats?
or perhaps the dependence on the
Bats
research.
were
All of this is enough for them to destroy the
and also
entire
has the
world
criminals
as
who
an
chase
act
you
of
around.
mercy.
I assume
Cassiel
they're the
alone
Fratellis?
seems to care a large
So it is
amount
following
of
the movie somewhat, I
or
guess.
at least flesh.
But that's the
We
problem.
can guess quite easily the angels
One thing I do have to
created
admit
humanity.
is they
But
actually
only
use the
humanity
Cyndi Lauper
creates
song from the
vessels.
movie. The Goonies
Perhaps
are
this
good.
so-called life is considered an illness thanks to Cassiel, as it is but a pathetic imitation of such
And it actually sounds
only
pretty rad as
exists
a chip
in memories of
tune.
humans.
Anyway, there's not much
Rapture.
else about this game. You just kill the
Rapture
mice,
is an
find the
ending that
keys,
also
unlock
involves
the
Cassiel.
gates, find
To
the
achieve this
keys.
ending, the
You
hand
know,
must place
it's
the
starting to
dormant
feel
last
like
form
I'm
and
playing the same
Cassiel
levels
inside
over
the
and over again.
Alright.
In fact,
Of course,
I
being
think
the
I
pod where
am
the second
playing the
angel
same
was
levels
laid.
again.
The word rapture
What's
in
happening?
millenarian teaching
Did it set me
means
back
that
to
You know what I can do?
believers to
That's
heaven
right.
at
It's the same
second
5
coming of
stages
Christ.
looping. And
Translating this into
what's
words,
worse than playing a
perhaps
shitty
means
game?
that those
Playing a
who
shitty
believe
game
in
that
Cassiel
never
will
ends.
down.
I'm stuck, trapped, forever.
will be ascended in some sort of way, whether that be a newfound hierarchy or otherwise. What we can gather from the purity ending is
If you
Cassiel's
forget to
personality
rescue any of the
and
kids,
opinion
the
on
game will
humanity
allow
as
you
well
to
as
keep on
vessels.
playing up to
However,
stage
in this
5, but
ending,
after that,
Cassiel
it
has the
sends
power
you back
to
to the
change
beginning.
vessels
What
completely.
kind of fucking shit
unlike
is
the
that?
other
It
ending.
shouldn't let you pass any of the
Perhaps this
levels. It
rapture
should say,
led
go
by
back and get the
Cassiel
kid,
involves
asshole.
the
No,
remaining
instead it
angels
wants you to
around
keep on
Obed
playing
returning to
just
their
to waste
state
your
of
fucking
humanity.
time.
The
On the
arcs that
screen, it
represents
does
the
tell you
ending
how many
after
kids
all
you saved,
has
but not
6
which
angels
stages they're
reaching out
from.
toward
So if I'm on
Cassiel.
stage 4 and
Maybe
showing I
this
saved 3
rapture
kids,
is a
that
sort
could
of
mean I
return
missed the kid on
to what
stage
the
1
world
or
once
2 or
was,
whatever.
rather
I
than a
don't know.
selective group
That
of
was
people.
ancient history ago.
Again, this
I've been
makes
running around
sense
for so long
considering how
looking for
Cassiel
keys.
thinks.
So after
As
you
for why
completed
Cassiel
stage
is on
5
planets
with
that used to
5
be
kids
green,
saved, it lets you go to the 6th
perhaps
and
the
final
location
stage,
the
the
planet
ship.
is found in,
It's
the
very
Red House,
short. All
was
you
a
do is
sacred
hop around
protocol
fighting
against
mice
the
and
heats of
flying
America
fish.
and the outer
I would
crust.
make the statement
And
that
the
none of this
divinity
shit
that
ever
kinda
happened.
loud.
created was
That
created
is
by
the fucking
humanity.
problem.
The plant,
The game
after all,
has
is
no
described to be
bosses.
the only
None whatsoever.
non-artificial
You
life
find the
on
girl
Earth.
and the game
This
ends.
implies
All
many
you get
things,
is a
but
shortcut
most
to the
important
Goonies
is that
watching the
the
pirate ship,
non-artificial
like the
life
movie,
form
and
can
then it says the
somehow
end.
give way to divinity
Congratulations.
through enough effort.
Oh, you want to know what happens
As for
after
what
that?
will happen to the hand
Send you
during
back
this,
to
it
London.
isn't known.
In case you
But
wanna
I
play
imagine that Cassiel would either destroy the hand or, less likely, grant it a sort
Well,
of
that
extension
was the
as a
version of the
reward
game
for granting
that we
it.
did not get here in the United
Ecdysis.
States. It was in the arcade,
Ecdysis is
but
the
not on
final
the
ending that I
consoles.
will discuss,
So
and
they
it
spared
involves
us
the Red
that.
Communion.
Because
Simply
you know
drinking
why?
the Red Communion in front of the
We
figure
deserve
found in
something
the cartridge
like
chamber,
shitty.
whilst equipped with the pieces of the makeshift angel, triggers this ending. With the book
Goonies
detailing
2
it as a way for the
movie
hand to
sequel
no
made
longer be a
before
vessel.
there was ever a
By
sequel,
equipping
much
all
like
5
Top
pieces
Gun,
of
the
the
second
angel
mission.
vessel, the
Well,
hand
of course, Top Gun
essentially
did
becomes
eventually
an
get a
angel.
sequel, but so
So,
far,
fun
the
fact,
Goonies
I
has
have
not.
already told
And if
you
it
where
does,
the pieces
it's nothing
of the
like
angel
this.
pieces are. I just didn't tell you that they were angel pieces. Let's go over them again. The head is on the altar. The weapon is the drill. It is the very same one used to get into
That
the
is back
house.
for
It is
revenge,
found on
and
the way
this
to
time she's
Bushtown.
kidnapped
One arm
Andy.
is the glowing
Well, her
arm
name
that is
was
found
Andy,
in Viva.
but I'll
The
soon
other arm is in the
because
Pillar of Mercy
this
proper.
is Goonies 2.
The last two are found
The
in the
gameplay is
gestation
similar
chamber when the unborn is killed. As I said, I mentioned all of these already when we went through the book, but just like in the game, you wouldn't know their full use without the context we now have. To even enter the cardinal chamber, the hand mystery is worthwhile. A clear separation.
Has anyone ever hit someone with a yo-yo flawlessly to have the yo-yo wind itself back to their hand? That would be amazing. That didn't happen in the movie.
But remember, by expelling the white vial, the hand shows its flavor inside the cardinal's chamber, which itself is surrounded by a pool of red vials.
cocktails,
With
good
the
family
Angel
fun.
Keys equipped,
But this ain't like the
medically
movie.
drank,
This
the hand
is good.
dedicates itself as
I'm
a
gonna be
tent
honest.
device.
I'm gonna tell you straight out. As a side scroller, this is a
Is
totally
ancient.
fine game. If you were a kid in the late 80s,
This too, because the
or
artwork
as I once had, you wouldn't find anything wrong. After you finish your homework, you kill some time by yo-yoing the fuck out of some spiders for a couple hours, then call it a day. But
or
if you're trying to actually get anywhere,
in this case, the hand is
that's a
shedding
whole
the
other
state
story.
of vessel,
Oh, shit,
descending
what?
to divinity.
Let me tell you what I mean. You see these
Moving on
doors?
from the
Bet you
endings.
go in there, right?
Another interesting
I
thing
say,
I want to
no,
point out
leave
is
well
something
enough alone.
involving the
If you want any
broadcaster.
hope in getting
The
some
broadcaster
enjoyability out of this
speaks
game,
in Latin,
just forget
meaning
about
that
the
the world of God
Sure, that
was
means you won't
near
get very
Earth,
far, but the
or
trauma is not
actually
worth
Earth
it.
itself.
Don't
Humans
go
did
to the
exist
door.
here.
It's like The
So
Shining
it
with
makes
the
sense.
forbidden hotel
And
room.
forgive
The
me
kid
for
Danny is
talking
warned
about
not
the
to go in there, but he does anyway, because otherwise you wouldn't have much of a movie, and here,
the way the
I
world
guess you
is
wouldn't have
going
much of
with
a
regulation.
because experience other side of these doors.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
going
where
to
they
get a
did
little
the
weird.
shitty games.
But forgive
Wish I didn't have to do this, but it is
in
my
God
duty.
Husk, we don't know what exactly made
So I'm gonna go in there and
All
show
we know
you
is
the
that the
inner
world
workings
is
of
now
the film
filled
shit
with
fuck
creations, all things that spawned unintentionally from such. The only human we see in the entire game, besides the contents of the mem
You
units,
unlock this
is the
door with the key of
protagonist, or
humiliation.
as the
Beyond it
verb
is an
calls
entirely
him,
different
the
game.
dead man.
A game of
The
shit.
hand began
A game
as a
of
vessel like
sights.
many
A game of
others.
torture to the
Except
mind.
the will
You're
of
diving
the
into the
before
ass of the most
seems to
toxic,
be
filthy
explorer
substance of
type
idiotic
protagonist has
ideas
allowed it
just
to
crossed
take
over
from
into the
killing an
diary
angel
dimension.
and dooming the world to sparing the sane
Yeah, I
divine
was
being and saving
Now
the
all of a
much
world,
closer to
to
me.
Looks like
becoming
playing the cabin
Angel
stage
itself,
in Friday
to
the 13th.
allowing the
But
destruction
if
of the
Friday
entire
the
world
13th
was
was
shitting Joel,
and I know, I already
to
said Friday the
drifting
13th was shit, but not anymore.
This
These
was the
rules were
hand's
designed
journey
without
through a
any
world
common sense,
long
programmed
past
with
its
no
prime.
laws of
And
physics.
despite
I don't know
being
how
like
to
others,
explain it because
it is by
I can't
dedication
even fully
alone
understand
Yeah.
it myself. Push
And
up to
not
go in
just
the
any
door, and next
dedication,
thing, I'm back to
but
where I
one
was.
of a
So I
human.
figured down
Whether
must
that
be forward.
difference is
So I try that,
destruction,
and still don't know where I'm going. Left and right don't seem to do anything. You think it would turn Mikey's perspective, like in Friday the 13th. Using an already shitty game as an example at what it should do, you know it's a bad sign. I can't comprehend the layout. There's no logical sense of space in this asinine architecture. I never even knew how fucking crack-brained a video game could be until I realized Mikey can only
As they said before,
face
a lot of the
forward.
book is up to
Left and right
interpretation,
do work
but there has
if
to
you
be
go
room
to a
for
side door.
indefinite
But
that
hang
mind
on, which
isn't
direction am I looking now?
To be
How does
honest,
this room
that's
relate to
good.
the one I was just
My
in?
mind is
When I
the
went
strength
through the
of the
door,
room.
did my perspective
I
turn
know
90
that some
degrees?
people have
Or did I
different
walk
interpretations
sideways
of
into the room?
research
Is Mikey actually
And that
strafing into the next room? And remember, when I tried to go into a door that's right in front of my fucking face and ended up back outside the door I came in, that's because I walked backwards through the first door. You have to imagine a theoretical door on the fourth wall in which he walks backwards through. Does that make any sense? I'm trying my best to put this into words, but I just sound insane. Basically, you can't turn around, so you can never actually see the door you came in. Never. But wait, that doesn't explain how up seems to be backwards. Well, if you look at the corner, you see Mikey inside that sort of directional compass. If he's facing toward us, that means down will move in the direction he's facing, while up will move backwards. So essentially what I'm saying is, you press up to walk backwards out of a room. As soon as you get used to that, next thing, he's facing away. So now up is up and down is down. I know 3D rooms in video games is a pretty new concept at the time, but wouldn't the simplest way to program this be up is always forward, down is always back, and anytime you turn left or right, that would change the perspective and reorient the controls, right? Instead, this game seems to think of the D-pad as a fixed direction, so down will always move you to one side of the room, and so on. The manual attempts to explain it and even says, hey, nobody ever said this was easy. Man, they got that right. Even when you understand it, why does the character have to face different directions? I think it happens based on which way you originally entered the room in relation to the overworld map. But why was that necessary? How did they manage to fuck it up so bad? I'd say it's very unlikely they've ever made a video game before this. But there was good Anyway, what's the goal in these rooms? Why are we here? Well, this is one of those point and click, fuck around and find out type of games. But in the the bad kind
despite
of where
being
all you're
perhaps
really
praised
doing
as
is
a
playing a
divine
blind
being
guessing
somewhat,
game. Who's
is
this guy?
by
He's
definition
not helpful in any way. So
an
how about,
artificial
I
brain
don't know,
or
I just
server,
punch him in the
which
face?
can also only be powered by divine beings. In this case,
What do you
angels.
do?
It only
One
exists
must
because
do
of things of
this
flesh
to
and
me,
blood.
dear me.
And yes,
You can even
angels
hit him
are
with a
human,
hammer.
but they do
That's
feel
brutal.
emotion. And they, more than anyone, know what humans are and
Or
what
Mikey
they're
beat the
capable
shit
of.
out of some
They
old
did
man?
create them.
Of course not. Because
We know the
this is
angels of Godhusk are of
anytime you collect new items,
because the
it goes into
innocent
your
is
tool menu.
injured,
To
and
access them, you have to fumble through some really awkward controls. To move the cursor left or right, you can only press up and down to cycle through the tools. It would be perfectly logical to press left and right, but that does nothing. Also, to go to the second page of tools, you have to hit D, which would usually be the cancel button. The cancel button is start. What kind of sense does that make? You hit start to go back? The real secret of the tool menu is that we're not in control. The game's messing with us because
telling the story of how, at the end,
I don't mean to sound like I'm going out of my way to complain. It might seem like a small thing, but that'd be like if you rented a car, you got in and the stick shift made the ceiling. Would you be like, oh, okay? Or would you be like, why the fuck is it up here? What makes the tool menu I feel danger is that when you're on the side-scrolling stages, start brings up a whole new menu, one that's more traditional, more like what you'd expect for the NES. Some of the same tools are in here, such as the hammer, ladder, candle, etc. But here, they're not called tools, they're called implements. So because the same tools appear in two different menu screens that function in completely different ways, only leads me to believe that there were two different games that somehow got smushed together like two different dog turds being run through the lawnmower. But if and when you ever get used to these rooms and tool systems, that's only half the battle, because it's a puzzle within a puzzle. Every door, every item, every single thing you're trying to find is hidden. You have to trigger them to appear, usually by physically hitting every little spot. It might be the wall, it might be the ceiling, it might be the floor, and it might be with a fist, it might be with a hammer. It's like Milon's secret castle, where you have to break the blocks to find everything. Except, imagine if Milon had to try each block twice while switching weapons. It takes twice as long. It's a pixel hunting nightmare that never ends. Oh, you can get special glasses that makes everything visible. Thank God. But oh wait, it only works in certain places. In fact, it barely works at all. What a fucking tease. And there were no special glasses in the movie, but never mind that. Because this is movies too. Even when you do find something, like when you find a hole on the ceiling, sometimes you can only get to it with a ladder, and if it's a hole in the floor, sometimes you need a diving suit, because I guess it's full of water. So you have to come back later when you have those items. Now if you make a hole, and then you leave the room, and then come back, the hole's gone. At least I think it's gone, because it seems like a different room. So they don't even have the goddamn courtesy to let you retrace your steps. If I saw the hole, I'd be able to know I was just there. Where's the hole? You want to know what fucking hole I'm thinking of? You get the ladder, you climb up by pressing up. Makes sense, but you want to know how to climb down the ladder? By pressing up. Does that mean he is actually going down head first? Have you ever climbed upside down a ladder?
Only by putting that could be taken from that man's body,
does not work.
as the stories say.
Then they have the nerve to make the rooms go dark. So now you gotta get a candle. You gotta go on a never-ending scavenger hunt, punching and hammering every wall and every room till you come to an old man who says, "Get out of here if you have nothing to do." Okay, how about I punch him in the face? Fuck you, motherfucker! Yeah! So I punched him 3 times, and nothing interesting happened. But just for good measure, I hit him a 4th time. Still, nothing. Well, I'm pretty sure nothing is gonna happen, so how about I hit him one more time? The candle appeared? How would you come to that conclusion? What do you do when you see an old man meditating? We'll punch him 5 times in the fucking face. Of course. If that's your first instinct, that really says a lot about you. It's like punching people in Roger Rabbit. You don't expect it to have any effect. And why 5 times? Usually it would take 3. When would it ever be 5? Man, I've played tons of games and that's never occurred. Anyway, now that you have the candle, you walk into a room and guess what?
the art
It's
again
still
is
dark.
something to admire.
What am I thinking?
As I said
Of course
before,
the candle's
Pastaboo
not
has created
automatic.
another
You gotta
book
click
akin to
tools,
Godhurst
then
called
select the
Vermis.
candle.
It
Fair
isn't
enough.
sci-fi,
But
and
when
it
you
is
go
rather
into the
dark
next
fantasy.
room, guess
And
what?
whilst it has
You
been
gotta
given
click
a
tools,
reputation,
then
Godhurst
select the
creativity
candle
for it.
again.
I will
And
cover
then
it
you
if
go
you
back
want
into
to.
the room you were
Different
just
takes on
at,
these pieces
and
of
you gotta
fiction
do it
are fun.
again.
We know
Why doesn't
that
Mikey
many
just leave the
things I have
candle
said in
on?
this video
Is he blowing
may
it out
not
every
apply to
single
others'
time he goes into the next
interpretations,
room?
or
Yeah, that
they
makes
may
no
agree with
sense.
me.
And that
I
wasn't
would,
in the
though,
movie
tell
either.
people
But
to
this is
check out
movies
the
too.
book for
What
themselves
I
because
find
whilst
most
I covered
remarkable
all the
is how
information in
all
it,
these
I've
simple,
not really shown
shitty
the
things
art
seem
because I
related
feel
to
it
one
needs
another,
to be
as if
seen
they're all
for
working
itself.
together
Let's
like a
quickly go over the
well-greased,
book
piss-stained
itself,
diarrhea machine.
not the
That's
content,
one of
but
Data's
the way it
contractions.
feels.
It's a chain effect.
Before we
The
wrap
wall
up,
hitting
I just
bullshit
want to say
plays
that
into
this
the
video was
navigational
not sponsored, this is
disorientation,
just a
which
review,
plays
and
into
this
the
is just a
darkness,
video
which
essay
plays
where I
into
talk
the
about
back-ass
something
controls.
really
It's just one big
It is
circle
very
jerk
well
fuck
made,
show.
quite
Honestly,
large, and is
I'm impressed.
120
This takes
pages
frustrating game design
It
to
has
a high
glossy
art.
paper,
It's one of the
stitch
most
binding,
psychologically
and
targeted
overall,
brain
it's just
fuckers I've
very
ever
fun to
played.
hold and read. Okay, that's everything. Again, the link to purchase Godhurst is in the description below, as is Pastaboo's social media. Once again, this video was not sponsored at all. If you are interested in my channel, feel free to like and subscribe. Follow my Twitter and join the Discord server as well. There are also Patreon and YouTube membership options if you want to go even further. For a few rewards in return.
It's
Thanks
hammer
for
time.
watching and stay safe.
Oh, yeah.
Life isn't just about passing on your genes. We can leave behind much more than just DNA.
There's a lot of elder abuse in this episode, nerd. You're still here, huh? You're still fucking here.
Felt, anger, joy, and sorrow. Things I will pass on. That's what
Alright, where was I? Did I just spend the past 8 minutes talking about the simple function of moving through rooms? It's astonishing how the game goes from good to horrible as soon as you open one of those doors. How did they fuck it all up over something so stupid? Something that you normally wouldn't even have to think about is such a large part of the game. And that's the majority of your time. Just finding your way through rooms and clicking around menus to do simple things that could have been done with one hit of a button. It overcomplicates everything. Imagine if you were playing Super Mario Brothers and anytime you go down a fight, it switches to something completely
This
different.
video, like my
some kind of
video,
3D
is not
labyrinth with a
sponsored.
mess of
It's
menus
purely
and
me
controls
just
that
talking
make
about
no
something
sense.
that I really
But what
love,
happens when you make
which
it
is,
through
well,
these rooms?
the premise
You
of
thought
this
it'd be
entire
an
channel,
end-all,
which is
shit-all,
thesis
bottom
relating
of
to
the
it
barrel
is my
fuck.
university
No,
degree,
the rooms
as
are merely
used
the
by
means
doing
of
that.
transit to the other side of the map. Yeah, I haven't even talked about
After the
map
initial
yet.
text that I read out at the very start of the video,
you
we
said
are
you could
greeted
translate.
with
Translate
two
right here.
simple
Yeah,
lines.
translate.
One a statement,
Now we're
another
really
question.
getting down to it.
A
It's
light
nice they have a
sparks
map,
in the
but
dark.
it's pointless because you never
Which
take a
flesh
direct path
is
to go
your
anywhere
flesh?
ever. Instead,
Sticking
you go
to
through
the
those
topic
3D
of
rooms
flesh,
which act
the
as a
next
turd
page
tunnel to
goes
go
into
from one
detail
shitty realm to the
regarding
next.
two
On
distinct
the other
kinds of
side,
flesh.
you find yourself on
Good
the back
and
of the
evil.
map.
Good
That's
flesh
right.
is
The
seemingly
map
compared
flips
to
around.
light,
Let me
unable
demonstrate
to
on
be
me.
invaded
It's as
by
if you're trying to
darkness and
solve an
shining
ordinary
in
maze,
dark
except
corners
every
of the
so
world.
often there's a spot where you have to
Meanwhile,
punch the pen
is
through,
conflated
and on the
with
other side,
darkness,
there's a
which is
whole other
described
maze as if you
eternal,
travel through a
infinite,
wormhole.
and
So now you have to find your way to
The
the
text
next
says
wormhole
that,
and
quote,
flip the map
"We are
again
born in the
and
light
again
and rot in the
and
dark,"
again.
end quote.
But that's simplifying
Whether this
it,
is
because
referring
each
to
time you
humans
get to
or
one of
not
those
isn't
wormholes,
clear
you'd have
at
to
this
switch to
point.
some kind of
To
3D
me,
maze and
these are
find
the
your way
two
through
distinct types
blindfolded
of
while only being
characters
able to
in
point in
Vermis
one
1.
direction.
The skeleton characters
The whole
somehow
idea
seems to
is
be
to rescue
player
your friends,
character.
like the first game,
And after
but the map
observing
won't
its
show
way
where they're
forward
at
to the
unless you
darkness
find
of
a
the well,
locator device
the
for
player
each
must
individual
choose
one.
between these two
When you do,
options.
the friends are represented
After
by
this,
a
we
blue
get a
dot,
guide on the states
They're
of
inside a
Vermis.
room that's in
There
that
are
area.
9 states,
You
and
are
they are
represented
compared
by
to
a red
wounds
dot,
that are
so you
more
head towards
previous
the
than
blue
others.
dot, checking the map
These
every so
wounds
often
no
to keep
doubt
track.
lead to these
Next thing you
states.
know, the blue
infection,
dot is gone.
dread,
What happened?
slumber,
Oh, am I
petrification,
on it?
curse,
That's right.
insanity,
The red dot
blindness,
can
possession,
cover the blue
white
dot.
eyes.
So you
I
gotta
will
move
explain
one
as
screen
much as I
over
can
just
how
to make
these work
sure.
as we go.
That's like if you're looking for the
But
TV
some should
remote
be
and
obvious,
suspect you
such
might be
as
sitting on it,
blindness
so you have to
and
get up and
petrification.
move. They
On
couldn't
certain
figure out how to
occasions,
show
we
a
see
blue
icons
dot and a
on
red
certain
dot at the
states,
same time?
signifying what the
Couldn't they
area
just
or
make
enemy may inflict upon
purple
us.
dot? From
here, we can choose a class,
so I go through
origin
the room,
point,
I hammer
or
the wall
whatever
to
you
find
wish
the
to call
door
it.
that leads to the friend
There
in the
are a
cage.
total of
Luckily, I
12
have the
of
key,
these,
so I
and each
open
one
it,
has
and
their
they
own
say,
little backstory
Mikey,
that
you're
is
late,
big
I
enough
was
for the player
almost killed.
to come up with
Well,
right
cut
there,
me a
character
fucking
within the
break.
boundaries
I had
of
to get a
class.
diving suit
As
so I
well
could
as
climb
this, we
up
get
down a
look
ladder
into
to
their
find a hidden
stats.
safe behind a
There
wall,
are 4
behind a
stats
door,
in
behind an
there.
invisible door that I
Strength,
moonwalked
intelligence,
backwards
faith,
out of.
and
Then I had to kill some
we
birds
also
until
see
one of them
their
dropped the key.
starting
I had to
items,
bomb
as
a bunch
well
of
as how
random
much
spots
good
in the wall so I could
flesh they
find
have
hyper shoes.
via
I had to
a
jump
black
across a bunch of poop
with the
platforms,
good
slide around on
represented as
ice,
white
as if
evil
anyone
class.
ever liked
Allow me
that
to
trope.
quickly go
Then I
over
had to
the
fill up my
classes.
health by Konami Man. Yes,
Their
Konami Man.
origins are
Unless
yet
you hit
unknown.
him, in which
Some
you'll
say
never
they are
forget
some
it
kind
and
of
never
cult.
give you
Others
health
say they
ever
are
again
mindless
for
minions
the
to
rest
an
of the
evil
game.
cult. They
That's
have
true.
armor full
I had to
of
swim
deadly
around in a
and
bunch of
infected
underwater
spikes.
caverns and
Their
meet creatures from the
handcuffs
Black
don't allow
Lagoon
them to
and
hold
fight a
any
bunch of
weapons.
dragons.
Rumor
Remember the
has it
Gill
that
Man and
their
dragons
helmets
from
are actually
Goonies?
full of
Of course
spikes
you
on
don't.
the inside,
Because this
so
is
they may
Goonies
not
too.
be chaotic and
I had to
hostile
go through
for the
one
sake of
secret
it.
room to get to
Instead,
another
they are
secret room to get to
desperately
another
seeking
one and
help
another and
from
another and
constant
another and
pressure.
another and another.
The lost old
All to rescue your
once a
friends.
hero,
And
now
think
a
about how
lost soul
disturbing
without
that is.
purpose in
There's
life.
kids
Where
in
are their
cages
beloved
with
ones,
talk
the
of being
people they
killed
once fought
in an
for?
NES game.
They stood against
That
many
was fucking
indescribable
dark.
horrors, but
One
always
positive thing
confined.
about this game is that
Trapped
you
in their
can continue
memories,
as
not
many
able
times
to
as
process
you
the
need.
past,
It almost
the
makes
old
it worse
glory
because
wanders
with no
through
game
the dark
overs,
woods
I have
and
no
rocky
excuse.
villages,
There's
trying to find
nothing
purpose
exciting
in
at
life.
the end.
The
No
waste
final
of life,
boss,
I don't know.
expelled
open
from
the last
every
door,
village and
and
hated
there you
by
go.
everyone.
You saved
He's
Anne,
been cursed
who
with
happened to
I don't know
be
what
a
man was committing.
mermaid, by the way. Remember the
But he shows
mermaid
no
in Goonies?
No,
Some
well,
say that
that's
this
because
individual
this
is not
is a
human
load of
at all,
fucking shit.
but the
May I
embodiment
ask,
of all
why
our
is the
flaws.
mermaid
Every
topless?
single
Specifically,
action
my
is
question
driven
would
by
be
its
why they
madness and
actively
greed.
chose to
They
have
have
a mermaid
escaped
with a
punishments
blank
many
chest
times, but
rather than
have
give her
never
the
learned
typical
the lesson.
clamshell bra like
The
in
men
Peter
say
Pan and soon
they
to be
have
famous a
incredible
couple years
mind
after
twisting
with the Little
24
Mermaid.
hours
They can
Am I
use
asking
all
too many
kinds of
questions?
illusions and
If they
play
make a
with their
Goonies
enemies'
2
minds.
film and it's anything like
The
this
big
game,
metal
I will
head
truffle
works
shuffle
as a
till I shit my
catalyst for
pants.
their
It's
powers.
crazy to think
They
the
are
first game
completely
was the one they held
defenseless
back
in the
from us.
daylight.
It's kind of like
Mech
a
sages are the
rhinoceros
masters
comes
of
over to piss
illusory
on you,
arts,
and then it
bending
turns
shadows
around,
to
oh
create
thank
all
God,
kinds
and
of
it shits
nightmares.
on your fucking
When the
face.
darkness
That
is
is an
gone,
unfortunate
their power
situation,
shrinks greatly.
and this is one of the worst
They can
sequels
survive
ever.
with the little
Konami
darkness
really
inside
delivered the
their
number 2
helmets,
on us.
but without shadows, they are defenseless. They cast spells with their full strength, swinging it left to right,
I won't be able
causing
to
them to be vulnerable to missing attacks.
It goes many
Shadows are
layers
typically
deep.
useful
It starts
for
out like
defense
Super
because of
Pitfall.
this,
You
as
scrape away
illusions
that
are most
layer of
effective
shit
when
underneath
enemies
is
don't know
Friday
where
the
they are coming
13th.
from.
And under that
Even
is
if they know
Mylon
an
Secret
illusion is a
Castle
trio,
as you go
sometimes
further
it's
into the
less
center
horrifying.
of the wet,
The
smelly
Wandering
dog turd.
Angel. These devoted knights are on a journey to join their beloved goddess in
Now,
death.
I don't know for a fact
They have to
that the
travel
dog
all the
turd
way
is any
to a
worse than the
sacred
whole turd.
mountain.
That has
Then
yet to be
pull the
tested.
halo
But I'm gonna
placed
test something
behind
else
their
out right
helmets to
now.
decapitate themselves. A pile of helmets full of rotten flesh lies on the other side of the mountain. The Stone Scholar. They have their face compressed against the stones tied to their heads. In constant pain, but their sacrifice grants them infinite wisdom. They are experts in wood sorcery and are very smart, but have a fragile body. They are condemned to a pitiful and miserable life, unable to see or smell, due to the scars the rocks have left them. Should they be stripped of their power somehow, they will only crawl to search the enlightenment they once had. The Princess's Nail. Their loyalty knows no limits. They are all their princess needs to achieve anything she wishes. Whether that be the death of her enemies, unattainable treasures, peace, or war. They will stop at nothing. The princess herself ties a lock of her hair to her knight's swords, so they can feel her presence and look within them.
Where's the wheel?
The infant Sita, a mother on a quest to retrieve her lost child, taken from her by a witch. On these lands, the young children disappear often, the birth rate is very low, and witches are in constant search for the precious delicacy. Memories of better days is her main source of determination, and no matter how long or arduous the journey is, hope will remain. The Rat Man, once a man afflicted by a curse. With time, he ended up losing his humanity. No memories of the man he once was remains. He's been wandering in the capital sewers for so many years that he has become a sort of fable to scare children. The mine These knights are born and raised in the pestilent mines that granted them a very high tolerance to toxins and sicknesses. Their senses developed greatly. They can hear, smell, and see almost like a creature of the night. The mines were also the place that provided better materials to the capital and those who wanted knowledge of the old world. prophet, the last member of a religion that was persecuted and eradicated by the crown. They worshipped the old world god known as Meachew, titled the Oracle, who granted them countless miracles and showed them grim prophecies of a dark future. Meachew was decapitated long ago, yet his mummified head can talk to those who know how to listen to him. These grim prophecies of the future were full of death and decay. The Cursed Fallen, a brave warrior who faced a terrible loss. He found a mysterious whispering rock that told him the way to bring back his loved one from the dead. Since then, he has been a slave to the Whispers. This rock are the remains of an ancient statue, its edges polished by the hands of those who have handled it with mistrust. The rumors say that the Whispers guide the holder to achieve their deepest desires. Many also say that those who listen are fools. Cursed fools, that is. Choosing an origin, we are told about the 6 known gods of this world. They demand devotion, punishment, or sacrifice. Some are said to be older than time, whilst others have a physical form or are completely invisible. They all shaped the world into what it is. Gailac the Cursed, Dorvus the Truth, Mergo the Relentless, Gervek the Great, Meachew the Oracle, and Ketereth the Wrath. They will be expanded on as we venture. With our character created, we are told about an area.
I don't know what the heck I'm doing.
This is Greengrave, also known as the Dead Man's Garden. It is filled with lush green, yet has an underlying depression about it thanks to the thin fog. The apparent remains of Gervek the Great have grown alongside the mountains here. The remains of a literal god. These remains are now one of the relics of the old world and is considered sacred by many, as it is said that those who live in Greengrave
This is
live
music I
longer
really
due to
like, so...
Greengrave lies in the outskirts of the capital. The capital itself is said to be consumed by chaos and is in a constant war, headed by fools and liars, blinded by the shining of their own crowns. Each of these fools thinks their cause is supreme, and they think each sacrifice brings them closer to the death of their enemies. Luckily for us, our journey is far from this war, beginning deep in Greengrave's forest. We awake in a small,
Charlie
isolated
Kirk died,
forest.
I know.
It is cold and damp, but at least it feels comfortable. Moving past the comfort, we enter the graveyard. The book here gives us a small poem.
There's
House of Grey,
space
House
maps,
of Cold, House of
a Gmod,
House of Many, House of None, House of those who belong to home. We also get a look at some of the threats in this area, or should I say, monstrosities. Crazy Bones, Mad Bones, Talking Skull, Insane Bones, Witch Head, Shadow Figure, Bone Keeper, Ghost Mother and her newborn, Mudman, Bone Snake, Living Grave, and the Lonely Knight. Unlike Godhusk, which came after Vermis, Vermis often leaves the details of enemies to interpretation, but gives us a good overview.
something else I was going to look up.
Witch Head is defenseless when their tongue is cut off. Venturing enough, we may find whistling depth inside an oak.
I actually don't remember.
Tightly by its former owner. It is a unique sword that has a distinct sound when it is swung through the air.
Oh wait, no, I
Leading
said
to
what
the
I
higher
do.
level of the graveyard are 2 clothed statues standing next to
Jack
the ascending
Neo.
stairs. As we reach the summit, we hear the piercing noise of cold wind.
What curdling
Looking ahead,
fact.
we see the majestic view of the whole graveyard within the valley, but we also feel a presence. The lonely knight was defeated long ago. He mourns endlessly, and this longing for someone who has passed is what led to his defeat. His path has been crooked since the day he lost his other half, and despite his imposing appearance, he is totally harmless, not even defending himself.
W, 3.
I don't think there should be
Yeah, they deleted a lot of these.
His hand on the chest plate. Progressing, we come across a salient with 6 tombs. Moving on to the side, we find a secret path to the catacombs. This path is dangerous, and there are fierce enemies lurking on and around it, most of which aren't among the living. Sneaking, killing, or rushing by the enemies will eventually leads to the pauper's catacombs. Pauper meaning, well, a pauper. It is filled with corpses of those who are not remembered, such as forgotten warriors, disgraced nobles, and lonely peasants. The walls are filled with bones that are decomposed. Pitch-dark corridors are constantly leaking wet soil, and the air is dense with a smell of rot. Within one of the intersections of the catacombs is a statue of a monk breathing. See that the frightened frog knight is dead in the same corner. He was never ready for the horrors of the dark. On his body we find a ring of 1,000 eyes, allowing us to see those who are no longer among the living, whilst also allowing us to be seen by them. We can also loot his armor, known as Exiled Sentinel armor. It is heavy and from a faraway land, full of ornaments and painted green with bronze details. A piece of written cloth is stored inside one of his gauntlets. It simply says, "Do not dare return without a key." From this cloth alone, we know why this knight was here. A poor victim of either an accident, curse, or something else. Either way, he was filled with fear, maybe, just maybe, guilt. Perhaps his ring could be blamed for this too, being able to see those who are no longer among the living. Eventually, sadly, his bones will be added to the many of these catacombs. With enough effort, we may find the exit to this place at the end of the tunnel. This tunnel is silent, having no doors or corners, with only the floor full of rotting bodies and bones to occupy us. A respite from what came before. The pleasing cold breeze complements this feeling, which, well, slightly made of complicated tunnels with similar and twisting paths that all look the same. In every corner there may be a threat, and the shadows feel almost alive as they dance. Soon we see a distant figure resting by a tree.
Over here, friend. I did not expect to find anyone in a place such as this. However, I must warn you about this one.
Rotting beds with silver sheets, a sanctum for the cold. Our eyes are backwards. After these words are whispered, the visage simply vanishes into the fog. So, that mushroom the drowsy knight gave us will eventually need to be viewed. The longer we stay here, the harder the fight against drowsiness becomes. Eating the mushroom helps us stay conscious for a little longer. Or we can simply pinch ourselves, which I doubt will be very effective. Pressing on, we will find a shadow standing on our soaked path. This one isn't like the others, as we hear footsteps and armor behind it.
My path is written. My sword is of break. Be gone, shadow. Return to the heart. You won't fall twice.
This exhausted and lost paladin will attempt to strike us down, but the weight of his armor and his slumber will cause him to fall into the swamp with a great splash. Gaining enough strength to talk and look at us, he asks us, "Why is my armor so heavy?" Before falling completely into the silvery water, we can either kill him or steal his blade. This blade is called the Unbreakable Path, and it shines in various colours like oil. Fortunately, it is oddly light for its size. Eventually, not even pinching will help us, and we will fall into brief moments of sleep with tumbles and nodding to match. It gets to a point where we can't tell if we are even progressing. Once we fall to the ground, anger boils inside us, defeated as if the long fight was over, and now we have to wait for a certain death. As we nod off, we get a bit of exposition. The birthplace of the curse is a forsaken labyrinth plagued with abominations and pure horror. Only the mad and the cursed can freely wander around the pestilent tunnels. The stench is unbearable. Every shadow hides a blood-starved monstrosity. The mines hide secrets that should remain unknown for the good of mankind. As for what this curse isn't exactly clear at this point. It could somehow be referring to the sleepiness made completely of corpses. They crunch with every step we make, made completely of wander around the pestilent tunnels. A haunting scene. The mist is completely gone, so are the trees. The sky is pitch dark with only a crescent moon reflecting off the water. Looking down, though, we notice that the bottom of the water is made completely of corpses. They crunch with every step we make. We are told the following. None have awakened from the dream. Resist not, and your flesh shall be banished, so your soul can rest under the peaceful waters among men. universe. Venturing enough, we will come across the aspect of the dream. It gracefully draws its blade and swings at a human speeds, with the only time to fight back being between these onslaughts. Luckily, its nimbleness gives way to fragility, meaning that one hit is all that is needed to disperse it. It is a quite challenging task either way, thanks to its speed. If the aspect's weapon touches us, the dream will end instantly, as will our mind. Our body will never be found in the mist, at least not in a physical form. Awakening, we find ourselves in a completely different place. The mist is gone, and the sounds of nature surrounds us. We start to feel the cold breeze against our soaked clothes. Next to us, we find the memory of the stinger, a blade previously owned by the aspect of the dream we defeated. Walking from the scarce amount of water we awoke in, we see a slender, thin, masked man standing on the shore, staring our way. They wear a big cloak and hold a wooden mask to their face, peeking through it as they do.
Nobody will ever talk.
Even now I see you standing there. What a curious scene I am witnessing. You surely are one of a kind. Not only did you survive, but you somehow vanished the fall. I happened to be looking this over. I thought it was you for a second, and the mist suddenly dissipated. I've been entrusted to deliver an important message. I'm afraid I have no time to waste. Quite an interesting fellow. Meet again. May Dorvis guide your way. The man then turns around and ventures into the swamp, leaving us behind. Finally making our way out of the swamp is a hillock. Atop it is a startling view of the whole fruit of the forest. This landscape is filled with distant whistling, making us wonder about the nature of this world. We go down the hill, ready to face whatever denizens are within it. The trees here can grow to 70 meters tall, and their trunks are full of holes on every side, causing flute-like noises to occur when the wind blows through the forest, hence the name of the forest. At night, the whole forest erupts into a spine-chilling melody that is so loud that even the bravest will be frightened. Around the world are stone-like structures known as Vagrant's Crown. On each of the four sides are different expressions, but the erosion of time has made most of them unrecognizable. Those who respect the monuments leave a string of their hair and clothes tied to it. So those who come often can tell how many had ventured into the lands their previous step foot in. To be shady as a bold crown is a common saying, referring to how a vagrant's crown without any hair or clothes means that the land ahead is dubious and dangerous, that shouldn't be trusted. Mergo the Relentless, one of the gods, has devotees consecrated to protect holy terrain and destroy passive threats. They live in Mergo's grace, ripping their guts out and causing lethal wounds to themselves, just to prove their trust and witness the miracle. Their life will continue as long as they are faithful to their god. Shrines to Mergo can be found scattered throughout these woods, with offerings such as seeds, berries, and flesh at the bottom. It is known that every spark of non-human life is grown from one of Mergo's several limbs. He is described to be the father of everything that is green. The trees always grow tall around these shrines. There are many threats in the fruit, 15 types to be precise, which are being panned over on the screen right now.
Speaking of teeth, babies' adult teeth are located right below their eyeballs. There was a
back to it in a little bit.
where a person sometimes they're soaked in salt water and the goat would lick their feet until their flesh was gone. Most serial killers are born in November.
It'll be like
Breast implants is cremated.
every episode.
Drip to the bottom of the furnace. A man was once discovered to have a fir tree growing inside of his mouth. The doctors thought it was a tumor.
Maybe this will be better.
Inhaled a fir tree seed. It sprouted.
This place is full of life and death, and its reputation comes not only from being the witch's homeland, but also for the little knowledge life has offered. The brave souls who venture into the woods don't usually come back to town. Deep in the woods is a house without windows, seemingly a perfect place to rest. We notice a small fireplace and a couple of rotten sacks of flour alongside bed sheets. Everything is covered in dust, and we feel the dampness in the air. Once we close the door, everything inside turns completely dark, and finally we get a peaceful rest. The only sound inside being the distant whispers of wind coming from the fireplace. We dream of lost ancient lands we have never seen, brimming of life and full of
I
serenity.
wonder if I should put Cinemassacre on.
The mist from the distant water
Wait, I
diamonds
mean
our skin. The lingering water shines like diamond dust in the air.
Dark
Finding
Walker.
light in the soothing view. We wake up soaked in sweat. A dazzling fire lights the whole room from the fireplace, and the pressure in the air feels overwhelming. The muffled sound slowly turns into deep guttural voices, violently chanting in a language we cannot understand. It's like living in a
Okay, I'll be
nightmare.
back again.
Our heart is racing, confused and frightened. We cannot process the situation, so we quickly run to the door. Our legs tremble in fear as we try to stand up. Passing by the fireplace, we realize something truly bizarre. Despite the light from the fireplace, we cast no shadow. The chanting gets louder, we feel more debilitated, as if every word is putting a weight on our shoulders. Listening to this chanting for too long will cause us to become cursed. A fate supposedly waits that is worse than death, and we will carry it for the rest of our life. A punishment yet unworthy of our sin, said Marco before inflicting an eternal curse upon Lila. Trying to escape the curse, we run to the door, but it is closed tight. The rotten and humid wood eventually gives way as we look around. We fall to the ground outside, alongside the door, breathing in the air as we feel the wet grass underneath our fingertips. The forest breeze, chilling the sweat on our back. Looking back at the chilling the sweat on our back. Looking back at the room looked up, we notice how it's attached to something buried in the ashes. A mummified severed hand that is missing a tip and a finger. We can take the ring with us if we wish. This is the ring of the sinking fire. The bearer of it will be able to add burning flames upon a weapon upon touching the steel. The effect only lasts for a minute, and it cannot be applied again until the steel cools down. As we interact with the chimney, though, we notice a strong smell coming from the minute. Don't look.
There was a woman in the 18th century named...
Now, somehow rested, we can continue our venture. 2 nights north, we notice that the path is frequented by small ruins covered in moss. The deeper into the woods we go, we notice these small ruins become large towers and castles conquered by nature. Looking around these ruins, we find nothing but mossy ruins. These ruins are as old as the forest itself. Everything must be consumed by nature. The one ruin that stands out here is an imposing mausoleum. As we get closer, we will be able to discern noises coming from inside, in between the forest's bushes. These are the Green Sun Ruins. These ruins have 5 levels total, and we also get a bit of a story. A long time ago, the Goblin Princess's life slowly faded away due to a rare illness, and so did the Green Hand Order. The Green Sun Mausoleum was built shortly afterwards to preserve and venerate the body of the princess. Very few goblins remain from the old world. Even so, they still guard the beloved corpse. On each of the 5 levels of this ruin is an enemy. On the first level is a necromancer, a dark, stricken creature that hides behind his many summons made of bones. The second level has a Hemlet beast, a starving monster that has remained here for years, constantly thirsting for blood, resting on a nest of bones from those who once fell to it. On the 3rd floor is the Light Gobbler, a twisted abomination full of limbs. A single look into their contorted face can make lesser beings go mad. The 4th level has a few goblin guards that guard the ruin. On the 5th and final level lurks a goblin knight, the last of his kind, awaiting next to the aforementioned Goblin Princess's chamber, bound by his oath. As we approach these ruins, we hear a distant grunting. Checking it out, we find a knight lying below a tree, holding his hands on his stomach while blood pours out.
I guess I'm not going to die alone. Well, that's a relief. It's funny how even a stranger can bring solace when someone is consumed by despair. I'm not the first one who will not come back from these woods. Nevertheless, I thought it would be different for me. I have sinned of impertinence. Would you do me a favour? Bring me the box.
He points to a small entrance on the side of the ruins. This box can be found deep in the ruin, and we will get back to it in a moment. The main gate to the ruins themselves are guarded by a big red skeleton, equipped with a sword and shield. The floor around him is crimson with blood. Red skeletons are stronger and bigger than the mad bones, but luckily there are other ways to enter the ruins if we look around hard enough. Entering the building, we see a horde of skeletons surrounding a tall, hooded figure with glowing blue eyes. A necromancer. It notices us instantly, slowly raising its hand while stepping back. A skeletal body raises from the ground, trying to reach our leg. To defeat this foe, we must avoid fighting the skeletons, instead focusing on the necromancer. Defeating the necromancer leaves only a single horned helmet in its place, as the summoned skeletons return to their natural state. The Princess of Bones is the name of this ceremonial helmet. It does not grant us any special attributes whilst we are alive, besides changing the colour of our eyes to blue. Should we die with this helmet on, though, we will return to life as a necromancer. At the back of the room is an ivory chest at the feet of a dilapidated statue. It is perfectly preserved and covered in many ornaments, likely housing a valuable object. Approaching the chest, we feel our hearts drop as the floor begins to open beneath our feet. Our fingers slip off the edge of the hole as we fall helplessly into the void. This, however, is the only way to access the underground chambers, an area that advances our journey. This mistake may not be totally bad after all. A bed of slimy bones breaks the fall, and the stink of death instantly clouds our senses. Ahead, in the dark, are a pair of yellow glowing eyes that cast a flimsy light on the macabre surroundings. A ferocious beast stands ahead of us. To defeat it, we must avoid looking directly at its eyes or risk petrification, leading to a slow death that we cannot defend against. A certain glimmer can be found among the rusted weapons and armours that once belonged to the beast's victims. The Shield of Truth. A blue shield with a big shiny gem at its centre. Wiping the blood off the surface, we see our own reflection, and using it against the beast will lead to its own petrification, as it looks upon itself. Making our way out, we find ourselves in a dark room with a beam of light coming from the trapdoor on the ceiling. We hear noises and murmurs from the shadows. There are goblins nearby, staring at us, shocked to see someone coming out of the pit. They are paralysed with fear, weak and old. None will dare face the warrior who slayed the beast. We may walk in the next room with our blade covered in their blood if we wish. Next we will find a small room connected to a long hallway full of arches. Once we step into the room, a glowing object at the bottom of the room instantly catches our eye. A chest with an ominous deep green aura. Approaching the chest, we see a light gobbler behind it, using its mouth to emit the green glow of the chest to lure us. Getting too close causes the lights to turn violent, confusing and frightening us, soon turning us insane if we don't look away. The light gobbler moves extremely fast, resembling an insect. Finding a way to loot the chest results in the royal spine, a beautiful but ultimately heavy and near useless rapier. A long corridor awaits us. The long ruined structure lets the sunlight peek through the walls and floor, casting its light into the deep green moss. A delicate voice echoes between the walls of the corridor. Please, leave them be. This is not a place for my kind. Be gone, I beg. The corridor leads to a large room. In the middle is a threatening presence, the Goblin Knight. Their odd-looking armour presents the main traits of a goblin, but it doesn't match his imposing stature. He carries a pair of wavy war axes. As soon as he notices our presence, he starts to walk towards us. This formidable foe fights slowly, but is extremely aggressive. If we carefully avoid or block his attacks for some time, we will eventually exhaust him, enough to a point that it gives us a chance to thrust our weapon into one of the armour's apertures. He will then fall to his knees. As this happens, he turns his head to a dark hallway at the end of the room. He contemplates it for a few seconds, then screams at the top of his lungs and rises once again. The blood pours from his wounds like a fountain due to the pressure. He is going berserk. He won't last long, yet he fights faster and until the very end. But eventually, the battle must end. The knight falls into a puddle of blood and stops moving almost immediately, as if he's been drained from every grain of energy. We cannot take his armour or his axes with us due to their weight, but we can remove the upper half of his helmet. He was in fact human after all. The ruins are in absolute silence, and the last room awaits. We stare into the darkness, our eyes eventually discerning a dim light at the end.
probably from the cracks on the ceiling as well. We can feel the tension in the air as we walk through the hallway. It feels somehow wrong, but also like the right thing to do. We feel a pressure in our chest, a feeling we cannot fully grasp. The princess slumbers in her casket peacefully. No one should ever disturb the graceful damsel, only those whose hearts left their body long ago. We move the top of the casket off. The princess remembers better times, and she has been stripped away from her most beloved possessions. She thinks of the goblins and her father. We can take the 2 relics from the princess, a rusted old crown that once had embedded gems on it, and a highly decorated bronze box. It has an inscription in a language unknown to us and is close to very tight. Once we exit the chamber, we witness an uncanny scene. A pale woman with a sad expression kneels before the goblin knight's corpse. Her skin is lumpy and full of wounds, and her hair floats as if she were underwater. The vision lasts for barely a second before fading. Going back to the tree with the dying knight, we can give him the bronze box. I cannot believe my eyes. Thank you. You are a saint. He grabs the box nervously, pulling a key from one of his pockets that opens it. Inside there's a shiny green ring. The knight holds it tight, and suddenly he bursts into flames, only leaving ashes. We can instead keep the box. Oh, I see. I should have expected it. Too much to ask of a stranger. If at some point we force it open, the box will be completely empty. I can only guess that if we kill the man on our own, retrieve his key, and get the ring from the box, well, our fate won't be very pleasant. Okay, let's move on from this place. In this world exist 6 immortal blades, swords that took part in tales and legends. Their blades are one of a king and also indestructible due to the magic that forged them. Each one has special abilities that are unique to them. Some of these blades have taken lives from demons and emperors across time, and now they rest hidden around the world. Going past the ruins and going north, we will enter the forest's highlands. The cold air starts to get in our chest, and the flutewood's melody sounds on a more violent pitch. Hiking higher, a landscape starts to peek behind the trees. A saturated sunset mirrors on a lake that splits the vast highlands in half, with just a flimsy wooden bridge beneath them, swaying gently in the breeze. While walking through these highlands, we finally have the time to reflect on our journey. Did we go far enough to achieve whatever we wanted? Hell, do we know where we are going? Perhaps we don't know. Is our path already decided and we should walk mindlessly to eventually reach our destination? Or are we the ones who make that path? Our way to the end is what truly matters. Or does the value of a journey depend on the destination? The flutewoods sing as our steps leave dry crunching beneath our feet. We cross a vagrant's crown again, except this one is completely without hair or string attached to it. As we know, Shady is a bold crown. Despite this, we press on. In the distance, we see a shadow sitting on a tree stump, wearing a long skirt and a pointy hat. As we approach, we can see something is off with their face. A long black tongue emerges from its wrinkled lips in a gruesome manner. It appears to be wearing a mask, portraying a witch. The fact that the resting figure bears any resemblance to a witch may make us instantly distrust them. With mistrust comes a gentle voice from behind the mask. Please fear not, traveller. Despite one's appearance, I am not a witch. I am Vikora, daughter of Derma. Normally I don't wear this kind of garment, but the witches took my younger brother, and I plan to take him back by infiltrating their coven. It's far from being a perfect plan, but I am telling it to you because I need someone like you to clear the path. I would be very grateful. She then hands us the crooked fang, commonly used by the wandering angels to achieve inhuman strength and reflexes. Whilst we don't help her directly by infiltrating the coven, we might as well clear any threats as we blindly wander forward. Arriving at the bridge is an imposing figure standing in the middle of the feeble structure. They are carrying an axe and a shield. His cape waves violently with the howling gales.
As we approach to battle, they do as well, with each of their steps trembling the entire bridge. They point their axe at us. This is a good time to use the crooked fang that Vikura gave us. Doing so will cause our senses to sharpen, everything from the creaking wood to the agitated breath of the enemy. Our surroundings move slower, and our eyes perceive the air currents as clear as a musical score. We feel our muscles growing and our blood warming. This only lasts for 5 minutes, after which we will pass out instantly. We best dispatch this enemy and get off this bridge as soon as possible. The knight falls off the bridge after our onslaught that we can barely understand. After reaching the other side, we notice how the oppressive flutewood sounds have been replaced with clear skies. The breeze is gentle, and the trees here are normal. After days of wandering around in the flutewood's melody, the absence of the whistles is a heavenly silence, interrupted only by the chirping of the birds and the wind blowing through the leaves. Ahead is the Shade Sanctum, an enormous structure rising atop of the highest hill, casting a shadow that engulfs the landscape. By the time we walk to it, the sun has begun setting. The gigantic sun, with a grim expression that decorates the main gate, makes us feel uneasy and small. The contrast with the sky makes it difficult to discern what's inside. The pinkish skies have now turned into an intense orange. We think about the false witch. Did she cross the bridge? Would she ever make it to the coven? We will simply never know. The sloping hills make for an arduous climb, but thanks to being rested, we don't feel exhaustion. We even get to enjoy the peaceful scenery. Approaching the gate at the foot of the sanctum, our heart skips a beat when we see a large skeleton standing inside, completely still. Its bones are covered in moss. Its unnerving presence makes our hearts beat faster and the air feel heavier. If we try to look away, we will notice how our vision slowly fades and a high pressure starts to pound in our head. The gate behind the skeleton is dark. Not a single shape or dim light can be discerned from the outside. As we keep eye contact with the skeleton for some time, the bones will start moving. The skeleton raises both arms to shoulder height, slowly opening its hand to reveal a pair of coins on each hand. One is made of silver and the other made of mud. Taking either of the coins will cause the building to vanish in the blink of an eye. In order to pass through the gates, we must deposit a coin, depending on our will level. If you remember, this is one of the stats related to our character at the start of the game. If our will is low, we should deposit a coin made of silver or bronze on the left hand, and if our will is high, deposit one made of mud in the right hand. If we don't measure our will correctly or place the coins in the wrong hand, we will be inflicted with a curse. Inside the Shade Sanctum is a long, dark corridor with 1,000 eyes that greet us. The air is filled with the smell of cold, humid stone. Our eyes take a few minutes to get used to the pitch-dark environment. The Shade Sanctum is a merciless labyrinth full of monstrosities and deadly traps. Only the creatures of the dark and the insane have wandered around its nightmarish hallways. The entrance is filled with statues with deep, hollow eyes, and they have open wounds on their stomachs. Every statue here is different, but the features remain the same. Some of them have silver coins inside of their eyes, hence why I mentioned that it feels like we have 1,000 eyes looking at us. Being surrounded in the dark by these ghoulish figures chills our spine. Around the labyrinth we will find this symbol on the walls, ceilings and various small shrines. We aren't quite sure of its meaning. The first time we see it is on a mural at the end of the 1,000-eyed corridor. Looking directly into it, we don't see anything strange at first. We soon realize that every time we blink, we can see it etched inside of our eyelids, like an optical illusion. The labyrinthian Shade Sanctum is separated into several layers. Each level reaches deeper into the underground, and its darkness becomes more and more dense to the point where not even flames can pierce through the shadows. No one has found the bottom of this labyrinth yet, and it may not exist at all. Venturing through, we eventually find a leering figure, dressed in an opulent armor full of emeralds. The knight notices our steps and says the following: "Please unshackle me from this terrible curse upon the living that we call fear. My mind is clouded with death. I cannot think, I cannot act. Why should I keep fighting? We're all doomed to turn into forgotten bones. Near him we find a torch, a light of hope within these dark tunnels. From here on we can navigate much easier. We progress to a large room. At first sight the room seems empty, but we see a large palpitating lump of flesh in the corner of it. Completely harmless but highly disturbing. Upon inspecting the room we find a giving birth figure, dressed in an opulent armour full of emeralds. The knight notices our steps and says the following.
Please unshackle me from this terrible curse upon the living that we call fear. My mind is clouded with death. I cannot think. I cannot act. Why should I keep fighting? We're all doomed to turn into forgotten bones.
Near him we find a torch, a light of hope within these dark tunnels. From here on we can navigate much easier. We progress to a large room. At first sight the room seems empty, but we see a large palpitating lump of flesh in the corner of it. Completely harmless but highly disturbing. Upon inspecting the room we find a slight insect-like buzzing in the centre. Here lies an odd-looking ring. If we touch the ring, we will carry Ketereth, the god of wrath's, white hives for the rest of our lives until it takes us. A sort of skin infection that completely destroys our outer layer of skin until we cannot take it anymore, or our body gives up. This ring will only be appreciated by those who seek the forbidden god's favour. The pain of bearing the burden is rightful for giving birth to the purest of blessings. Exploring further, we find a room guarded by an undead dark sorcerer. Its mummified body is fragile and will fall apart with one blow, but its powerful rays are deadly and fast, the definition of a glass cannon. At first, the room will remain in complete silence until we enter its range, causing the room to fill up with candles. The shield of truth that we acquired back in the mossy ruins will be handy here to deflect its magic. But if we manage to get close enough, we can snatch its necklace, the source of its power, also meaning its death. Venturing forth, we soon come across an unexpected delight. A very dim light coming from the ceiling shows the flora around the room in a beautiful way. Deep within the labyrinth lies a pale garden surrounded by ivory pillars. In the middle of the room, a talking skull floats ominously, moving slightly from side to side. The skull will not harm us in any way, and if we talk to him, the skull will answer only in riddles and nonsense. Either way, he enjoys the company of someone who appreciates the garden. Progressing, we come across a room full of bricked-up windows. This room hides a secret within its walls, and we must close our eyes or extinguish our torch and walk across the room until we find a chest. We must not open our eyes until we open the chest and grab the handle and
there's no strategy. You'll never be able to get close enough to attack him and avoid him at the same time. So the only thing that makes sense is to stand right next to him and just keep hitting him and hope that he dies before you do. The strangest enemy I've noticed is this green plant. It just looks like something's wrong. When I saw another one, I figured out what it is. You see, they're supposed to be coming out of the walls. What's this shit? It looks like it's suspended in the air. Or is too lazy to just flip it around? But I really fucking hate these goddamn spears. Oh, ass, what the fuck? How am I supposed to get past these things? There's no fucking pattern. You're only hoping to dodge the first one and just run through it. And most games when you get hit, you spin for a brief moment, but Bram Stoker's Dracula on the Sega CD. I already commented on this game in my Sega CD review, but it's just so bad. It has impressive graphics for its time. It has all these cutscenes where it shows clips from the movie, but it's so badly pixelated, it's pointless. There's also this guy with a pipe reading a book. Why? I actually did manage to get to Dracula, at least in his first form, and he looks just as laughable as he did in the movie. But the most ridiculous part is when he died. What the hell? Is that clip of this from, I don't know, maybe from Bill and Ted. The game looks amazing for its time, but the control is what kills it. It's so awkward trying to jump. You fall through shit and the attacks are so delayed. It's impossible to turn around and hit your enemies before they hit you. You just wish you had a whip or a sword or something, not your bare hands. All you get is this stupid little kick to kick the fucking rats. Yeah, that's all it is just rats and bats. How many fucking games need to have bats? Like, seriously, I know it's Dracula, but why do so many games have so many fucking bats? I fucking hate bats. Sick of it all. Morning sun. Vanquish me.
Wow. Just never can tell, can you? Ouch, that would have been death right there. Reality exists. Can I lay on hands? Alright, turns out I was misremembering. It's in the water. Hey guys, remember how we were sitting right outside?
Welcome to the art gallery. Here, we'll be looking at video game cover art. There's a saying, don't judge a book by its
Inside,
cover.
the handle of the sword known as the Unseen Blade, also known as Zuchos. The blade is missing though, or is it? Well, the blade is actually invisible to the naked eye. It has the power to slay the intangible, from ghosts to shadows, and also makes our movements harder to predict for our enemies. The blade's weight and length can be felt despite not being able to see it, allowing us to use it like any other sword. Within the shadows of the labyrinth lurks the pale swordsman marionette, wandering endlessly through the dark hallways like a spider. Made of bones and pine, the macabre marionette is an invention of the witches in order to craft their own champion. To make the puppet inhumanly skilled, they used the bones from a great swordsman in the crafting, causing its skills to be like the one of the long-dead swordsman. Powered by the curse, the marionette swordsman swings its sword with inhuman speed. His claws and steel are coated in poison. The best we can do to avoid it is to put out our torch every time we hear the clacking of wood echo through the halls. To defeat it, we must smash its skull. Once that part is broken, it will collapse. Moving on, we will find a room covered in twisted roots and branches, with a striking visage filling one of the walls. In a cavity inside the mouth here is a small pond with poisoned water. Near this room is, well, you guessed it, another room. However, this one has 3 large columns that are perfectly mirrored. If we enter the other door, we will find ourselves in a highly illuminated but empty version of the labyrinth, and eventually come face to face with a shadow. This shadow is a shadow version of our character. Sadly, the book doesn't go into any detail about this encounter, but I guess it's simply the player character but more aggressive, fading away upon being killed. I think the reason why Plasterboot didn't go into any detail is because, well, it's entirely subjective what this shadow will be. Elsewhere is an amalgamation of lengthy hallways and corners filled with the sound of a familiar voice echoing within its walls. Here we find the dubious fiend, a man-shaped figure dancing and jiggling in the dark. Its feet don't touch the ground. If a light is shed over it, the creature will quickly be pulled away to the next dark corner by some kind of limb or appendage on its back. It is here. I am me. I found it. It repeats endlessly in an annoying fashion. In the heart of the first layer of the labyrinth, we find a great room full of archways. This room hides a cursed warrior. once a brave knight who wielded a powerful weapon that ended up feasting on his humanity, fusing to his arm and turning him into a blood-starved beast that wanders around the labyrinth, howling and screaming in pain while searching for fresh blood to feed his axe. He attacks in a hysterical and erratic manner, blow after blow, scream after scream. We can trick him by making him run into one of the columns around the room, or by making him strike one, causing his axe to get stuck. A good time to slice it off completely. The warrior collapses to the ground after the arm is detached, motionless and silent. A creeping sound comes from the severed hand, and we contemplate in horror as we watch the flesh twist and grow, snapping and popping. The axe arm then crawls rapidly into the shadows, never to be seen again. There is a hallway in the labyrinth that constantly changes locations. Once we step inside the hallway, we notice how the path is abnormally long, and the hallway doesn't seem to end. There are no doors or corners in sight. The wind blows more violently, and our torch flickers. Walking back to the beginning isn't possible now, as the hallway can extend in both directions. We gradually hear footsteps behind us. Every time we stop, they do as well. Shedding our light on the source of the steps results in us seeing the glimpse of a shadow, quickly retiring into the dark. If we keep following the shadow, it will eventually get tired of this and face us. A horrifying visage looks at us. The grotesque and threatening features of the visage make us want to pull our torch away, just to keep the face out of our eyes. But seeing it will be better than not seeing it. What an irksome little thing, that flickering light of yours. Hast thou considered joining the shadows, a warm and comfortable lodging regardless of what it may seem? Thou art welcome here, lost traveller. Extinguish thy flame and join our home. If we accept the invitation, we will join the darkness in eternity, never to be alone again, and leaving our mortal body behind. If we refuse, the creature will go away without saying a word, and the blowing wind will abruptly stop as the illusion fades away. We can now discern in the distance a big gate at the end of the hallway, allowing us to progress through the labyrinth. One of the final rooms we may find is a flooded room hiding an odd-looking artifact. It's difficult to deduce its purpose, but it has an inscription that reads, "Butcher's Firstborn." In order to use this artifact, we must harm ourselves with it. In exchange for our blood, wounds, and limbs, it may grant one of the following. Blood gives us the Butcher's Blessing. A wound gives us the Paladin of Flesh. And a limb gives us the Meat Demon. These wounds will never fully heal, and the book doesn't go into detail as to what these items are, but that only gives us more to think about and create. On the lower levels of the labyrinth is a lot of stagnant water. It reaches our calves and hinders our passage. Throughout these corridors we can hear disturbing echoes of something moving in the water from the distance. Struggling along, we find a large room that conjoins several hallways. Each one is incredibly lengthy. It requires a couple of hours to reach the end, and the water makes it harder to cross through. At the end of each hallway is a rotting corpse dressed in ceremonial garments, inflated by the stagnant water. The room at the very end contains only a well. This room is different from the others. Approaching the well in the middle of the room, we feel a pressure in our chest. We can't point out why. We hesitate for a moment. Why does this well seem familiar? Eventually, the urge for knowledge is too much, and we look into the reflection in the well. The reflection looks back at us, deep, hollow eyes we can't recognize. The body of a stranger made of old bones and paper-thin skin. The image in the well fills us with dread. A feeble illusion shatters in silence. The well welcomes us back gently. A life has been lived, and a dream is no longer. The old bones now slumber, waiting for the moon to rise once again. Which flesh is your flesh? So, that is the end of the first book. Many of you might want me to slow down and explain some things, but here's the thing.
Many things just cannot be explained and are intentionally written to be vague. This is so we, as the reader, can get busy theory making or use the book for our own creative inspiration. What we can gather from the end, though, is that the skeleton from the very start of the book dreamed the entire thing, as we pick up from their point of view at the very end of the book. The entire third act of this video is where I go deeper into explaining and discussing the contents of these books. But for now, it's best we move on. Vermis 2 is, well, quite different from the first book. Whilst the first book leaned heavily into being an RPG, the second book more so focuses on world building and storytelling. It is also not connected to the first book's story, but is based in the same world. Vermis 2 is also much longer than Vermis 1, and because it's more focused on world building than the first entry, there is a lot more to read, so strap in for this one. There is also a somewhat clear narrative here, unlike the first book as well. Again, a lot of the things are explained either as we go or aren't explained at all, or will only make sense with enough analysis. As I said, the latter will be done during the final act of the video, where I explain as much as I can from both books.
It seems the detective is using the magnifying glass while driving. Rather than shutting down the street and getting up close to survey the area, this detective is going to fly right through, emphasizing the importance of high-speed action.
The second book opens with the following. The knells of the bell echo along endless corridors. The mist engulfs everything. Those glassy eyes that chase you wherever you go are none but your own. Here we are introduced to the glass purgatory, a place divided between two worlds, floating in a limbo between reality and illusion. Woe to the souls who venture into the labyrinthine halls, for they will be stripped of all that makes them themselves. In the deepest part of the glass purgatory, a cloaked figure lies between the cold stone walls. It rests and contemplates the glass shards scattered on the floor. I have been listening to the whispers in the darkness. They preach about the true nature of our kin. They say, dances without cease to puppet made of mud and wood. In a macabre and endless dance, it stares at its reflection, prisoner of the illusion. I have torn my flesh looking for warmth, for humanity, only to find this dark sludge. And yet, for that brief instance, my eyes were mine alone. After this extremely vague introduction, we are told about Agorot. Whilst Vermis 1 was based in the northern part of this world, Vermis 2 focuses largely on the southern part. Agorot is filled with the songs of trade and humanity. Rare are the sounds outside the city, as lands beyond the desert rot in silence due to their deep and incurable wounds. This city, on the contrary, life continues as usual. The living stay here above the sands, whilst the rest are beneath them. The sheer vastness of the desert is what keeps the city isolated from the other domains. Foreigners are rare in Agorot. Long ago, the Great Desert was the heart of the old world. No matter where one goes, they were sure to come across the vestiges of the colossal structures that used to populate its sands. Many of them are still hidden under its dunes, forever guarding their treasures. The relics of the scorched land are the livelihood of many of its dwellers, as they often plunge into the bones of the old world for something valuable. This is an extremely dangerous task, and the threats often outweigh the pay. Because of this, the tomb robbers that roam through Agorot are, for the most part, individuals with nothing to lose. They do not fear curses nor the influence of the old gods. They risk their lives looking for measly chips of gold and silver. A merchant refuses to buy the relic offered by a tomb robber. The shopkeeper insists that it was an offering to the dead sun. Where it was stolen from its rightful place, a curse fell upon it. The man who is trying to sell the relic is known as the Wayfarer. He is the protagonist of Vermis 2 and represents the player character. Unlike the first book, in Vermis 2 we have a set character. Because of this, I will be talking from a third-person view focused on him, unlike in Vermis 1, which was largely first-person, with me guiding us through it. Ancient civilization that once venerated now long-forgotten gods lay under the immense desert. Periodically, the dunes shift to expose their carcasses to the undying sun, allowing the daring to delve into their entrails. Some of the sanctuaries that normally hide below the sands are home to strange figures that exert a dark influence over those who dare to contemplate them. Within the desert exist solstices, which the sun shines on at specific parts of the day. Each of these are dedicated to a certain divinity or god. As the book tells us, we cannot pick bones from these places. This occurs multiple times and makes more sense once I get into who the Wayfarer really is. The Solar Crypt in the path of Gervek the Great, the Sanctuary of Silence in the Dunes of Silver, the Dead Sun Shrine in the Agarat South, the Plague House in the Valley of the Wind, the Tower of Decay in Ketereth's Fingers, the Maze of Ashes in the Sea of Bones, and the Hidden Temple in the Summits of Agarat. These solstices make up the path of the undying sun. What this is exactly isn't explained. Within these sands exist bone hunters. Bones can tell tales, and even though they are hollow, they are full of power for those who know how to use them. The bone hunters are infamous for beheading their victims and offering their skulls to Gailac, as decapitation is common for the followers of the god, the most devout going as far as to offer their own heads for the cause. The bone hunters tend to be solitary and ruthless, feared by the travellers and merchants that trek throughout the endless deserts of Agarat. They have a wide range of equipment, a sword and dagger as well as black iron armour, but also some utilities. A Gailac fetish is a small idol made of wood and ivory, exploration gear of various materials, containers and tools which allow them to easily explore ruins and temples. They also have a crooked fang that once belonged to an emissary snake. Its venom enhances its user's strength and reflexes for a short period of time, before rendering them unconscious. If you remember, the protagonist of Vermis 1 also had the chance to acquire one. Even though all bone hunters share a common goal, they act in different ways in order to please the dark desires of their god. Some of them could be seen as opportunistic bandits that, after robbing their victims, sacrifice their bodies to Gailac, while others simply revel in the massacres they commit. Then there are those who simply collect bones to decorate the altars of the Coiled One, which is just another name for Gailac. The bone hunters tend not to socialize amongst themselves, since some of them do not hesitate to kill whoever they come across, without caring much for what god they serve. This doesn't happen on Gailac's holy grounds, though. The mere utterance of Gailac's name still instills fear in many and devotion in a few. He is an old god of death and darkness with many titles, but the two-headed snake and the vengeful one are but the most common ones. Gailac was condemned by Marco with the eternal curse, thus sealing both of their fates, since the devotees of the snake god wasted no time avenging their fallen god. Marco was beheaded and defiled, hence suffering the same fate as Gailac. When Gailac was decapitated, such was the sorrow of his people that one of his devotees offered him her own head, as a symbol of her eternal love. Her visage became that of her god of all eternity. The corpse of Gailac was praised and his will was heard louder than before. During these times, his wrath caused millions of heads to roll. Vengeance turned into pure, rampant depravity. Even though the cult of Gailac dwindled over time, there are still followers who wish to uncurse him, roaming the lands in search of a cure, death following their steps.
This is a nice grab for a t-shirt or a hat. This is like something.
Of course, the deserts surrounding Agarat are scorching, so the people here don armors, helmets, masks and ornaments made of black iron, a strange mineral that is always cold to the touch. It was originally discovered in what is now known as the Pestilent Mines. Over time, it has been used in weapon manufacturing, food preservation and refrigeration. It is unusual to stumble across this mineral outside Agarat, since the mines are no longer active and black iron was mainly exported to these deserts. The Wayfarer rests alone next to a campfire, the faint warmth soothing his restless bones. He tries to close his eyes, but his tormented mind doesn't allow him to. He does not remember his past life, thanks to the countless years of wandering the sands. He meanders from place to place, plundering tombs and snatching the life out of those who dare to threaten him, offering them to his insatiable god. He cannot recall when it all started, at what moment the hunter became the hunted. His burden lessens when he forgets about the shadows. He never stops for too long, afraid of them catching up to him. He cannot sleep for too long and walks all day. His faith in Gailak allows him to face enemies without fear. However, he cannot help but shiver whenever he thinks of what stalks him from behind. They plague his nightmares, allowing him to catch brief glimpses of their faces. Sometimes they just look eerily familiar, other times downright monstrous. Those unsettling and twisted visages hidden in the shadows terrorize him, but he has no memory of seeing any of them outside of his dreams, meaning that it's his imagination alone that molds them, turning them into what he fears the most, making them impossible to confront. His mind envisions the revenue shredding the flesh from his bones and ripping their head from his torso. The next day, after a long journey walking through the desert, the wayfarer spots in the distance a large stone structure, partially buried in the sand. At its entrance lies a resting figure, shrouded in a tattooed orange cloak. As the wayfarer approaches, the man picks himself up, but he can barely stand on his own 2 feet. The stranger limps towards the wayfarer, unsuccessfully trying to hide his right arm within his cloak. His arm is petrified. He pulls out an eye-shaped trinket and shows it to the wayfarer. I know what thou art. I know of thy kin. If thou art to behead me, I plead thee to hear me first. This relic opens a gate to unfathomable treasures, riches far beyond what thou could need in thy whole life. But I, and I alone, know how to cross said gate. If thou forgive my life, I swear to share the wealth with thee once I discover its exact location. The wayfarer may slay him, receiving his half-petrified skull. Inside the partially buried stone structure lies a sage-faced beast. The huge beast lies dead in a puddle of black blood with a bronze sword sticking out of its side. Near the creature rests a stone crown. The wayfarer draws near to examine it, but he immediately notices just how heavy it is. Next, he approaches the head of the beast and, without hesitation, proceeds to rip out its eyes with a dagger, pocketing them thereafter. The bronze sword in the sage-faced beast has been solidified inside the corpse of the creature. The blood of the beast has reacted with the bronze after coming in contact with it, forming a stony scab around the wound. After pulling on it for a while, it comes loose, save the part that has been infused with the beast. The end of the blade has been tainted with dry blood. Going deeper into this buried temple, the visages of stony faces on the walls seem to follow the wayfarer, no matter where he goes. He warily handles the eye-shaped relic as he makes his way forward, pondering the words of the petrified stranger, wondering if he spoke truth, or if it was all a ruse to save his life. After many hours roaming through the desolated temple, the wayfarer starts hearing murmurs in the distance. With his paranoia only growing as he marches deeper and deeper, he considers giving up and looking for a way out, afraid that the shadows could have followed him all the way here. However, at that moment, an archway distinct from the rest catches his eye. Here we get some lore relating to the Goblin Queen. That is in the book itself. The Wayfarer doesn't get any of this. The self-proclaimed Queen of the Goblins. In years past, consort to the last king of the Great Citadel. She orchestrated the murder of her husband and fled into the woods accompanied by her personal guard. There she established her own kingdom and erected a castle over the bones of scrawny creatures that fearfully followed her every command. The queen gave birth to 2 daughters, a beautiful girl of argent locks and jade skin, and a hideous abomination, a punishment for her sins. She chained her second child in the depths of a well, like she was no more than a beast, keeping her fed with the flesh of her serfs. Amid the spilled blood, the horror and the depravity, a beautiful and gentle flower blossomed. The princess expressed genuine devotion toward the creature she grew up with, awakening new feelings of kindness and love among those who surrounded her. Eventually, the princess led a rebellion that ended her mother's life. The queen was thrown into the maws of the beast from her own blood. After the revolt, the Green Sun Kingdom rose from the ashes of the queen, led by the princess and her faithful knights. They swore that, under their rule, not a single drop of goblin blood will ever be spilled again. So, we actually have a little connection to Vermis 1 here. The protagonist of Vermis 1 encountered the dead body of this princess, and the Green Sun Ruins, well, they have a similar name to that kingdom that we've just mentioned, the Green Sun Kingdom.
a tale of revenge that resulted in what seemed to be peace, but it seemed that no matter what, the princess would have died anyway. The Wayfarer finds himself in a pillar-filled room. The mumbles turn into a weird melody that echo among the columns. Within this pillar-filled room is a large mirror that stands amidst bones. The skeletons rest at the feet of the pillars, and as the Wayfarer observes the scene, the mumble abruptly stops. Startled, the Wayfarer unsheathes his sword before the mirror. He has seen things during the course of his travels, but such a flawless reflection of his own self was not one of them. He had not seen his face so clearly before. Quickly realizing the true nature of the figure that stands in front of him, the Wayfarer approaches the mirror to inspect it up close. The skeletons leaning against the pillar share a certain detail. Even though their skin rotted away from their bones long ago, they all retain their eyes. They have crystallized. In their sockets they glint, immaculate, giving their owners an unnervingly lifelike appearance. The Wayfarer contemplates the unfamiliar face in the mirror. Tired and worried eyes stare back at him. Mixed feelings sprout inside him. He feels comforted, yet lonely, for he cannot remember the last time he looked at the face of someone he could trust. Is this the visage of death or delusion? He thinks, as he vividly recalls all the times he has snuffed out the life of a fellow man. His pondering is then interrupted when he notices something unusual. In the reflection, a huge doorway leading to a long corridor is seen. It stands a few steps behind him. The Wayfarer turns to confirm that there is nothing there, but the dark forest of pillars, stretching as far as the eye could see. And yet, when he looks at the mirror's image once more, the gate is still there. Intrigued, he steps backwards slowly, whilst keeping his eyes on the glass. Soon enough, he is being engulfed by the wallness of that mysterious hallway. From here, the Wayfarer is transported into the glass purgatory. Deeper, the Wayfarer sinks into the enigmatic reflections, not breaking visual contact with the glass for a moment. However, before long, he thinks he can hear a murmur behind him. He turns his head to find only the emptiness of the hallway, illuminated by the quivering light of his torch. The damp air glitters like diamond dust, creating an alluring otherworldly ambience. He is no longer in the room of pillars. Turning again towards the mirror, he finds himself staring at a stone wall. The mirror is nowhere to be found. The Wayfarer reaches for the wall with his hand and nervously feels it, making sure it is not an illusion. While he does so, he notices a brick unlike the rest, for it displays a strange symbol that he has never seen before. The Wayfarer creates a rubbing of the figure using a piece of charcoal and a papyrus sheet, just in case he needs it later. After the Wayfarer finishes doing so, we get a bit of exposition relating to Gerbeg the Great, one of the gods. Long ago, a giant roamed the world alongside man. He was venerated as a god since his nature did not stride away from divinity. He protected humans as if they were his own flesh, and many titans found death by his colossal longsword. For years, he slept atop mountains and deep valleys as beds, lullabied by the birds, tucked in by the silvery mist. His blade still rests to this day on summits high, waiting for someone worthy of wielding its greatness. The Wayfarer then pushes forward until he arrives at a massive chamber. 5 paths converge under a gaze of 5 gargantuan glass-faced stone effigies sitting on thrones. In the centre of the room, which is reflected in all 5 of their faces, rests an eerie statue under a pillar of light. Intimidated by the eldritch scene, the Wayfarer slowly descends the stairs and carefully approaches the figure, the Sphinx. Light pours over its stone face. A contorted grin unveils before the Wayfarer. A ghastly aura envelops the stone beast. Stopping to examine the unnerving statue, the Wayfarer is fast to realise that its left eye greatly resembles the relic he got from the stranger outside the labyrinth. Its right eye is hollow. The Wayfarer reaches down to his pocket and fits the relic in the hollow eye socket. A few seconds pass and the relic starts sinking further into the cavity. It is a perfect fit. At that moment, the Wayfarer's right eye starts trembling. He panics but can do nothing as his eye becomes loose and falls to the floor. He collapses, screaming in agony. After a while, the piercing pain recedes and the wound stops bleeding. It is then that the Wayfarer notices that if he covers his left eye, he can see through the eyes of the stone sphinx. He sees himself with only his remaining eye. The floor begins to tremble, and before long, the central platform starts rotating. Dust and small debris rain down from the vault above. The stairs turn along the floor, detaching from the doors. The movement then stops when one of them reaches the feet of the middle throne, unveiling a new pathway underneath the colossal figure that sits upon it. Now, within the labyrinth lurk certain creatures. The Red King is an entity that hides behind a mirror's image. Within Red Nest, a foul place riddled with disease, lurks the most twisted of kings. He abandoned his human carcass long ago, adopting a new form with which to reign over his very own hell. The sting of a bastard of the Red King carries white hives, which we learned in Vermis 1 is a fate worse than death. The flying effigies patrol the glass purgatory without rest. They are strange creatures carefully sculpted in stone that decorate the walls of the purgatory. If a mirror is shattered, these figures will awake and tear themselves off their resting places to give chase to the person who smashed it. Their shiny, gem-like eyes are able to emit a petrifying white ray. Those who manage to evade their gaze can still be paralyzed by their venomous tail. Zurich is the sovereign of the Glass Hand Castle, an area that hides within a mirror. What started as a prison ended up becoming a comfortable home for the vain wizard, since he is always greeted by his majestic figure, no matter where he looks. Lost in his delirium, he rules over his hundreds of loyal reflections who quiver under his might. The living cages are torture devices designed to punish those who intrude into the purgatory. Rusty iron behemoths covered in spikes and blades. They remain inert until a prisoner is locked in them. The mouths of the living cages are open at all times, offering a view of their interiors in order to intimidate those who oppose them with the pained expression of their captives. Cellar daughters are monstrous creatures that inhabit the deepest parts of the glass purgatory. Concealed in a permanent penumbra, these abominations patiently wait in their nests for their victims. The closer one is to them, the thicker the darkness grows. They are capable of imitating the cry of an infant in order to lure or unsettle their prey. Only the tolls of a certain bell can drive these creatures away, and only a blessed blade can give them death. In the chamber of the silent blades, the Lord of Worms resides, a being that obtained a humanoid body and mind of its own after centuries of wriggling and feeding upon corpses. Within the chamber, there are only ghosts and rots. Nevertheless, the Lord of Worms rose to reign over them. The conjoined witch holds a vast knowledge in many fields of magic, for it possesses the collective intellect of the bodies that form it. It remains dormant in the glass nest, contemplating the primordial glass. Lastly is the conjoined warrior, who, alongside the conjoined witch I just mentioned, was created by the purgatory to protect its heart. The warrior is a creature that was moulded out of the rotten carcasses of the most skilled and powerful warriors who lay dead within the purgatory. The conjoined warrior is an opponent like no other, unstoppable and with devastating strength. It was trusted with the mission of hunting down anyone who dared to enter the heart of the purgatory. Okay, going back to the Wayfarer, he sets foot in a strange place filled with mirrors. Here, the cavernous walls draw undulant roots that frame the pieces of glass. He places his hand against one of the walls to feel the cold stone as he advances, his fingers tracing the serpentine recesses in the damp, rough wall. The Wayfarer halts when his hand encounters the smooth surface of one of the mirrors. He turns his head and observes it carefully. Examining the details of his own helm in the reflection, he tries to find his gaze through the black iron, to no avail. Feeling that the mirror's image is distorted, he reaches towards it with his hand once more. As soon as his hand touches the glass, the surface ripples, and he realizes that he is on his knees in front of the basin of a massive fountain. A dim light of unknown origin showers over a cloaked statue as it pours an unending stream of water into the fountain. Allured by the promise of fresh water, the Wayfarer lets himself sink shoulder deep in the dark nectar. Lost in thought while glancing at the wavy reflections, he feels revitalized, his whole body loosening up in a rare moment of peace. However, he soon discerns a small shiny object lying at the bottom of the basin. Approaching it, the Wayfarer ends up in a deeper part of the fountain, only to be grabbed by a woman from below. To whom belongs thy flesh? The Wayfarer struggles against the woman's grasp for a few seconds to no avail. Panics, for he is quickly running out of air. He gurgles Skylar's name, a cloud of bubbles escaping his mouth. She eases her breath. The water's surface breaks and the Wayfarer gasps for air. He swims to the fountain's edge as he recovers from the shock. The Wayfarer notices a monster opposite him. He reaches for his sword, but the creature immediately notices and breaks the standoff, lunging over him like a coiling cascade of fangs and scales. Defeating the beast grants the Wayfarer pieces of its bone or a shining amulet. Again, Vermis 2 doesn't give much explanation or clarification regarding gameplay, so most items don't have descriptions, meaning that it's up to us what they do. The water turns red as the body of the beast sinks. A couple seconds pass before the Wayfarer notices that the monster took his left arm with it. Clutching the wound, the Wayfarer realizes just how hopeless his situation is. Blood just keeps pouring out of the stump where the arm once was. I will not leave this place alive, God. Have mercy on this poor servant, he muses. The Wayfarer submerges in an attempt to alleviate the throbbing pain. The sounds of the water help calm his restless mind, but they are soon eclipsed by a strange and distant sound. A bell. It grows louder to the point of becoming deafening. A mist then engulfs everything around him, and the Wayfarer finds himself standing in front of a fogged-up mirror. The same one he touched before appearing at the fountain. His left arm has returned, as if nothing had happened. It seems that he has returned to normality. He is stunned. The feeling of the air against his torn flesh and the warmth of the blood on his clothes are still fresh in his mind. His right eye is still missing. He checks his right hand, hoping to see it freed from a curse he has had for a long time now. However, he notices that this curse he has only grown since the last time he saw it. Perhaps, one day, it will consume him completely. The Wayfarer ventures down the endless corridors full of foggy mirrors. He exchanges glances with the innumerable reflections clouded by the dew. The Wayfarer sees far more than his own image in them. He sees things that make him shiver and quicken his pace. There are 15 in total, briefly shown on the screen now.
Maybe he's a former racer, but he never achieved success, so he's now depressed and losing his mind. So he dyes his hair blue, he shows up at the raceway, and starts making a total.
They are all disfigured in some way, so much that even the Wayfarer quickens his steps. Eventually, the Wayfarer hears the unsheathing of a sword behind him. When he turns, he finds himself face to face with his shadow, emerging out of one of the many mirrors with its sword raised against him. Blocking the strike, the Wayfarer experiences the overwhelming strength of his rival. The shadows, they have found me, he thinks as he tries to deflect the Shade's sword. Even though the shadows have always been his greatest fear, the Wayfarer forces himself to keep looking at the sinister wraith. Its eyes were two dark pearls filled with pure terror. The wraith mimics every movement the Wayfarer makes, and soon the Wayfarer feels fatigue settle in. Gathering the last of his strength, the Wayfarer delivers a powerful slash. Silence dawns upon the hallway, broken only by a metallic sound as the Fiend's helmet hits the stone floor, and once more as the rest of his body does. The Wayfarer collapses to his knees, exhausted, facing the enemy who did the same, except headless. The Wayfarer occasionally wonders if those chasing figures that tormented him were nothing more than deliriums. Though, having executed one of them now, he has been able to disprove one of his preoccupations. The Wayfarer may loot the bones of the wraith. At the end of the long mirror-filled corridor, the Wayfarer sets foot in a circular chamber with a smaller room in the centre. He peeks the second room, only to find it empty. At that very moment, a whistle can be heard behind him. He turns around, only to find himself in an already familiar situation. The path behind him has vanished. Frustrated, the Wayfarer circles around the room, checking the outer walls for a way out. After a while, a small flash of light startles him as he passes in front of the entrance of the inner room. Inside, he finds that the room is square and has a small mirror hanging on its far side. Walking in, he warily stares at the mirror, accidentally kicking something into the middle of the room. Examining it, he sees it as a weird-looking whistle. After brushing the dust off it, the Wayfarer finds an inscription. Whistle, and I shall come to thee. The ominous whistle is in poor condition and unusually cold to the touch. Here we get a story related to this whistle. With the first blowing, the birds became quiet. With the second, the dogs barked. With the third, the whistling turned into a scream that made him shiver. The peasant did not believe in ghost stories, but such was the dread that the whistle made him feel that he buried it so it would not be used again. The days went by, but that strange inscription would not abandon his thoughts. He had the feeling something really was after him. Since the day he blew that whistle, he would wake up drenched in sweat every night. Terrible nightmares deprived him of his rest. During a stormy, moonless night, the peasant was visited. Something knocked on his door, and the squall died down. It knocked again, and the dogs barked. It knocked a third time. "Who is there?" he asked. After a long pause, a loud whistle froze his blood. The wayfarer eventually finds a light pouring out of a doorway. He peeks through it and finds a stairway leading up. Ascending, fresh air cleanses his lungs. The wayfarer is dumbfounded. As he climbs the stairs as fast as he can, the breeze grows stronger and the light brighter. Bliss and relief wash over him when he starts hearing bird songs not too far away. Finally reaching the top, the wayfarer marvels before the vast and unfamiliar expanse. The wayfarer stands atop the balcony of a colossal, dilapidated castle. Leaning out of the edge, he contemplates a lush sea of trees extending beyond the horizon. His relief quickly turns back into distress in view of the unfamiliar panorama. Such greenery can only mean he is far from his desert homeland. The wayfarer roams through the forgotten walls in silence, accompanied by the whistling of the wind between the stones. After a while, the calmness starts to comfort his tortured soul. Optimistic thoughts cross his mind, thoughts of a new beginning, about a different life, and about amending the weight of his violent actions. After wandering for a while, he realizes there is no way out of the balcony. There are no doors and the windows are out of reach. Climbing seems useless, and even more so would be descending the balcony's walls. Defeated, the wayfarer aimlessly meanders his stony prison. The night soon comes, and the wayfarer finds shelter on the balcony. He gazes at the starry sky for the first and last time. That night, he had no dreams at all. A familiar racket awakens the wayfarer, the clashing of swords. He stands up and looks for the source of the noise. He follows it until he stands in front of the doorway that led him out of the glass purgatory. Peeking inside, he immediately realizes that the stairway has changed shape, for it now coils down into the castle. The wayfarer hastily descends the stairs. The sounds of battle grow louder. Reaching the end of the stairway, a huge and grotesque severed head rolls to his feet. The light in the eyes of the creature snuffs out. Silence. Ahead, the large body of the creature stands headless. Its killer, a knight, drops her longsword to the floor with a loud clang, before she too collapses out of exhaustion. The knight, the ogre slayer, tries to rise to her feet again, leaning on her sword for support. As soon as she hears the wayfarer's steps, she speaks with a soft yet firm voice, while she tries to hide her obvious exhaustion and grave wounds. Who goes there? If what thou look for is death, then fear not and approach. I am far from the body. Thou canst search for that precious carrion somewhere else. I have not reached this accursed place and given death to this wretched beast to end like this. Whatever thou art, do not die. She collapses, blood sliding down her dented helmet onto the cobblestone. The wayfarer draws near to inspect the body. Her longsword is too heavy for even him to use, and the armor could fall apart at any moment. She isn't carrying anything of value except a skull of another ogre. The wayfarer walks through these tunnels that now serve their original purpose once more, soon reaching the main gate. It is ajar. Slipping past, he admires the majestic forest that is on the other side. It is a completely foreign environment to him. He quivers at the sound of dry leaves and branches under his feet. Wasting no time, the wayfarer lets himself be swallowed by the new world before him. Within the forest are the Eclipse Towers,
ancient consecrated monuments raised for the search of enlightenment. Since the beginning of time, the towers have remained sealed with their devotees still dwelling within them. Listening close enough, the wayfarer hears mantras echoing inside. All of the towers are just as tall as they are in the sky, but deep as they are in the ground. If the wayfarer somehow finds his way inside one of these towers, he will find many enemies inside. There are 6 types to be precise, and they vary from passive seekers of light, including floating corpse-like spheres that float ominously, to awakened devotees whose bodies have lost all function. Despite his role in this world as a servant of Dilak, this journey has done enough to him to cause immense fear in both this new environment and what he has been through. The wayfarer looks for a place to rest for the night, finding a huge stone entrance through a thicket. Within are verdant stone steps that descend into the darkness below. A pleasant aroma can be smelled here, and the wayfarer feels the damp of the wall as he assists himself downward. By the time the wayfarer reaches the bottom of the stairway, he can clearly hear chants in the distance. Following the chanting, the wayfarer reaches a large chamber full of scrawny, dark-red people with their faces hidden under hoods. They all cease their song and slowly turn toward him, and from the darkness behind them, a large figure emerges. The abominable effigy casts its gaze upon the wayfarer before emitting a deafening cry, and the hooded figures instantly charge toward him. These acolytes are each varied in their abilities, between magic spells, immense physical strength, smoked daggers, and one that acts as a shield for the eye at the back, that we learn is called Ogle's Eye, a being born from Ogle's will to lead his followers. This is the first time we've heard of this Ogle, but it seemingly is an extremely powerful beast or some sort of divinity that has remained hidden from the surface world. One of the figures murmurs some words and points at the wayfarer. All of a sudden, the entire room falls silent. A barrage of cold, bony hands grab and snatches his armor, denting it with unnatural strength. Overwhelmed, the wayfarer struggles in vain to sheathe his sword, deaf even to his own screams. Grasping at a hidden dagger that he had always kept close to him, the wayfarer manages to stab one of the roadblocks. The figure instantly dissolves into a dense cloud of black smoke and dissipates into the air. One by one, the acolytes fall before the wayfarer. Individually, they would be no match for him, but the sheer amount of them leaves him wounded and exhausted by the time it's over. After the fray, only the monstrous beast remains, surrounded by the last of its servants. After the last of its servants are slain, the beast frantically attacks, striking the wayfarer many times. The wayfarer attempts to block, but the beast breaks its own surprisingly brittle arms. It falls to the floor, immobile. Its singular eye stares at the wayfarer for a few seconds before it sinks his blade into his head. The creature melts away immediately, leaving only bones behind. The wayfarer then notices a strange altar at the back of the room. Getting closer to it, a nauseating stench assaults him. It comes from a large cavity in the shrine, and the wayfarer realizes the strands that decorate the altar are black hairs that spill out of it. In it, he finds a sword of unusual appearance. It is wrapped in mouldy bandages, dark hair peeking out of it. The pommel is decorated with claws and nails. Here we get a large amount of exposition. In the days of yore lived a devil among devils. He who dwelled in the darkest of darkness. His soul was sealed in an orichalcum sword by a powerful wizard who lost his life while trapping the fearsome beast. As years went by, the demon's prison progressively twisted into an inhuman shape. The ill-fated ones that were destined to guard the weapon swore that they could hear whispers coming from it. Those foolish enough to look at its naked blade collapsed in fear. Some of them even dying from sheer terror. No one has ever dared to wield it in battle. Whether this is about the sword that the wayfarer found in the hair-ridden chest or not isn't known. But the fact it is described to be cursed and is wrapped in mouldy bandages, that may just be the case. With the way clear, the wayfarer makes his way through the church. Accompanied by the chirps of crickets and whispers of the breeze, the wayfarer allows himself to reflect for a few seconds. Suddenly, noises barge in, and loud tolls echo through the empty chambers he walks through. The wayfarer, scared and confused, tries to find the origin, but this proves futile. The ringing does not stop, and as if called by him, a mist begins to swallow the room. The wayfarer finds himself once more in the glass purgatory.
He contemplates his foggy reflection within the darkness. Soon enough, water trickles down the mirror's surface. The mirror shatters under the weight of the Wayfarer's fist. Who then stomps them repeatedly, his hopes lie broken on the floor. Sitting in the corner of the room, he ponders. He checks under his armour only to find that the mark of the curves has spread over his shoulder. It is a grim reminder that his time wears thin. Finding no reason to continue, the Wayfarer remains in the corner until he drifts asleep. He dreams about home, of the unending sand plains of Agaret. To be specific, the solstice known as the Tower of Decay. In the distance, atop a hill, shadows observe him. They all stand still. The Wayfarer turns away from them and starts walking, pushing his way through the sand for hours. He comes face to face with a large ruinous stone covered in moss. It is completely out of place. Its mouth, big enough for someone to crawl in, is overrun with foliage. A pleasant breeze emanates from within. The Wayfarer buries his head into the maw of the stone. Cold, soft leaves caress his face as his body sinks headfirst into the seemingly endless hole. Before him, he finds nothing but darkness, not a menacing darkness, but a cozy one. This causes him to awaken from his dream. The Wayfarer hears the sound of a bell again. Surrounded by mist, he stands up, the glass fragments crunching under his feet. Within the glass purgatory, it is impossible to tell minutes from hours, day from night, or reality from illusion. The Wayfarer's spirit cracked along with that mirror. His body now moves on its own like an empty shell. Where before the circular chamber was, now the Wayfarer finds an amalgamation of corridors that extend, ramify, and cross each other like tree roots. As he erratically ventures through the hallways, he muses on his destiny, as to when it was sealed. He thinks about Gaila, the dead son, and the stranger who carried the Ira. The Wayfarer traverses a long hallway that narrows the further he advances. Long glass ovals adorn the damp walls. He feels something moving in his pocket. The amulet he acquired from the snake back at the fountain trembles violently, a dim light blinking within its gem. While inspecting it, the Wayfarer realizes that its light's intensity changes depending on the direction he points it. With his hand raised, the Wayfarer moves the necklace around, trying to find the direction that makes it shine brighter. Then another light draws his attention. A small radiant orb glows just a few steps away from him. All of a sudden, from the shadows, materializes a sinister hand that starts gesturing over the sphere, and some incomprehensible words can be heard. The Wayfarer points the amulet toward the light glow. A shrill scream is heard as a tall skeleton draped in dark clothes is revealed in the process of collapsing. Its bones turn to dust the moment they hit the stone tiles. The Wayfarer's pendant's light dwindles and then dies out. The Wayfarer, baffled by the sheer power of the amulet, decides to wear it on his neck to keep it within hand's reach at all times. The remains of the skeleton have nothing of value except for a staff that clasps an orb of amber. It is warm to the touch. Holding the globe up to the light of his torch, the Wayfarer finds an insect presented inside the amber. Continuing his way forward, the Wayfarer comes across an intense light pouring out of a doorway in one of the corridor sides. Entering the light, he finds a room lined with polished green tiles. Not wanting to face his reflection again, the Wayfarer turns to leave, but his gaze lands on a grand stone ark that is born among the tiles. It looks like it does not belong in this place. Inside is a chamber full of mirrors, its floor as reflective as the mirrors attached to the walls. The room is bathed in dim light. The dust floats motionless, visible in the air. An ominous figure slowly emerges from the floor before the Wayfarer. Floating in the air, the apparition levitates a glass shard between his hands. The mirror piece tilts and turns until it focuses on the Wayfarer. At that moment, every mirror turns toward him as well. The apparition is known as the Mirror Master. The Wayfarer draws his sword and stares into the hollow eyes of his foe, determination burning in his own. Not for an instant does he shift his gaze toward the mirrors. Taking a step toward the Mirror Master, it gestures around the shard with both hands, and the mirror piece starts rotating in several directions at once. Following the shard's movements, the entire room leans abruptly, making the Wayfarer lose his footing. He falls to the ceiling and the walls, shattering several mirrors. The glass fragments find their way into his armor and slice his skin as he tries to recover from the battering. The chamber suddenly stops, staying upside down, allowing the Wayfarer to stand up. The figure dissolves within a mirror and reappears out of another. The shard starts spinning once more. Hurt and exhausted, the Wayfarer braces himself. But, to his surprise, the room remains still. Instead, all of the unshattered mirrors turn to face him, casting a blinding light upon him. Once his sight returns, the Wayfarer finds himself completely surrounded by a myriad of identical wraiths, ceaselessly spinning around him. His legs give out at that moment, and he almost falls to the floor, out of breath. He knows he could faint at any moment. The Wayfarer flings his sword toward them desperately to try and stop their dance. He succeeds in stabbing one figure, shattering them. The rest scatter as glass pieces fall to the floor. The Wayfarer is left surrounded by floating mirrors. One of them lies broken in front of him. With a little strength left, the Wayfarer runs toward his sword and almost falls on it. With his hand almost touching the hilt, the Wayfarer hears a sinister whisper behind him. "Look," he hears. He turns, eyes closed, gripping his sword to deliver a wide swing with it toward the voice. A faint sound of glass is heard shattering. The Wayfarer hesitantly opens his eyes. Before him, on the floor, lies the figure. Next to it, its severed hand and the mirror piece it was holding, broken. The Wayfarer may take them. The Wayfarer can only press onward. He finds himself in a chamber with dense air. Broom hides the floor. On the walls, hideous statues carrying small mirrors keep the darkness at bay with everlasting candles. The Wayfarer is now in the inner glass purgatory, which is composed of a grand tunnel that spirals downward to the lowest level of the purgatory. Whenever the invisible bell tolls, the walls of the inner purgatory tremble, and the fog rises until it covers everything, hindering the vision of those who are traversing the hallway. There are many powerful enemies that lurk in the corners of this plane, such as the demented bones with 3 heads that each have a mind of their own, with one of them taking complete control of the body whenever they detect an intruder, seeking to crush the intruder with their huge morning star. Another example are the living iron, who are forged from the iron of hundreds of magical weapons, whose armor is seemingly impenetrable. The Mist Phantom responds directly to the ring of the bell. It is a great warrior who seeks those who dare to enter the inner purgatory in order to give them a fate he once suffered. Bellborn are gargoyles that defend the Great Bell Tower. They camouflage among their inert kin while clinging to the tower's walls, waiting for the best moment to strike. If they cannot execute an ambush, they gather in small groups so they may overwhelm their victims. Their bites can cause petrification. The Tormented One is a twisted and defiled body of a once venerated knight, filled with straw and sticks. It changes locations when it is not being looked at. The Wayfarer pushes through the tunnel, crossing the haze as the view in front of him repeats in an endless cycle. Eventually, he comes across an opening unlike the others, for a bright light emerges from it. When he reaches the entrance, he is amazed to find a tiny verdant grotto, bathed in a gentle light. In the centre of the haven, surrounded by moss, rests a small pond. The Wayfarer looks around. Tiny droplets of water fall on his helmet. He looks up, puzzled, and discovered that the grotto extends as far as he can see. Under the light drizzle, he approaches the pool to drink. However, the Wayfarer notices the liquid isn't water. It is opaque and metallic. He stares at his wavy reflection for a moment, then takes a step back and sits next to it. Standing over the pool is a statue of a woman. Her facial features eroded beyond recognition, and her eyes 2 small mirrors. In that unusual corner, under the gaze of the statue, the Wayfarer feels strangely at ease. He makes himself comfortable on the soft moss below him. His fingers sink into the moss, but he realizes he cannot feel it. Confused, he looks at his hand, and is horrified to discover that the curse has hardened his fingers and left them bony. He loses no time taking off his armor to check his condition. He observes his reflection in the pool, contemplating the devastating consequences of the curse, the punishment for his greed. The amaranthine markings have begun engulfing his face. His arm is now completely decrepit. He runs his fingers across the right side of his face, yet he feels nothing. The Wayfarer feels powerless against the curse, so he decides to lie down on the moss and let the hours fly by. Eventually, the comforting atmosphere of the room manages to calm his torment. His preoccupations are washed away by the gentle rain from above, and his fears dissolve into the soft mantle. With his gaze lost in the soft ripples of the pond, his eyelids grow heavy.
Here's a top ready for speed Robert Sunblade Brown, getting hit in the skin, purposefully pulling his meat to reduce difficulty and therefore make certain areas easier. Resident Evil 4 did not invent the idea of sliding the NES and ARCade shout examined the devious were doing it back in the 80s, and Remedy applied the idea to a third-person shooter in Max Payne by a year ago. From there, made particularly good use of dynamic difficulty to modulate thematic picture. Here's Val's skeleton properties.
The system that tracks each survivor's stress level by watching for events like how much damage are you taking, how many zombies have you killed near you, and so forth. If the survivor's stress level gets too high, the system will step in and forcibly throttle back the zombie population system to make sure that the team gets a break.
Ignorance uprising and Suda's managers have a just system where you should do this on the difficulty level inflicting village stays. If you succeed, you get a payout. But if you fail, you lose a bunch of stuff and get knocked down to easier difficulties and torn to the game. And full activity of running after doesn't look so unless you manually moderate your level of difficulty by choosing when to delve into deeper waters, by sticking with red or ready, and when to retreat to safety by picking blue. It's a bit like deciding whether to grind or in an RPG, but the number of games that are much difficult is pretty small, and most of them compromise it as well, like Sim Episode, and Big Song Dance and its personal challenge system, right there on the Steam description. I think this is something that game designers should be saying down and up over the press release or blog post. Because simply, we want to understand the benefits of these items, skill level, and help to remove errors and enhance strength. But also want to always strive to
A tiny yet interesting piece of information is shown here. All demons were gods once. It is man who puts crowns on our heads and holds axes over our necks. The Wayfarer dreams about a familiar place, the sanctuary of the snake, just outside the Chamber of Offerings. However, his surroundings are not exactly as he remembers them. The room is enveloped in gloom, a nauseating stench pervades the air, and the room is flooded with blood. A noise comes from ahead, the distinctive sounds of flesh being torn and bones being broken. The Wayfarer walks toward it. A headless man is piling up skulls, his head barely hanging on by a single strip of flesh. The creature raises its hand, pointing at the Wayfarer. He feels a sudden coldness slice through his neck. His vision blurs for an instant, then tilts, vertigo taking over as his head falls onto the floor. He awakens from his slumber, dizzy and agitated. The grotto is now dimly lit, and past the doorway ahead, darkness can only be seen. The light has died, and everything is shrouded in an eerie silence. He hears footsteps from beyond the entrance, fast approaching. The Wayfarer quickly stands and grips his sword, fixated on the dark. The footsteps stop abruptly. He stares into the pitch-black unknown, terrified. Words from the cavernous voice call the Wayfarer's name, talking like it has never spoken before. I have a common blackest. I have a cat I will tear off your skin. I will piece on your face. I will gnaw on your bones. Nothing will be left, not even your soul.
The words made his heart beat faster. The Wayfarer's name was mentioned. It resonates in his head. He finds it so strangely familiar. So much time has gone by since he heard it that it might as well be in oblivion. But the moment he realizes who the name belongs to, he freezes in terror. His legs give out and his hands start shaking. As the hours go by, the Wayfarer remains immobile, his blade pointing toward the darkness, waiting for the voice to reveal itself, but nothing happens. Finally, after what seems like an eternity, the candles outside the room come back to life. There is nothing outside. Warily, the Wayfarer stands up, ready to press on. He marches forward tirelessly, crossing a sea of fog and clashing his blade against some fearsome opponents. Many are the times he falls, yet he always gets back up, for the path must be walked. Among the ringing of the bell, the Wayfarer walks, tightly gripping his sword. He never stops, even though he cannot see past his helmet thanks to the fog. He feels in his guts that he is getting close to something important. He hears the tolls of the bell growing louder. Vibrations ripple through his body with each of them. His once downhearted footsteps have now turned into a hopeful march. Having been witness to the ever-changing nature of the purgatory, he is now sure that, unlike before, he is about to reach a place of significance. The ringing of the bell stops, and the thick fog slowly dissipates. The tunnel falls silent, barring the footsteps of the Wayfarer. Suddenly, though, he bumps into something and almost loses his balance. After what felt like an eternity walking in the same direction, the Wayfarer thinks that he has finally reached the end of the corridor. He reaches forward with his hand. Stone. No. A wall, maybe. He feels it, searching for an exit of sorts, hoping that by venturing deeper into the glass purgatory is the way to escape it. Then the fog clears enough to reveal a hooded figure. A large statue holds a scepter in one hand and a looking glass in the other. Its face is horribly disfigured. Once the broom is completely gone, the Wayfarer finds himself in an embellished circular chamber, surrounded by strange statues. Noticing an exit on the far side of the room, he rushes toward it. It leads to a dark mirror of sorts. The Wayfarer knows not to look, and so averts his gaze from it. He has learned not to look at them for too long, for he is convinced that they reflect nothing but lies. They try to instill fear and confusion in those who set their eyes on them. Back in that tiny room, his hopes shattered with the glass. He felt his freedom slipping away between his fingers and taken away from him. Yet despair turned into resolve to truly escape his ordeal. He defied the fate set upon him by this accursed place. After looking for alternate exits and coming up with nothing, the Wayfarer musters the courage to face the mirror. He realizes that the mirror does not reflect his surroundings at all. He simply sees himself, standing alone amid darkness. He contemplates himself, ready to confront whatever the mirror shows him next. Yet it seems that nothing else changes or comes to fruition. He sees only himself. The Wayfarer touches the mirror. Against his fingers, the glass ripples. He slowly and willingly sinks inside it, a cold feeling overcoming him. The Wayfarer realizes that he has crossed the gates to another world. Amid an ever-present sea of fog, an imposing, massive tower looms over everything, its terrifying presence akin to that of a slumbering giant, whose awakening seems utterly inevitable. A cold dampness hangs in the air, and an untraceable zephyr dances with the broom. Walking the misty dunes toward the stone behemoth, the Wayfarer stumbles across a grim scene. The fog flows around dozens of small, stone-like decapitated bodies. Some of them dismembered, they look almost human. Realizing that he is not alone, the Wayfarer glances around but sees nothing lurking in the fog. Avoiding the bodies, he leaves them behind with one disturbing thought. Their heads, they were nowhere to be found. A shiver runs over him as he reaches the moors of the tower. Utter darkness awaits him beyond. Specks of fire from his torch float down into the darkness, the ever-growing abyss growing underneath him. Every step could be his last as he ascends a square-shaped spiral staircase.
The walls tremble around him, and stone debris falls from the stairs above as metallic wails echo in the distance. Then the strident knell of the bell arrives. Rumbling like thunder, a piercing pain runs through the wayfarer's ears. He soon comes back to his senses when a strong gust of wind carrying debris hits him, making him lose his balance and snuffing out his torch. More wind blasts come one after another, but they soon stop with the last toll of the bell. The wayfarer luckily has the amber torch, and uses it to light his way. The bell rings here and there. Its deafening sounds are almost always accompanied by the fierce winds. The higher he ascends, the harder it becomes to fight against their strikes. Every time he hears the bell's prelude, he lies down and clutches onto the stairs with all his might. His ears ring and his legs keep giving out, yet nothing seems to break his will. Despite not seeing the end of the stairs, he ventures onward, as he always does. Approaching the zenith of the tower, the wayfarer notices that the bell is about to strike once again. The winds bring a familiar smell to the wayfarer, the smell of death. After the bell stops, a decapitated body falls from above, smashing against the steps in front of the wayfarer and making him jump. Moving closer, he realizes that the corpse seems to be imbued with darkness. Even with the staff casting its light on it, it remains dim. By the time the wayfarer reaches the top, the bell stops, but a strange noise replaces it, the sound of flesh tearing and bones cracking. Like the smell, this is familiar to him. With his heart beating faster and faster, he arrives at the belfry. The wayfarer's heart skips when he sees a macabre scene right out of his nightmares. A creature with purple skin crouches on a pile of massacred bodies, clutching one of their heads in its bony hands. The corpse's wounds are brutal, as if they had fought the beast. The air is thick with the smell of blood. The wayfarer's hand trembles ever so slightly as he reaches for his sword. As he approaches, the creature rises, revealing the extent of his injuries. Ripped muscle tissue and bones that poke out of his severed neck. Despite this, though, it stands. The wayfarer is shocked to discover that the head that the creature holds is its own. His lifeless visage stares at him as the creature lifts it over his shoulders and places it on his neck. It stays in place for a few seconds before falling and rolling to the wayfarer's feet. The wayfarer moves his attention to the helmeted heads across the floor. Their unsettling features are familiar to him. They are the metallic faces that plagued his nightmares and infused fear in him. He is still stupefied at the eerie scene when the headless being turns toward him and picks up a long and rusty sword from the floor, no doubt belonging to one of his victims. The monster moves erratically and its attacks are weak and predictable. When it raises its sword to strike, the wayfarer takes the chance to stab its torso. It doesn't even flinch, even letting the sword sink deeper as it tries to grab the wayfarer's head. Its leathery fingers lock around his throat, and the wayfarer struggles trying to move away from the abomination. Even though it lacks the strength to strangle him, its touch disturbs him greatly. It soon gets a hold of the wayfarer's head with both hands, twisting and pulling on it with all its might. The wayfarer is sickened by the repulsive sight of the being. Its lumpy skin is covered with wounds. It does not bleed or seem to feel pain, yet its veins pulse as if it were alive. The wayfarer lets go of his sword and pushes the monster to the floor. It lies inert. He moves to it and tries to finish it off, but it moves at the last second, causing one of its hands to be sliced off instead. After stepping back a safe distance, the wayfarer stares at the pathetic being. The longer he observes it, the more he sees the crude reality.
This broken body is my own.
A gentle breeze blows. Curly rivers of mist flow throughout the sky. A dark will slowly vanishes in silence. The purple that taunts his butchered body dissipates into nothingness. He feels the beating of his heart. Relief, coldness, pain. His many wounds start bleeding. From his wrist flows a stream of red. The wayfarer falls to the floor. Kneeling in a puddle of blood, the wayfarer stares at the body he has left behind. Without a head, it is but armour. He looks down at the blood below him and his scarlet self. A sincere face stares back at him. This is just me. A single toll is heard. An illusion shatters. A man awakens. He contemplates his reflection, withered before the mirror that started it all. Dizzy, he stares with both eyes at his starved visage. His lips are cracked, his eyes sunken, and his skin greyish and dry. He barely has the strength to lift his numb arms off the floor. They feel as if they were made of stone. Where before was the mark of a curse, now there is not even a vestige of its existence. His many mortal wounds are equally gone. He is seemingly cured. He bathes in the serenity of that remote place, feeling unburdened. The toll of the bell still resonates in his head. The man closes his eyes, sinking into his thoughts. There are no gods, no monsters, no shadows, no mirrors, only warm darkness. Okay, turning off my narration voice a little bit, let's get into the analysis. So, Vermis is a lot. Ahead of the ways I personally depict Vermis as a medium and a game, but there is also a lot of spitball, especially when it comes to the lore and narrative of both books. Vermis 2, despite being a sort of sequel to the first book, is very different in presentation. Vermis 1 is presented as a guidebook for an open-world dark fantasy RPG. Meanwhile, the second book, whilst having connotations of a video game guide, is much more focused on a narrative. This narrative, as we know, is about a predefined character's journey. Vermis 1 had the main character be, well, created by a hypothetical player. Hence why I used we when I was talking about that book. Because we created the character, and, well, I was guiding you through the book, so yeah. Vermis 2, though, does a lot more world building than Vermis 1, and I feel like, overall, it is superior to the first book in both art and as an experience, but it is mighty close between the two. Vermis 1 has a better atmosphere in my eyes, but both books are fantastic at what they were made for. From this observation alone, it should be obvious that I have a lot more to say about Vermis 2 than Vermis 1, both because of the narrative, but also because of the plethora of lore in Vermis 2. But let's take a step back and approach the books one at a time and talk about Vermis 1 first. Vermis 1 is presented as a somewhat open-world dark fantasy story, based in a world that has an area-to-area structure. Because of the way Vermis 2 is presented, I am going to confidently say that Vermis 1 is more open than its sequel, even if it is still kind of linear. This is because Vermis 2 doesn't really go out of its way to mention loot or alternate options such as Vermis 1. Anyway, Vermis 1 is sometimes described to be Dark Souls 4. I think this mostly makes sense considering the character creation process, overall tone, and the purposely vague storytelling. It is, in almost every sense, a younger paper brother of those games. But if you've been paying attention so far, you should know this, presuming you are also aware of the Dark Souls series. You know, one of the most celebrated game series of all time that helped birth an entire subgenre. Despite Dark Souls being in third person though, I actually see Vermis 1 and 2 to work as a third and first person experience. Although I think the many inclusion of mirrors in the second book will work much better in first person. Another game that I want to mention is an indie game called Northern Journey. Northern Journey was created by Øystein Pedersen. I'm sorry if I butchered that. A Norwegian developer whose game is among the most atmospheric I've ever laid my hands on. The content of that game isn't as dark as Vermis, but the graphical style, sound design, music, and pretty much everything beside the story and age rating is what I think Vermis would be like as a game. Vermis 1 is also largely based in a forest, as is Northern Journey. The tweeting of birds, the whistling of winds, and the crunchy footsteps alongside the serene music is what I expect Vermis 1's atmosphere to be like almost identically. Now that I've mentioned music, Vermis 1 and 2 will, in my eyes, heavily incorporate a genre called dungeon synth. Have his reflections, but there is one subtle bit at the end of the video to address some comments in the Godhusk video. Many people
as his younger self, the master.
The following program is rated T and ALSV. It contains strong language, sexual situations, violence, and nudity. It is intended only for mature audiences.
Hey, what's up? Listen, you got like 5 hours to kill? It's just, I played another game, okay? Yeah, again. Let me just take it from the top. A lot of people consider the late 90s and early 2000s to be the golden age of console horror. And it's for a good reason. It was an era defined by experimentation. Creativity was arguably at its peak in the industry. And devs were pumping out classics like it was second nature. Seriously, in a span of like 5 or 6 years, we got so many heavy hitters that raised the bar so high. Even today, they're still trying to recapture that magic and introduce it to a new audience. You got the legendary Resident Evil in 1996. Then there's Parasite Eve in 1998, Silent Hill in 99, Fatal Frame in 2001, not to mention the Clock Tower games, Dino Crisis, Eternal Darkness, and many more. To call these years influential on the industry would be like the understatement of the century. Now, something I've noticed about horror games from back then is even the ones that didn't do so hot tend to be really fascinating to dive into. There are so many great titles out there that were just a bit too experimental for the landscape at the time. Didn't quite stick with general audiences. If you ask me, one of the most underappreciated dev teams from the era is Denno Eizo Seisakusho, a small group from Japan that wasn't around for long, but still managed to put out some incredibly ambitious experiences. Now, if you have no idea who these guys are, that's fine. Unless you're a return viewer, I expect most of you probably wouldn't. Even in their home country, they aren't very well known. In the last video, just to get the whole relevant to the video, track them down. If you try to exit the car from here, suddenly some lady in a very bold outfit stops us and says to wait. Allure, who apparently memorized the information of every passenger on board beforehand, immediately recognizes her as Raina Sparling. Raina is connected to something called the Tao family, which I assume is either rich politicians or maybe the mafia. Raina's thoughts are irritated and erratic. They're flying in from all over the place, and some of them are a bit murdery. If you're not up to scratch with your language skills, it can be hard to read these if you're not ready. At least I thought it was pretty tough. The characters come in from literally everywhere, and they fade fast. There are even some times when the text appears upside down. At that point, even if it was in English, I think I'd have some trouble with it. But, you know, I'm not complaining. I really love the presentation. It's so unique. Sometimes Allure will start these dives on her own, like a character just pops up like this, but all throughout the game, you can try it yourself on just about any NPC, and even items that have residual thoughts left behind. Despite her violent presence, Raina actually wants to come along with us. And surprisingly, Allure lets her, thinking that she'd probably make for a good distraction if we come across our target for today's mission. It's supposed to be somebody from a heretical group called the Shining Bridge. That's ice cold. We're just using her as bait. Guess that job's gotta get done. As we climb out of this portion of the train, we get a better view of the accident. And it's a complete shit show. The whole floor collapsed, taking the rails with it. And behind us, the train flipped over onto its side, completely blocking the way. The only bright side here is that our target probably didn't make it too far. There's a couple doors along the sides of the tunnel that lead to employee warehouse areas. The first one's locked, but when we check out the second, we can hear yelling. Someone in there's getting beat up bad. We can also smell blood from behind the door, and Raina says it sounds like a girl is screaming too, but we can't get inside, so we'll have to leave it for now. Over on a little walkway by the first door, you can find Fiona Hart. She's a blues singer who performs in New Tokyo. New Tokyo is going to pop up a lot in conversations. It's been condemned as a heretical place by the Pope, and the church seems to be wary of people that go there on a regular basis. Fiona tells us about an elevator down below and a control room up above, and complains that neither of them are really working. Her mind is filled with fear and malice, which Allure describes as nauseating, wondering if maybe she's been the target all along. After we're done looking into Fiona's mind, she gets weirded out and retreats to the control room, telling us to stay away and instead talk to a giant bald guy hanging out in one of the rooms nearby. Now, she specifically refers to this guy as a skinhead, which could mean a few things depending on the context. I think here all it's meant to convey is that he doesn't have hair. There's really no point in going to the control room yet, so let's just go downstairs. Before you have a chance to do much of anything, you'll be stopped again by an injured woman who's repeatedly kicking the elevator. This is Violet Merrill, who doesn't seem like she's doing the best. Apparently, before the accident, Violet introduced herself to Allure as a banker, but diving into her mind tells a different story. She just got back into town recently, after a long stay in New Tokyo. Violet's thinking about seeing shadows and hearing a voice that sounds like a bird in the control room. Just like Fiona, she gets confused after we're done reading her thoughts, and then stumbles away. Her head is clearly busted open. I know we're an assassin, but we still work for the church, right? Shouldn't we, get her a cup of water or something? When you can move around again, there's a portable GPS on the ground down here that lets you access a map from a pause screen. Besides that, there's really nothing else we can do down here, at least not yet. Now you'll actually want to make your way back to the room at the start where we heard the screaming. Returning to the walkway, we meet yet another survivor, Chani Maharachani, an exchange student from someplace called Oceania University. Fun fact, if you Google Maharachani, one of the only things that comes up is that English IGN preview for this game. Chani's only 15 years old and has 3 doctorate degrees. I think that's some crazy shit, but Allure's not so impressed and thinks to herself that being smart doesn't mean she's good at staying alive. Chani's thoughts are like a battle between optimism and sheer panic. There's some in here about dying, mixed with others about help potentially arriving. She also thinks about going home to her mother. At the compartment we initially crawled out of, there's now a gross pervert named Joe Gibbs hanging around. Yeah, Joe fucking Gibbs. I guess a lot of people ended up surviving, which is kinda unexpected. Joe Gibbs is a casino manager who's one nasty piece of shit. He's not good for much, and he's so thirsty it's unbelievable. Like, you gotta be Gooner Supreme to be this horny not 10 minutes after a deadly accident. Just ignore this guy, there's nothing here. Once you're past him and back at the door with the commotion, he just pops right open, and inside, we see an android getting smashed to pieces by that bald guy we were told about. This is V. Rutherford, an engineer who worked at a bionics company called Will. That's spelled W-I-L, by the way. V is having maybe a little bit too much fun ripping this android apart. It doesn't seem like it attacked him or anything. He's just being violent for the sake of it. It turns out, this android is the screaming woman we heard earlier. So, do they actually feel pain then? Or is it just copying a human reaction? Regardless of the answer, I'd say V is completely unhinged. You gotta wonder if Fiona hoped that he would kill us next. V casually pauses his violent episode to tell us the elevator actually does work, but it's not getting power. We'll have to find a way to turn it back on. As this strange, brief conversation wraps up, Reina seems remarkably attracted to V, even though she admits to hating his style. Look, no shame, right? Okay, do what you want, but maybe think about it for a while. I'm related to blood and death, but it's different than anyone we've seen so far. He doesn't really seem upset or anything. Allure takes an interest in V after this and remarks that his surface consciousness is made up of several cleared out facts. Believe it or not, there's actually a way to fight Fiona before she mutates, but the timing for it is so tight, I imagine most people would miss it on the blind. But then he realized if anybody found out about it, he'd be in... Things pick up sometime later in Central on church grounds. When I said our skull got crushed, that was no joke. We're dying. The chapter opens with a really long series of images and thoughts, meant to represent us bleeding out on the operating table. There's all kinds of hospital workers scrambling around trying to save us. It's complete chaos. Our brainstem was severely damaged, and we've lost the ability to use our needles. Our minds appear before us and then disintegrate as the doctors decide to suppress our subconscious activity. Our thoughts still exist somewhere, and Allure keeps thinking about how cold it is as other random topics flash by. Part of her mind seems to blame herself for ending up like this, and other parts are thinking about how interesting it is to eat other people's minds. I've never really seen a game take this kind of approach to depicting a near-death experience. I was expecting something kind of cliche like a flashback sequence, and I was pleasantly surprised when it didn't happen. Eventually, the doctors get us stabilized, and we wake up in the hospital. We're told we've been in a coma for 8 days, and we should be okay. Through the bazaar, and we'll see what else we can find. If you mind dive them, it's reversed and says we've his upper body has mutated to an insane degree in a span of what couldn't have been more than like 5 minutes. He kind of just moans our name and makes noises, and then climbs away up into the pipes. To force him out, you have to operate the systems nearby and flush out the sewage ducts. This only seems to make things worse, though. After Seth pops back out, he decides to grab Isla with his new tentacles and runs off somewhere else with her. I was fearing the worst after seeing that. Isla thankfully is still alive, though, and stands wounded outside of a maintenance room. She's not doing so well, and begs us not to kill Seth, who's hiding just behind this door. I honestly do trust the guy by now. I wasn't sure at first, but I think he's telling the truth. It's not... Chapter 3 is by far the longest part of the game. This one takes us to the South District, the big city. And there's so much to cover here, it's kinda unbelievable. If I wanted to, I think I could do a 4-hour video just on this chapter. Maybe even 2. Now don't worry, I'm not gonna leave anything out. But I want you to know that the level of detail here is very dense if you read the full thing for yourself. There are so many characters, and so many places to explore. If you feel like you're losing track after a while and getting bogged down in all the details, I don't blame you. I think that's kind of the point. You kind of have to roll with the punches for a while and be comfortable being confused in this game. I'm going to do my best to capture the full thing without getting too ridiculous. And just bear in mind, the real thing takes up most of the game's runtime, and the other chapters aren't even close in terms of length. Chapter 3 opens up in South Central at a missionary post. Some time has passed since our meeting with Raven. His mind abilities were incredibly powerful. Besides us, he could be one of the strongest out there. We've moved on from the missing children case and switched over to a new one that Isla's been working on. She's actually started resuming Seth's work in his absence and is looking into people who are dealing in materialized memories of the city. If we can get to the bottom of what this substance is, maybe we can... dangerous. You never know who's going to trigger a fight, who might help. Now, spoiler alert, he's not inside a Club Zack, but let's check it out anyway. It's actually a weird little place, operated by another, and reveal that he's planning a creature attack at Second Eden. Rush over, and Palma's already watching the chaos, but lets us stay anyway, and even tells us that back in the day, Lucian used this technology to protect people somehow. But naturally, they gave it to criminals and facilitated a mass killing of their very own servants. Trial and error. The encounters, naturally, are weird as hell, too. You got this clump of faces for one thing, and at this point, because we spared Billy after he shot up the mission, we're sort of on the run from the church. There's pretty much nobody left to help us, and it's slowly turning into a real us-versus-the-world type of situation. Amagasaki Breaktown is like the Midian Zone on crack. In South Central, leaves after a few seconds go by. I think it's kind of interesting that they won't even let you try. Isn't quite clear yet. Doc and the church have some kind of greater goal with all of this that isn't detailed here. Zoros' body is actually fairly powerful. He likes to use buffs, and he hits pretty hard. If you found that heretical book back in the prison, as long as you pay attention to your health, Our final chapter opens up with the message from the Pope being broadcast to the entire city. The church decided to throw us under the bus for literally everything, and I do mean everything. They blame us for kidnapping every single kid that went missing. They say we were the reason the cult of Carlo is in the slums. The entire Spiria operation in South Central is also somehow our fault. And on top of that, Seth and Isla's deaths are pinned on us, as well as Lucian's poor condition. It's so ridiculous, it's kind of comedic. Who would even believe that one person could do all that stuff at the same time? Regardless, that's the church's word, and now we've got our backs to the wall. Eden may very well be the only place left we're permitted to exist, and as you'll see shortly, even that's not a guarantee. The first glimpse we see of Eden is of these two kids talking to each other about killing us. The boy is named Io, and the girl's name appears to be Leash. The spelling here is just my own interpretation. Despite their appearances, these two are assassins. They have a pretty long-winded conversation that establishes the fact that they don't have hearts and are incapable of feeling emotions. Io wants Leash to receive a heart so that she can get along better with the other kids, but she's not really a fan of the idea and imagines that her head's gonna get filled up with garbage. So they decide to focus on killing us for the time being and go off to hide somewhere. Our only real goal is to find that Lazarus guy that Raven mentioned. Hopefully he's not too hard to track down. Now, the scariest thing about this area right away is the fucking Hershey's logo hanging right in front of our face. Never, in a million years, would I've expected to see Hershey's chocolate in Desperia. This might actually be the weirdest product placement I've ever seen. Do you think the company even knows this happened? And what about the implications for the setting? Like, the human race was nearly wiped out, and of all things, Hershey's survived? Like, holy shit, I just can't believe it. Anyway, moving on. Eden is about the same size as the median area. It's not so huge, but it is packed with little things to find. Much like the last chapter, sometimes to see everything, you gotta run laps around the place until it just pops up. Some of these dialogues have strange and specific flags that even the strategy guide doesn't explain entirely. If we go straight ahead from where we start, we meet this mutated clown named Pierre that asks what we're looking for. You get a variety of deep and profound responses to choose from, like our dreams, our heart, or the truth, but I think it makes the most sense to pick the last one, which is just Lazarus. We don't really have the time to be philosophical right now. Sadly, Pierre's grand advice to us is to just walk across the entire city back and forth until we find him, which is exactly what I was going to do anyway. He does give us a little map of the place though, so it's not a complete waste of time. A fair amount of the buildings around the place are abandoned, and the dark alleys near them are dangerous too, so be careful not to wander too far if you're still unprepared. After taking a walk around, I found myself back near where Pierre was, but this time, I ran up on some lady only wearing tape. She says that nobody here in Eden has a fully healthy body, and that every time the air touches her skin, it rots. Now look, I understand this is just supposed to be an excuse to look at a sexy design, but the logic doesn't add up. If your skin can't touch the air, or it rots off, why would you only be wearing duct tape outside? I really hate to be an actually guy for simple fan service, but come on, I just can't ignore it. There's actually another product placement off to the side here, but it's not quite as ridiculous as Hershey's was. It's a bar called Deno Azo. Kinda cute. There's not much to say about it, but I wanted to point it out anyway. If you just keep walking forward from the start, you'll actually end up at one of the most important spots in all of Eden, the Tower of Rebirth. There's some kind of cyber monk outside who tells us this is the holiest place in the entire world, but we can't go in without the permission of someone named Prospero. Getting inside here is key to finding Lazarus, so this becomes our new priority. Unfortunately, the monk here has zero guidance on how exactly to get that permission, which means we'll just have to keep walking around. To the left of the tower is one last Fukunishi store to resupply it if you need it, as well as a cybernetics workshop and a hospital. We're reunited with Palma at the shop, who says that she's forced to work in Eden now because their creator's in debt after making another invention. She seems optimistic enough about the situation and says that the other sisters are doing well. At the cybernetics workshop, you can buy weapons and armor, And meet Takahashi, who proudly sells nematodes that have been banned by the church. Again, if you've got the money, you might as well go ahead and upgrade, because you'll need it soon. As for the hospital, we can't get in yet, but it's actually just as important as the Tower of Rebirth. Himself is really not that bad of a person. It's strictly business. There's no hard feelings behind the ensuing back alley brawl that breaks out. As she dies, we're warned that the entire force of the church is on its way. And while we are strong, it's doubtful that we could hold up against that. Just like we were told, Eugene is in fact hanging around near the tricycles. At first he looks happy, but then he gets really upset and runs off, complaining about all the noise. So now you know what you have to do? Well, I sure didn't, so I did laps again. And to progress the story, you end up having to find Io and Leash in a back alley. Here, Io relays an ultimatum from the Archbishop. Even these two are working for him. The Archbishop gives us two options. We can come back to the church and continue serving as their sword after having our brain fully wiped, or we can stay as an enemy of the state and die. Quite the decision. I mean, both are basically dying anyway. But you do get to pick. If you want, you really can go back to the church right now, and the game ends. Or we can stay as an enemy of the state and die. Quite the decision. I mean, both are basically dying anyway. But you do get to pick. If you want, Allure decides that she, more than anyone else, knows what happens to those who disobey the church, decides to return to the one place she truly belongs. Back home, the Archbishop gives a corny-ass speech about how our faith has been preserved. And then he says that while some things around here might seem heretical, that's God's will, baby, and you can't question it. Then you get shipped off to a hospital somewhere. And the last thing Allure thinks is that she was a puppet the entire time before her personality gets destroyed forever. Yeah, it sucks. Don't do it. Instead, you should choose to stay in Eden. With this choice, Allure decides that she needs to finish her assigned mission to stop V, even if the church itself wants to get in the way of it. Io and Leash very nearly murder us on the spot for saying that, but at the last second, the man himself, Ignacio Prospero, comes in and stops them. Prospero introduces himself as the tower's chief engineer and invites us back for a conversation. And what a conversation it turns out to be. This is the insane lore dump that I was talking about. Prospero has a lot to say. So here we go. I'm going to do my best to sum it up for you. You ready? During the huge war that nearly ended humanity, the usage of chemical weapons bizarrely caused all of the survivors to live completely free from genetic defects. In essence, they couldn't die. Seems nice at first, until the next generation came along, and all the children were incapable of experiencing emotions. These emotionless people were seen as the next fall of humanity, because they had no desire to do anything. Researchers went to some extreme lengths to try and fix this, and eventually, a man known as the Engineer of Life emerged. The Engineer of Life created a bizarre being, capable of eating people's memories. After it ate the memories, it would then release emotions into their minds. Basically, a symbiotic parasite. The emotionless kids had these things implanted into their bodies, and it worked immediately. Today, these beings are known as minds. As time passed, a group began to form around the Engineer of Life, and that group eventually became the Church. The name of the engineer was Victor Lazarus, who disappeared into the hospital after becoming obsessed with manipulating life itself. Victor didn't go alone for this endeavor. He also brought his daughter Minot with him. As the hospital became more and more warped, the two reportedly died, and the place was locked up. Leadership of the church then shifted to a researcher called Oldera, which is the Pope's real name. He tried to do his own good works, but he lacked the technology of the tower, meaning everything the church tries to do today is just a shitty knockoff version of what they do here. In the present, the researchers who stayed true to the original goal still use the tower to teach kids how to use their emotions. Some of these kids really struggle with it and seem afraid, while others appear to be flourishing and doing quite well for themselves. In particular, Io and Leash had a lot of difficulties when they were born, and flat out rejected their implants. That's why they run around outside talking about killing people like it's nothing. As Prospero wraps up, we're invited to stay at the tower for as long as we'd like. Although some of the other guys aren't happy about that, because it's just asking for a strike team to blow the doors down. What he says here is kind of a lot to take in. I mean, you heard what I just said, right? The entire church is just an offshoot group of scientists? So, God and all that stuff? Just smoke and mirrors? No wonder we weren't allowed to mind dive the elites. It's also kind of insane that the tower is pretty much the exact inverse of Sector 12. The real researchers are here injecting things into children in a safe and non-violent way that's designed to help them live a normal life. Whereas the church is doing it just to work out a method of population control in the most violent and fucked up way possible. And how about Victor? You get what they're going for with that, right? Victor Lazarus? V. Rutherford? It's pretty damn close, especially if you say it in Japanese. That one line about Victor getting into the business of life is a dead giveaway. Victor went into that hospital with his daughter, and somehow succeeded in his plan. He was reborn in a different location, and just changed his name a little bit. In a sense, then, V is kind of like the god for the current world. He saved humanity. He was the core of the group that split off into the church, and now he lives forever, experimenting on whoever the hell he wants. Bet you weren't expecting God to be some shirtless guy in a fur coat. Prospero strongly suggests we stay away from the hospital. But screw that, obviously we have to go in. Maybe the daughter's still alive, who knows? On your way out, be sure to snag the final heretical book from one of the bookshelves. This one also doesn't have a prerequisite to getting it or anything. It's just sitting there free to take. Now we have to go around the city again until we find Io and Leash. As far as I'm aware, they only appear in back alleys, so that should help you narrow down your search a little bit. The first one I found was Leash, who tells us that Io's acting weird. This is somehow our fault in her eyes, and she over the entire country, and nobody knows what his ultimate goal is. What is clear, though, is that he wants us to find him. We have the most powerful minds out there right now, and it's all but certain that the church is trying to drive us towards him so that he can absorb them. Prospero then reveals that the one man who managed to escape seemingly unscathed was Raven, who was born here and called to the hospital by Minot. While Raven looks and acts normal, the truth is, he doesn't even physically exist anymore. He turned into a mind, and the reason he wanted to meet us in the slums is because he was looking for someone to oppose Lazarus. Prospero finally decides to give us the key to the hospital, and says we should judge the situation for ourselves before doing what's necessary. Because of our immense power, we're likely going to be the only person who ever knows the full truth of what's going on in there. Outside, shit goes to hell in a handbasket real fast. Yamachan runs in just fast enough to warn us that the church is here in force to take us in. As we dart towards the hospital, a maiden tries to stop us, and unfortunately, there's no room for negotiation. Once she's down, our old friend Toko corners us, insisting that we surrender before all of Eden gets wiped out. Allure tries to convince Toko that we didn't do anything we're being blamed for, and that's when she admits that she knows because the entire time she was helping the elites stay on top. You cannot be serious. I even tried to defend how callous she was earlier, but no, she really is just a backstabbing traitor. Toko injected Seth with Spiria so he would die and not learn the truth. Toko helped the assassins find Isla in South Central. And Toko made Boyce bite his tongue off so he wouldn't give anything away. Boyce was this close to revealing that the Pope was involved in everything. That's how close we got to figuring it out, all the way back then. And why did she do it? Because she still thinks that God speaks through the church. If only she knew that God was actually in the hospital just behind us. After Toko's done admiring her own work, we're given one last opportunity to go back home and turn ourselves in. This leads to another shitty alternate ending of the game, so if you really want to stop here and go play outside, I guess you can. If you do go back to the church, you get an ending that's barely different from the other one. The only thing that changes is a strange bit at the end where we have red eyes. I'm not really sure why they added that on. One guess I came up with is that it's trying to say we're even worse of a person for giving up after learning the entire truth. If you have to choose a bad ending, I guess this one's slightly cooler. Turn down the offer to go back, and Togo predictably gets upset with us, and then attacks. This fight was fairly lengthy for me, but not overly difficult. It feels a bit like a warm-up for the finale. You should use this battle to measure your own strength. If you barely pull through, don't even try to tackle the hospital before upgrading your units and equipment first. If it's a breeze for you, I'd say you're good to go from here. As Toko falls, she's confused about why her dedication to God didn't lead towards anything fruitful, and dies wondering where she went wrong. The Lord takes a moment to reflect on this afterwards, calling Toko the most dedicated out of all the maidens, sadly unable to reconcile the church's horrific actions with her own beliefs. Rather than get upset and rebel in face of the truth, Toko stayed loyal to the leadership she trusted in. I definitely get it. It took our character a long time to wake up and see things for what they are, but selling out Seth and Isla? That's cold. Breaking away from the church's forces, we reach the doors to the hospital, where Raven appears and explains that the space beyond is a chaotic world of thoughts. Raven then instructs us to open our heart and merges with us, in hopes that his power will get us through the experience alive. Ready? Because this is really it. I actually can't believe I made the video this long. If you watched the entire thing, you have no idea how crazy that is to me, and I really appreciate it. This game has kind of dominated the past 6 months of my life, and it feels really weird to finally be done with it. If you asked me a few years ago if I'd ever make a video this long, I'd probably call you a fucking idiot. Crazy how life changes. Remember when I said 17 minutes was too long? Anyway, I don't want to waste too much more of your time, but it does mean a lot to me that you're here. Let's go beat Lazarus' ass and earn that good ending. We're overdue for a long rest. Inside the hospital, the air itself seems to vibrate. Awful thoughts are swirling around, and the effects are downright catastrophic for the average person. We see this firsthand when the woman from outside bursts in behind us, and her whole face crunches up into nothing as she becomes psychotically violent. After taking her out, the space around us stabilizes, and we're able to proceed onwards to a staircase going up. In the dark hallways of the second floor, Lisa appears and says that the hospital is a place where thoughts from all over congregate. Each room here is connected to a different location, and if we're able to stop the flow from each of them, the facility's overall power should be reduced. I am kind of surprised to see that Lisa, of all people, was the one to pop in and say that. Honestly, it's great to see that she wants to help now, and hasn't totally withered away. The first room on the left goes to the bazaar, where Lazarus, or V, stands waiting, notably shirtless. Lazarus confirms what Lisa just said, and taunts that he's been busy collecting memories from the city. He asks us where we think the mines we've destroyed end up, and claims that even we are tied to this place. We're able to shut down the flow of thoughts to this room with no resistance, but the next one over is not so easy. Here, we find ourselves back in the tunnels, up against Arietta, who vows to pull us in to stay with her forever. She's definitely learned a trick or two since last time. You shouldn't underestimate her. It's not the same fight as before. Once she's down, the room goes back to normal, and we see a thought from Minot's childhood about wanting to live a normal life like the kids outside. In the third room, we end up in the spot where we first killed V. Violet attacks us here, and this might actually be the same battle as before, because it only lasts a few seconds. After beating Violet, you get a save point, and it's on to the next. Back out in the hallway, Lisa tells us to keep going, and on the third floor, we've got another set of rooms to deal with. The fourth room produces a strange vision of Seth, who's mutated but able to speak normally. He wonders why we didn't die with him, and then attacks. Now, if you think that sounds kind of harsh and uncharacteristic for Seth, well, you're right. Allure notices his spiteful tone as well, and after he's gone, she can't tell if it was really him. By all means, this could just be Lazarus trying to screw with us. But maybe, deep down, Seth really did envy us for surviving where he couldn't. I don't think there really is a definitive answer, so what you believe is up to you. Personally, I think the idea of him being a bit jealous of us is pretty interesting. I think I interpret this scene as Lazarus showing us something that Seth would never want us to see. It's almost like he's weaponizing an intrusive thought against us. Next to Seth's room is an oddball area that's totally normal compared to the others. It seems like this was Meachew's room. There's a teddy bear here with her thoughts on it, and she's hidden a powerful needle in its back. I assume she intended to take out Lazarus with this, if it came down to it. The last room on this floor takes us to an unfamiliar spot, where Meachew appears to fight us, severely mutated. I think his design's really neat. Might be one of my favorites. He might look a lot stronger than most of our opponents downstairs, but he's perfectly manageable if you've come this far. You get an extra nematode from this battle, as well as yet another thought from Meachew, who wonders if her father's experiments were designed to heal her mind. After this, there's just one more floor to clear out. Behind a set of double doors is Lucien, who says that mind users are messengers of God, and that death is a return to him. Lucien offers to personally take us back to the Creator, and then attacks. It is interesting to finally see a battle against this guy. In his prime, he was supposed to be just as strong as Billy. He's sadly fallen pretty far since then. A few rounds is all it takes to completely obliterate the guy in this state. Allure doesn't take his words seriously whatsoever. After all she's seen, the idea of mind users representing God is complete nonsense. In a way, though, he's kind of right. It's all because of V that the powers even exist in the first place, and the people we've killed did return to him. After Lucien fades, we see thoughts and a vision of Meachew requesting to be killed. She flat out says she wants to die, but somehow, V manages to interrupt the conversation and explains that her life is required to maintain the agate system. V mocks our behavior and wonders if we'd really disregard her true purpose. Then he tells us to hurry up and get to him so he can end us with his own hands. In the very final room before the end, we see Joachim, who has yet to get any rest since his death. It seems like he couldn't actually pass on and just came back here. He really can't catch a break. I mean, seriously. Joachim says this time he'll be the one to save us, and then comes at us. Just like Lucien, in this weakened form, he's nowhere near what he used to be, and it doesn't take long at all to cleanse the area. Mind diving this huge device in the back shows what might be the only thing in this entire 40-plus hour experience to give you a shred of sympathy for V. He genuinely believes that what he's doing will save humanity and take the species to another level. We see a vision of him from back when the church was all one group, and he's wearing priest robes. Meachew is very unhappy with him, because even though he gave her eternal life, she's not really living at all. She's just stuck here in the hospital day after day, hooked up to the agate system. V tries to stress that her role is to bring souls back to him, and then the vision ends. Now, some of you might say that doesn't sound sympathetic at all, and I'm not going to try and defend V or anything, because when you hurt kids, you're a piece of shit. But I do think it's easy to get into his head and imagine why he would do it. The fact is, V is like the smartest person in the entire world. He knows he's capable of making life on Earth better, because he already did it once. Now imagine life from his perspective. You've saved the entire planet, but then you look down at the cities, and you see what's going on, and it's like, well, murder for one thing, not to mention the poverty, torture clubs, cults. I think you get my point. Now sure, a lot of that was caused by the church, which V had a hand in creating, but I really doubt that he created minds just so people could live the way they did before. So after seeing the way this world ended up, is it really any surprise that he's fucking crazy? He is probably itching to wipe the slate clean again and move on to something better. It just doesn't really shock me that after all the work he went through, the world still sucks, and he's not happy about it. It kind of reminds me of how God gets portrayed sometimes in the Old Testament. And you know, speaking of the Bible, here's another parallel. God having a child that sacrifices their own life for the benefit of humanity. It seems like they might be trying to touch on that a little bit to add more credence to V's godhood status. It's just a thought. At the top of the hospital, there she is, still living in stasis after 3 decades. Examining Meachew's body, we see a bright flash and then a message, again asking us to set her free from the eternal torture. After deactivating the systems, unfortunately, her pain only gets worse. The only way to truly free her at this point is through a mind battle.
Alright,
I think
back
Minot's
again.
design is pretty fascinating. The way she's suspended, although disturbing, is statuesque and elegant. The extra face protruding from her body also brings to mind the multiple faces
Some of the difference is
the
that
fact that she's doing all this against her will is also very
Jesus,
obviously conveyed by the wires that make her look puppet-like. It comes across like a
is that
twisted
he
attempt
didn't
at a
come
living
back
religious
to
icon.
wreak
Remember how
havoc,
V made some comments about
not
taxidermy
like
way back at the start?
other Messiah
I feel like that kind of
characters.
flows into this too.
They,
It seems like he
they
has a fascination
almost
with
get to
deliberately
Jesus,
posing
but then
something that
they
shows no signs of life. Pretty creepy. As you
misrepresent
probably
him.
guessed, neutralizing Minot is merely the prelude to something far worse. V. When Minot goes silent, Allure detects an endless darkness deep within her mind. And to fully eradicate it, we have to venture in ourselves, just like with Lisa. That's right. It's one last identical room guessing contest. You know I wouldn't have it any other way. The enemies are abundant here. You got zombies, melted people, and this sausage you gotta deal with as you work your way through. Once again, I can't say there's really a strategy to navigate this place. Unless I'm missing something, it's kind of bullshit.
Okay.
It seems like you really do just have to brute force those pathways until you get through. At the furthest reaches of Minot's mind, V waits, hailing us as the only person to ever come so far. Appearing before us as his younger self, the mastermind behind it all is revealed to exist physically as a mass of flesh and wires. He says that he's always felt a mixture of emotions towards us. Hate, admiration, even love.
Alright.
After showing us images of our friends, V explains that the energy to create souls is slowly fading from the world. His invention of minds was only a temporary fix for this much larger issue. V calls the god of the old world too merciful, willing to grant humans free will, regardless of the consequences. Only by harnessing them. But you know, it doesn't really matter.
Alright.
Turn the game on, press start, and you find yourself being pulled down a strange, hazy corridor. Suddenly, a gate slams shut in front of you, and a stern-looking face demands to hear your name. It explains that you have power lying dormant within you, and already it's time to pick our character's stats. Let's check it out. Our available stats are strength, intelligence, magic, vitality, speed, and luck. Ready? Okay. Outside, the town is ours to explore. You'll notice once you're all fitted out, it's setting the percentage fell asleep on his keyboard and added a few extra zeros. It was like everything to deal with back in the old days. To be fair, I guess a lot has changed. After Ozawa goes into a little speech about how it's a dog-eat-dog world and he offers to make some random girl happy, doesn't exactly support the suggestion. Now, if you do decide to help him, you basically skip all the things. Also an optional double summon quite a lot hours ago. Crazy how time flies. Now he tells you the same thing, but urges you to take out his
Okay.
outside of like other council. After the two leave, we meet with the old man again, who explains the leader of the forces of law, Sir Michael, is with more in the C range, and at its best is usually a B+. This tends to be the grade I've given both.
You understand that Augustine is also Orthodox camp. The fact that you quote
Alright. Guess I'll watch Resident Evil.
Yeah, and my point is that they contradict
This is mind gameplay. Okay. You know, I'm not gonna watch it. At least not now. Shining resonance with friends. You Can you believe they don't have the full soundtrack? Full soundtrack on YouTube? I mean they do, but they don't have it in one video. I've checked. So maybe I will have to do it myself. Maybe I should replay it again.
That looks like the way out.
Well, yeah. I don't know what people expected. Right, this is going to be the last one.
Megami Tensei is a hugely popular series that continues today on 8th generation consoles, including all sorts of offshoots and sub-stories, but it got its start all the way back on the Famicom with Digital Devil Story before making its way to the Super Famicom in 1992 with Shin Megami Tensei, and continuing later with Shin Megami Tensei 2 and the spin-off Shin Megami Tensei If. And those are the three games I'll be looking at in this video, and all three have English translation patches that are available on romhacking.net. Bear in mind that all three games have since received ports or remakes on everything from the Game Boy Advance to PlayStation Network to the Wii U. Alright, let's just get right to it. These games have some very distinct strengths and weaknesses that are either going to make or break the experience for you folks watching. So let's just discuss those right now before we go any further. First, all three of these games are turn-based RPGs in the horror genre, and they are horror games through and through. There's some really strange, interesting, and unique imagery throughout, and the game does a great job conveying an unsettling vibe, especially with the music. In that way, I liken these games to something like Secret of Evermore, in that, yeah, that game has its share of flaws, but I've played a gazillion 16-bit games at this point, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and as a result, I firmly believe that there is no other 16-bit game like it. Nothing comes close to the atmosphere or the ambience of that one. And I think the same applies to all three Shin Megami Tensei Super Famicom games. They're strange and unusual in the best possible ways, so if you're a horror fan, that alone is going to be a selling point right there. But, unfortunately, these games all have one major flaw, and that's that they can be pretty dang frustrating for the wrong reasons, even for role-playing games. Part of that is because this game can be somewhat grind-heavy, random battles are a deal-breaker for some people, and another part is what the game refers to as the demon summoning program, and I'll get into that later. But first, let's take a look how the first game starts out so you can decide for yourself if this is something you want to get into. You begin by wandering this strange hallway with suitably creepy music playing, and this face confronts you. Then you're prompted to give yourself some stats. All I can say for first-time players is put a good amount into speed so you can dodge attacks and run away from battles if you need to, and also put a good amount into intelligence since that'll come in handy later. And don't bother with magic or luck. Your character can't use magic, and luck is just random anyway. From there, you keep walking around, finding new people that are evidently new party members that you can name and distribute stats to, all while enjoying this incredible incredibly bizarre imagery before, yep, you guessed it, it's all a dream. You wake up and get on your computer, man, it's like nothing's changed at all in the last 27 years, only to find a friend has messaged you a demon summoning program that enables you to talk to demons and maybe even recruit them to fight for you? What? No, this isn't a Nigerian prince scenario, it's legit. From there, you can leave the room, go outside, wander around, and talk to people and find out what's going on. It turns out a girl has been murdered and your neighborhood has been sectioned off by a police investigation. As you can see, this game is pretty open-ended for a 16-bit game, and you can explore stuff mostly at your own pace. You can go into this building here where you end up in a confrontation with this guy with a knife before he gets his throat ripped out by a demon. Whoa. You go back home, you go back to sleep and have another strange dream. You wake up and before you know it, more and more of what you're seeing in your dreams starts to become reality. And now when you go outside, you begin to run into random battles. And yeah, for the most part, it's typical turn-based combat, only from a first-person dungeon crawler perspective, of course, with the twist here being that you can actually talk to and negotiate with some of these demons. But this is where the game really shows its age the worst, in my opinion, because the combat here really isn't all that interesting. All the typical items, armor, and weapons are here, and like I said, there's a lot of random battles. There is an auto battle button, but still, the combat here is just time consuming. And the negotiations here, so to speak, are pretty dang limited, at least at first. Your intelligence stat helps a lot in recruiting, so you're going to want to bump that up as much as you can. Demons cost money, so currency is really important here for more than just buying the typical items and gear. Demons also cost magnetite, which you collect and accumulate from winning battles. Later on, you can even fuse demons together to create stronger monsters that'll help you out, but early on, you'll hit quite a few speed bumps getting there. Bear in mind there's hundreds of demons here, which is pretty dang cool, and there are eventually demons you can recruit that actually help you mitigate the number of battles you fight, but getting to that point may take a while. Also, there's a lot of management involved here, since demons don't level up or anything, so you gotta be constantly adding new demons and removing older ones. That's where the fusion system really comes in handy. The major thing these games have going for them are the stories and the themes. The world here in the first game, and in all three games for that matter, is rooted in an ongoing conflict between order and chaos. There's people that want to summon the god of law to the earth because if everything's orderly, then everyone's happy. Then there's the opposing group who want to stop that from happening and summon the god of chaos, who will grant everyone free will. So yeah, two opposing sides convinced that their way, and only their way, is the true path to happiness. This conflict will not only bring destruction to the earth, but also a rebirth, both on an individual and societal level. I mentioned earlier how these games are all open-ended, and the structure isn't just open-ended for the sake of being open-ended. There are consequences for the decisions you make, and they lead you down one of those two paths. But what's a really nice touch is that in addition to that, you can also go a neutral path. Yeah, that's right, you can basically tell both sides to F off, although that's by far the toughest path to take. But each of the three paths will lead to different boss fights and eventually different endings. Playing the original Shin Megami Tensei reminds me a bit of playing a game like SimCity for Super Nintendo versus, say, City Skylines on modern systems, in that it can be tough to go backwards just because of all the functionality you're losing out on. In the case of SimCity, sure, City Skylines is obviously way more in depth, but the SNES SimCity still has that relaxing, easygoing feel to it that still makes it approachable and playable today, regardless of how outdated the gameplay is. I feel similarly about Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, the negotiation stuff is rough around the edges, and you may be used to much better in later games, but the rest of this game makes up for it in the visuals, the music, the weird story centered around law versus chaos, plus the fact that it's an open-ended, non-linear JRPG made in 1992, which is pretty uncommon. Also, this game does a great job combining the surreal by placing it in a modern-day setting, and you can't say that about too many other 16-bit JRPGs. A couple other things I should mention is that there is an iOS version out there that's based on the Game Boy Advance remake, and it has an official English translation. Otherwise, if you're playing this on the Super Famicom, just use the translation on romhacking.net. I should also mention that there's one important quality of life improvement patch that makes this game easier to play. It's called the Map Button Hack, and it simply lets you access the world map by pressing L or R instead of going through all the cumbersome menus. So yeah, if you want to go back to the first Shin Megami Tensei, make sure to weigh the strengths versus the weaknesses here. The strengths are the art direction, the music, which is so good and does an awesome job dictating the atmosphere. It really doesn't sound like any other game. There's the open-ended structure, there's the story with the three different paths you can take depending on what decisions you make, and there's the themes here. Good versus evil isn't just surface-level stuff in these games. If all that sounds like it's up your alley, and you don't mind tons of random battles, a steep learning curve, and a wonky demon summoning system, then you'll enjoy Shin Megami Tensei. The sequel, simply titled Shin Megami Tensei 2, came out a couple years later. In some ways, this is a true sequel since it's got similar gameplay. It's still a dungeon crawler first and foremost, but it's much more polished. The stats are the same, the stat distribution is mostly the same, and the user interface in particular is a bit easier to use. You don't need a patch to route the map to the L and R buttons anymore. This game's already got it there, thankfully. The demon summoning system is a lot more flexible, but at the same time, there's a lot more variables to account for. It's simply just a larger dialogue tree to work with. I would say the second game is a little more forgiving as well. There's a gauge that shows you how close a random battle is lurking, and overall the game is a little bit less grind heavy. The themes of law versus chaos are still here as well, allowing your choices to affect how the game's story progresses. So yeah, the same open-ended structure is here with a lot of exploration, but unfortunately with exploration comes tons of random battles and tons of backtracking, and again that's going to be a deal breaker for some of you out there. So, from a gameplay standpoint, it's certainly an upgrade, but the story is totally different. You play in a post-apocalyptic world as Hawk, a gladiator who's lost his memory, and gladiators are seen as only that, just fighters, they aren't citizens. So you fight as Hawk to win the right to become a citizen. Once you get out of that sequence, the world really opens up and you start gaining more party members and finding out you're the quote-unquote chosen one and all that. And just like in the first game, there's heavy religious themes here. I'm talking straight up God versus Satan, law versus chaos, all that good stuff. I don't want to spoil anything. I'll just say that if you liked the first game, then you'll definitely dig the second game. I can say the same thing about Shin Megami Tensei If, which just got an English translation patch last year. And yeah, once again, it's just more dungeon crawling, more combat, more random battles, more demon management. All that stuff is a bit more polished than previous games, but again, the real difference here is the story. And while you don't necessarily have to play the first game to enjoy this one, it's considered a spin-off of that game, a what-if scenario where none of the events in the first game happened at all. The story features Hideo Hazama, a high school student who's fed up with being bullied, so he decides to perform an occult ceremony in the high school gym to get revenge on everyone. It kind of backfires, and the entire school is drawn into what's called the Expanse, or the Demon Realm, where Hideo declares himself king. Sure, okay. You play as a nameless kid who bands together with friends, with the difference here being that your path depends on who you pick as party members. If you pick Shinji, you'll just abandon everyone else and go home. If you pick Yumi, you go the route that saves the rest of the school. If you pick Reiko, it's similar to Yumi's route, but with a few extra dungeons. And there's also Akira, who becomes available via New Game Plus, which again is more dungeons, but also with a cool twist that I won't spoil here. I'll just say it's the most interesting path of the four. Fans of the series might be interested in knowing that this game's story is set in the same continuity as the Persona series. In fact, it's considered to be the precursor to Persona, so if you dig those games, you might be interested in checking this one out, just as a curiosity. So yeah, to sum up, the gameplay of all three is pretty much the same. They're all first-person dungeon crawlers with turn-based combat, and the demon summoning system is pretty rough in all three games, especially the first game, but it's a little more polished in the sequel and in If. The obvious differences in the games are in the stories. I personally liked the first one the best, but the stories in all three games are well told, and they're definitely something different for the time. In addition, I don't think you necessarily have to play these games in order. It's in the same boat as, say, the Breath of Fire or the Lufia games, where yeah, there's little things here and there you might miss out on, but ultimately playing them in order is not a requirement. So, if you can stomach all the random battles and the time-consuming backtracking, then you're gonna like all three Shin Megami Tensei Super Famicom games. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Alright. That was nice. That was too long with too many like tabs maybe. Okay. Alright, one done now. It's a nice stream.